Every so
often.
Okay, I feel so much better. I would literally be thinking about it the entire time. I'm sorry.
As everybody can tell, we put all of our money into the audio equipment.
Yeah. No, you're fine. I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna look. It's fine. We're fine. Jonas is just as blurry as he started, but it's fine. We're not looking at it. We're moving on. I'm sweating.
So, what we need to do, now that Courtney is sweating, is to go to the monologue screen so that way Courtney's even bigger.
Actually, well, yes, but you need to tell everybody who we are and what we're doing here, like you always do.
I did.
Did you?
I did, and then we went, yeah, I did. So I'll do it again, because Courtney's asked. Hello, and we are the Wayward Inquisition, here for session 25 of Treachery, a Governor's Secret. And yes, we did do this. But you know what? When the DM tells you, do it again, what do, Jonas?
You do it again.
Yes, you do.
Anyway, thank you so much for enabling me. We will go to the monologue screen now. If I can remember which one it is, I can. Listen.
Come on, monologue.
Monologue. Oh, look.
Yep.
That's even... Man, that camera went even off.
I can't. Oh my god.
It's gonna be just fine. I can send another email to Rhodey and see if they've got an update for us.
I don't know why it does that. Oh my god.
Yeah, we have this, like, it is a new system.
Oh man.
So we are essentially the test subjects for it.
We are.
And yeah, if you change the cameras on one for whatever reason,
it
changes
them on
for
all the
everything.
screens.
Yeah, and this one's not used enough for me to care.
Yeah, you're not gonna do any
I'm
shorts
not gonna do any
this.
shorts for this, so it's just funny.
You know what? To make it better, I'm gonna come over here.
Well, look at that brand new air conditioner we got.
Isn't it nice? Oh boy.
All right, what did we do in session 24? Because there was some stuff that happened.
There was some stuff that happened. Whew. Let me go back.
Roll that recap.
Oh boy. Oh, I'm not playing any music either. Whew. It is happening tonight. Goodness me.
It's not even a night. It's only afternoon, girl.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten into the real stuff.
Just ignore me. It's fine. Okay, I think this is playing.
All right.
Anyway.
You heard the DM. We're ignoring her.
Oh,
for
well.
all 7 hours.
Oh.
Just sit here and you all talk amongst yourselves. Anyway, so what happened as we started? Let me make sure. Okay, so we went through all of the towns and stuff. Mm-hmm. That was the session prior, actually. Yes. Oh, we started with being on the rooftop. Aymer was on the rooftop by himself. Brok came up and sat with him, talked with him. Patrick, are you leaning down in your chair? I can tell.
Yeah, we shared some hot cocoa.
Yes, you brought some hot cocoa milk to him, because you could tell that he was not in the best of spirits. So you all were spending some time up there. Aymer kind of opened up about being... There was a lot going on. A lot of it was starting to weigh on him, and he was struggling with things. Just wanted to think, have time to himself. And while you all were talking, Tyrall came up and said, I gotta go search for some things. I'll be back. Mm-hmm. So he went and did so. And while he was up there, you did find a place, general direction of where some ruins might be. You also, I think you said you were looking for men clad in, obsidian and gold armor.
Yes, I was looking for anybody from the Circle of Odin, because, they're going
just
to be
for some
like,
retribution.
That one guy's out there now.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go, I don't know, do something about him.
Yep. So...
It's only the religious organization that killed me once.
You all parted for the night. Brok and... Well, I think just Brok went back to the room. I don't think Aymer went with you.
No.
Aymer said he just needed a little bit longer.
He stayed up there. Mm-hmm.
So you went to bed. Tyrall, you found out, I think you were speaking to Amriel.
Yep, he appeared behind me while I was scouting.
Oh, yes. And told you that what you know of the gods so far, what I think it was the redheaded...
The Oracle.
Was it? No, not the Oracle. The vampire guy said that all of your gods were dead or something like. Somebody said that to you. I can't remember at this point. But Amriel told you that that was not the case. That you were misinformed. That most of the gods were gone, but there were some that lingered still. Whether they were hiding, whether they were fighting, they couldn't figure that out just yet. But obviously, the redheaded vampire lord was not to be trusted. Clearly. And that he was outside the realm of the Maker, and so they didn't really know how to handle it, but they were figuring it out. So you went back to tell Brok and Aymer the good news, and when you got back, it was just Brok in the room. You destroyed the door as you went in there, scared the daylights out of Brok, and explained to him what you had heard from Amriel. When you all noticed that Aymer was not there, Brok started freaking out, but you quickly found a letter that said, hey, didn't get kidnapped, I'm fine, I just needed to walk around and clear my mind. So Brok went back to sleep, you went to go find Aymer. No, you did go back to sleep.
I did, yeah.
And while you went to go find Aymer, Brok was visited by said vampire lord.
Mm-hmm.
And he spoke to you a little bit and said, basically was trying to get you to second guess your faith in the Maker and your friends, because you were all alone. And it shook you, obviously, as it would, but he didn't do anything. He just taunted you and then left. So did you go back to sleep after that? I don't think you did. I think you got ready, didn't you?
Yeah, it was pretty early, and
you went to the tailor, got some fancy clothes. Jonas actually crafted.
I know.
He picked clothes and everything.
It took a lot of energy.
And all he picked was a navy shirt and black slacks. And Jonas was tired after that.
I was.
But then you went to go see Isolde, and you had a sweet little date with her.
Yeah.
But it was definitely a date. And meanwhile, you went to go find Aymer. You were running around the streets trying to find him. And you found him in an alleyway, or coming out of an alleyway, which you obviously did not trust. And you questioned him about it. He said it was nothing. He just needed to relax, and he was just walking around old places he'd been, basically. And you had explained that Brok was by himself, and it seemed like he was pretty guilty about that. So he ran off to go find Brok, make sure he was okay, whatever. And you, I think, immediately went to get Brok. Wasn't that right?
I went to go wait outside of the palace.
Because you knew that that's where he would be, or could be. And so Aymer went back to the inn while you went to go bless your new godly bracers and all of that.
Yeah, the stuff
in
that
the
I
courthouse.
took off the dead body of a god.
Yeah, in the courtyard of Isolde's mansion.
That we had been thrown out of.
That you had been previously the day before thrown out of. So when you came out, you saw this angel man that you definitely recognized.
Yes.
Praying over something. And you, as you were departing from Isolde, you had introduced yourself to her, because you had not before. After giving her a holly font, you introduced yourself as Brok Aeson Niles Borealis, and that killed me. And you said it was your brother's name, which proceeded to put the last nail in my coffin.
Yeah.
Doing the bow and everything. But then you and Tyrall went back to the inn to find that Aymer was crying, upset about something. You all didn't exactly know. But once you gathered him up, kind of figured some things out, you found out that he had relapsed and went back to his old habits.
I went out to do some thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how he does. That's how he once did his best work.
Oh, and our guy that has the Aymer mini that may still be watching
Oh,
now
yes.
knows.
Have no
Aymer
idea if
has
you're
relapsed.
watching. Aymer, the little mini that you got, was previously a drug lord. and relapsed.
Yes.
So, you all took him into your room
Mm-hmm.
to, try to, because he was in the high of everything and was slowly coming
Comfort,
down.
console.
Yeah. You were wrapped him up and tried to console him as he was coming down from it, pretty much. Tyrall, you picked up his Vimus weapon that spoke to you, seemed very regal, and that's the note I lost and then immediately found 5 minutes later. And you learned a little bit about the martyr that's inside of his weapon. So, when you got the weapon, you brought it to the other room, put Aymer's hand on it, put your hand on your Vimus weapon, and then Brok said, "If you're going, I'm going too." Slapped his hand on the weapon, and you all went into the little realm with Adonis, and also Ezra and Emma, and also Godric, which is, you all learned Aymer's spirit in his sword. And as you all were talking, you did slap the sober back into
Yeah. I
Aymer.
slapped him with
Greater restoration, I think.
Well, it was lesser restoration.
yeah, lesser
yeah.
restoration.
Yeah, because you said
Yeah.
it
I charged the spell in my hand and went whack.
knocked the sober right into him. And as he was coming back to sobriety, Adonis had mentioned that he felt another presence. And the presence was indeed Aymer's grandfather, Pops. So you all got to meet Pops, and this was a direct send from the Maker, you recognized, because that's what Aymer kind of needed. And so after a sweet moment and reunion with Pops, Brok learned that Aymer's twin brother is unfortunately passed on, which could also be something that might be affecting Aymer, you all figured. And after the departure, you all saw Aymer speaking with Godric in person, in spirit for the first time, and they are very similar
Yes.
in the way they discourse.
Mm-hmm.
So, after we came out, we decided to start traveling toward the direction that you had been
Going northwest.
Yeah, been given foresight of
To...
toward Drokar. It was like around the border of.
There's a little star on there that I can see, but Tyrall doesn't see.
Yeah.
Yeah. And thankfully, Jonas had the genius idea, the smart idea to actually just put the map on the table. My brain, for some reason, I mean, I can't see it, but you all can, which is just magnificent.
Yes.
So that was.
We have a reference point now.
Yeah, I had that was not a thought in my brain. So that's nice. But as we were traveling, Aymer and Brok were talking. Brok was telling us about his little date with the soul and all that. And we just had brotherly discourse the entire time. Aymer giving him sound advice to wrap it before he taps it. Tyrall giving him even more soundly fatherly advice, saying, don't tap it at all until you're married.
Yep.
It finally came to Brok's mind that Aymer and Cyrus did have a relationship. Though very brief, they had a relationship, and it just struck him.
Yep.
He had no idea the entire time. And then right before we ended the session, you had gotten your Hollyphant back from Nico that had given you the worst news that you all were expecting, or hoping to not get.
I don't know where he's at.
Was that Arminius has gone completely radio silent. He can't find him, he can't contact him, he's only ever in two places, which are usually his forges, and that the one thing to, teleport back and forth between the two, travel between the two, was the teleportation circle, and that was gone, and only him and Arminius knew about it. Well, clearly you all knew about it as well, but
Yeah.
you all weren't supposed to have known about it. But he said he was very worried and didn't really know what to do. So that's pretty much where we're going to pick back off, is how to handle the situation with the Dunamancy wizard that's chilling in the border city of Dwellin.
Yeah. All right. Send us back to our normal screen so
Oh,
that way I
yes.
can sit up.
Yeah, I forgot You were chilling
All right.
the whole time.
Whew.
But yeah.
Back to normal. All right. Scene setting. Tyrall. Hollyfont. Worst news in the world. Dunamancy wizard. Nobody to take care of
Yeah,
him.
and I don't think Brok would have understood. Aymer would have only understood certain parts because of the Celestial. So I don't believe you have recounted that to them quite yet until Aymer's kind of trying to piece it together. So, however you would like to handle that.
He is going to handle that by not saying a single word
Oh, of course not.
to any of you all until he addresses the Hollyfont, because this is a little bit more serious.
Well, yes.
Yes. And then holding his Hollyfont with slight horror in his face, you will go back to Nico, and you will tell him that on my permission and authority to transport himself as fast as he can back to us, you will give him the place. Whee!
And Aymer watches it because he's piecing it together, and it's as he's piecing it together, you're speaking, and he's trying to tune out what you're saying, and he realizes, basically... Wait.
What are we waiting for?
Did it say what I think it said?
That Nico doesn't know where he's at. Now Nico is all alone with nobody to...
Mm-hmm. And what did you say?
Wait, Nico doesn't know where he is at?
No, and Nico will be here shortly.
Arminius is untraceable. Nico can't find him.
Nico can't find him.
Yeah, he's apparently... That's what I...
No,
deciphered.
That's extremely correct.
Oh, right, cool. And you just sent it off. So you know who's going to be coming after him. We don't know how long Arminius has been gone. I mean, we've been traveling for a month or two since you've sent those out, at least. We don't know how long somebody's known that he's been alone.
Would you rather us try to get him back here, or
Well,
rather him go back to the tower?
No. I think we need to get him. But if he uses magic, you know who's going to be after him. And if he uses magic, they're going to be able to track him easier.
Yes, and
You also forget where we are going,
Well,
which is a place that they technically need an army to get to.
yes, but he's not there yet. And if they're already that close, who knows if they've already put spells on the place or around him. I'm just saying, if he uses magic, it might get him here faster, or it could show himself quicker.
if he can do what you all have said and that he's capable of, I have no doubt he can make it here, but that's going to send shockwaves.
Yeah, and that's the kind of magic. I've never come across a Dunamancy wizard other than, Nico, and I've never seen what they can do, but I would imagine the stories I've heard is that the circle is going to clamp down very quickly on that.
There's, in my opinion, 3 options we have for this. First option is we travel, however, the month and a half, 2 months it takes to get back to where he is. Going through territory that, may I remind you, I am not welcome in. 2,
Technically.
he transports himself here, away from cities, and whatever comes I deal with. Or 3, I leave you all, fly as fast as I can to where he is at, hope I get there first, and if I don't get there first, risk destroying a city and getting him out.
What if, he's a pretty small lad, right? He could...
Option B does sound to be the best, because we definitely would not make it there
No,
in
we
time.
would not. We would not. You might, but even then. But he could... isn't there a fourth option? Like maybe he could...
Fourth option is we just let whatever happens to him happen to him and keep on going.
No, we can't.
No, we can't do that.
We can't do that to him. He's just a boy.
Fourth option can be option 3, combined with a plane shift once I'm there,
Well,
and then come back here.
What if you send another Hollyfont and tell him to sneak? He's a small guy, right? He could
go
try and get
unnoticed,
away.
Yes.
If he
They won't send a
completely
whole army
suppresses
for
his
him.
magic.
Well,
No, they'll only send a fraction of it.
right. And it's already well known he's one of the only wizards, time wizards,
Yes, and
out
they
of
know
the tower.
exactly
They know who
where
he belongs to.
is.
They know to keep track of him. So if they've probably known about Arminius before we did.
Yes, unfortunately.
And if he's been in Artiarna, they do have their own teleportation circle in there, which means he would already be gone.
But I'm just, I don't know.
There's a fifth option.
There's a lot of options.
Yes, a lot of options.
So
The
there's
fifth option is I break all the other wizards out.
Oh my.
Let's,
Can you imagine?
let's
Oh.
not do that one.
Just out of curiosity, what would that solve? Just havoc? Then it would
Havoc for the
distract
circle.
from him?
Yes.
Alright. Well, I think that's also very petty of you. I think you're doing it on purpose.
Maybe
That's
just a little bit on purpose.
Yeah, I think so.
They did kill me.
They did kill you and humiliate you in front of a group that raised you, yes. I'm gonna put that one on the back burner. It's not a solid no. It's a soft no.
For extreme emergency purposes.
Okay, all right. Gotta think. And he starts pacing back and forth, like tail flicking to the sides as he's trying to think. Right. Oh, so, is there a way that you can send another holy font and see if he's all right? And if he is, I mean, I know you just sent one. If he is, maybe you could tell him to sneak here instead or something.
And the same Holly font appears back,
Oh.
and it's probably like, man.
Yeah, it's confused because it was in the midst of travel, and when it appears back to see you, it just kind of looks around.
Change of plans. You're going to ask him if he's okay and if he can sneak away
At least until it's safe.
until it's safe,
Then to use some magic.
or if I need to come get him.
Meet halfway, like you do with family.
And also, you're going to go the quicker way. And Tyrall takes it
Launches it.
and just slams it into the ground.
Oh. And Aymer just looks at it
Did
with
you
wide
just squash
eyes.
that?
No, is it still there?
Well, no, but you're a big guy.
It's risky, but travel is quicker through the hells than it is through the heavens.
Mm.
Interesting.
Seems backward, but who am I to say?
I'm taking that one straight out of Minecraft.
Hey,
It's quicker to travel through the nether than it is through the surface.
if you're making stuff up and it sounds legit to me, I'll just go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, we've got like a 50-50 chance on that Holly font not getting ripped apart. But
So
So
You're
faster,
risking-
deadly.
you're risking, it actually getting there for more expediency, right?
yes.
Right. Well, if we don't get a response back or Nico's in the tower, we know what happened.
And if he's in the tower, we go to the soft no, to a hard yes.
Well, that would be one way to break him out, yes.
Yes. So, are we not gonna go to the Underdark then?
No, we're going to do that.
It just might be interrupted
Slightly.
All right.
mildly.
If there's a prison break involved, I can handle that on my own. It'd be real quick in, out.
I think traveling just a little more west, just in case, and then going north,
Get perilously close to the border
just in case.
of a country that
I'm not.
specifically hates.
Yeah, listen.
Me.
One god came after you, and Emriel lit him aflame. So I'm sure that if Hela just popped out of the ground when we're in Drokar,
But there's a problem between Tyr and Hela.
right? There's also a problem between you and Hela.
Well, the bigger problem is that Hela still technically does her original duty for the Maker.
Oh, so what you're telling me is
Nobody's coming to slay her in front of us.
Oh.
nice. Great.
Good, then? If she's still doing her works,
The other problem is
there's more.
while I was being trained by the demon lords, she was outside of the protective area watching all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So she knows half of what
Uh-huh.
I have been taught.
Mm. She
Well.
really doesn't like you.
No. No.
Oh, that's
You accidentally kill her daughter.
It wasn't an accident.
It was an accident. I didn't know who she was.
You didn't know who she was. I don't think she knew who she was. You purposefully killed her, though. That was very not on accident.
I repeat, don't disrespect me. But that was all in the past. That was a different
That
Tyrall.
was a different Tyrall.
Was
It was a
it?
different Tyrall.
He is quite different since his reincarnation.
Is he?
Have you seen me hit anybody with rainbows?
Not yet. But nobody has outright denied you.
He hasn't stormed in any kitchens.
And the one that did, that was when he came back. And the one that did was lit aflame by an archangel.
Exactly.
So no, you didn't rainbow anyone, you just lit them aflame.
I didn't light anybody aflame. Yeah.
I think it's still the same thing, Tyrall. I do. I think
Potato,
it is.
potato.
Oh,
All right, we'll go more west
Just a
and
little bit.
follow along
Just a little
All
bit.
right.
the border.
just a little bit.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, we start changing trajectory a little bit to go a little bit more around the border. And you don't get, when you get the Hollyphant back, it's like a day or two later, you get the Hollyphant back. It doesn't give you anything from Nico, it just says that the message was delivered.
Delivered where?
To where it was supposed to be delivered to. Just crushes the thing. Yeah.
You hear it say it's gobbledygook in Celestial.
That scared me.
Oh, I forgot to mention my neighbors are moving out, so I don't know what's going on.
It was fine.
It's just
yeah,
a
it's
weed
just a
whacker.
little weed eater.
Yeah.
It's just when it first started, that's not what it sounded like.
Like, it says something to me. You see Tyrall get kind of frustrated, and you see him just like grab it like a football, and he just and just chucks it to the heavens.
He literally launches it back to God. It's like those things at the bank when they take your stuff.
Yeah.
He just,
The tubing system.
yeah, he just, and it's gone. And you hear like little squeaking sounds as it's being launched back to God.
Bad news, I take it?
It said, "Message delivered." And I asked, "Where did you deliver the message?" And it said, "Message delivered."
Oh.
Oh, they have low intelligence. Like mildly.
Yes.
Right.
Well, shouldn't you send another one then and tell it to follow Nico until he relays what his plan is?
What would that do, though, other than having an ugly little elephant following you around?
Which could be tracked.
Well, weren't we trying to... I mean, I know we're trying to get him out of there, but don't we need to know what he's doing? Or are we just going to roll with it when space and time erupts in front of us? And...
Honestly, at this point, we're going to roll with it whenever space and time erupts in front of us.
Fair enough.
if it erupts in front of us.
And then if we don't hear anything for like, I don't know, a week, send another one and say, you tell me where he is.
Or if we send another one and it doesn't deliver the message, clearly he's in the tower. Or if the Holy Font doesn't come back, could the Circle of Odin clerics, paladins, sorcerers, whatever they are, kill a Holy Font of the Maker?
It would just send the Holy Font back to the heavens.
Oh. So not to you.
No.
So if we don't get a Holy Font back, then we also know he's probably been captured.
Let's give it 3 days instead of a week.
He's a smart boy.
Is he? He's always had somebody to tell him what to do.
He's a smart boy. It'll be fine. I'm sure that if he's a time wizard, he's pretty smart. Arminius does boss him around, and he was raised in a tower until then, but... And he is very skittish.
Yes.
I'm sure it will be fine.
We'll just go along the border for 3 days and see what happens.
All right.
I would say we should also keep our eyes and ears out for Flint, since he's coming for us as well. But
No, Flint would just appear in front of us.
exactly.
Not out of space and time, but just out of the shadows.
Or the ground, like a groundhog.
Or the sky. He's unpredictable.
He is.
And
What I
Aymer-
liked about him.
You see Aymer just narrow his eyes, stare off. I almost hate him more than you inconvenience me.
I believe the Maker said something about that being the purpose.
Oh. Well,
yeah,
that's
that was
fine.
me that said that.
Yeah. But we continue to travel, and it is getting a little bit colder again, and more cold than it was when we were in central-ish Lofesk. It is now starting to get colder as we travel slightly northwest, more west than north.
Yes, yes.
I imagine we're heading somewhere more towards the Trinia, Drokar, and
Why don't you put their
connection.
little minis where we are?
Oh,
That'd be such a good idea. My bad.
oop.
Look at Tyrall with his
I know, he looks so
big
good.
shield and
Aymer's the only one who doesn't have a new mini. Oh, but no.
No. How could you?
But Aymer doesn't need a new mini. Aymer has not really changed.
No,
His
not
hair has
really.
gotten longer,
yeah.
but that's about it.
But that's also kind of hard to put into
Yeah.
a mini.
And there's no reason to buy another $4 mini just to do that.
Just to add longer hair.
His hair is longer, that's all we need to know.
Mhm.
But
It's not like he's grown in height at all, so...
no, that's just because Aymer was the most perfect being that there ever was.
Along with Arminius, yeah, I would agree.
He
And
does
Meldarian.
drugs.
Hey! You leave him alone. We love him.
I mean, yes, we love him.
I need to get an Arminius mini because we have a Meldarian mini. I need to get a better one for Meldarian. This one was not originally him, but it does work out pretty well for him.
Nice.
But yes, we are traveling west.
Yep.
West.
Through a sea of flowers and forests.
Yeah, it is pretty regular plains. Not super rolling or hilly, but
This is the
definitely
Midwest.
more so. Yeah, definitely more so than just going straight through Drokar, which is very flat. And there are trees and land and stuff, trees and animals and all of that.
While traveling, at one point, Brok will come up to you and,
Yes, Brok.
Could you summon one of those holly fonts to deliver a message for me? A package?
Is it to your
Um,
girlfriend?
Brok,
Mayhaps?
I want to have to warn you that they're not entirely meant to carry physical objects.
Oh.
So it's...
Never.
I mean, you saw their arms. I mean, they could do it, but if they drop it, I don't know how well they're going to be able to get it back.
All
Because
right.
they're stubby little arms.
We'll hold off and no, it's not for her.
Oh, really?
It was something I had painted for Aurelius before
Oh, something.
this.
Before you were good at it.
Yes,
Oh.
which, looking at it, is quite embarrassing. But,
Well, now you have to show me.
and he'll
Yeah,
unfurl it.
Unroll it?
And it's kind of a garden, garden.
It's a green
This-
patch.
Yes, this is very child Brok drawings, and it's Aurelius and his assistant, and Brok wrote on it, "Don't forget to feel the sun."
That's really sweet and also very sad for a man who literally can't. I forgot his... It's not like it matters, but I'm curious what his name was.
Oh, yes, Mr. I would like to smell his leprosy.
Oh yeah, the leprosy.
Yeah.
Smelling of that man's leprosy. What was your name, buddy? Some of these notes are so detailed, and then other ones are like, they're gonna go do this, and that's it. That's all it's on the page. Hadian, that was his name.
Hadian.
Tiefling I still don't trust.
He
Shocker.
didn't. Oh, see, has he really changed? I don't think so.
He didn't smite him, so that was good. But no, I was gonna send it to Aurelius, but if they're not reliable package deliverers, I'll just hang on to it then.
We could always pass through a town that has Messengers Guild, but the last time you were at a Messengers Guild, you spent a lot of money.
Did
We
I
all
don't know. We don't
spent a
really
lot of
have
money.
that anymore.
no.
So,
It is a nice map, though.
Map that
I
doesn't help us
also,
here.
I also
also
didn't
true.
understand how money worked.
do you now?
Yes,
Do you?
I do.
All right.
Yeah, I had a great teacher.
Oh well.
There's
his
perks
tail-
to being dismemberment and
Yeah.
coming back.
And also having Aymer. Speaking of which, I need to show you how to take care of your hair, since you don't know
yes.
how to.
Yes, before I went and met with Isolde, I told you that there were all sorts of brushes and combs in the bathroom there, but I kind of winged it, and it hurt a lot.
Probably because it's not been properly taken care of.
Yes.
You've got too long of hair for it to just not be taken care of. You can shorten it if you want, though I am fond of longer hair.
I've also never had long hair or
You've-
hair at all,
you've never
and
had
so
hair.
I like that it's long.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it might be hard to teach while walking, but whenever we set up camp tonight,
Yep, that's when we'll do it. So, we continue to travel through. I believe, where exactly are we at? Oh, the minis don't really help tell me exactly where.
so here's
I
Drokar.
imagine we're going to end up here if we go more west, like right where the three meet.
We planned on going west and then going north.
Yep.
Yes.
Because hopefully by the time we get west, we can meet up with Nico. Because he's at the border of that little dip in where it's near the D. That's where he's at. Or could be, is
Yeah.
what we're thinking.
It's a lot of open ground to cover. Because if he's here, he's screwed.
Oh, yeah, no. If he's there, he's done for. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But what we're thinking is that because he said that he checked both places and then he couldn't get back to where he was supposed to go, but his message was so rushed he didn't exactly tell you where he was. He just couldn't get back to the other forge because the teleportation circle was gone.
Well, that's like what? 3-day fly.
For you.
Yeah. Not terrible.
Yeah, not weighed down by the weight of 2 losers.
I didn't say it.
Fair. So I would say we're still pretty far. Now, however, as we're getting closer, you do feel a stronger pull towards a specific location. So you know as we're going west, we can go north.
We need to go.
Yeah. But otherwise, the travel is, as usual, pretty normal. I would say, where exactly do you all remember we left off in the map? Do you all have a specific location that you remember?
Where we left off on the map?
Yeah, walking-wise. I can't exactly remember.
We would have been about here because we went about 4 days.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Was around
So
that
about
area.
another 4 days
Yeah.
to get over to
Yeah.
the actual border.
Yep. I agree. So the travel is pretty normal. I would say maybe 3rd day it starts to drizzle a little bit and it is cold for us because it's getting more north. It's not freezing, but it is not great. But each night is a pretty normal rest. Brok, Aymer at some point shows you how to brush your hair. He can't show you how to wash your hair because you all haven't been able to stop by any rivers or anything like that. Yeah. But as you start to get towards the border, closer to the border, there is a stream that you all stop by for the night.
Ah.
So, was there anything anybody wanted to do or RP before?
How many days has this been?
This is the end of the 3rd night.
Hollyfont. It's been 3 days. Go to where Nico is. Figure out where he is and tell me where he is. And tell him if he, or ask him if he needs help.
Don't play with me.
Send him on his way.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. As we're doing my hair during the stop, you've traveled with Brok for quite a while.
It's been a long time. Let's just add that up a little. It's been at least 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And I would say a little more towards 2.5 years. That's crazy. You all have had. You haven't. You both have had birthdays since then.
We have.
I missed one. I was dead.
And then you stopped counting because you became an immortal being. So you don't get birthdays anymore. Sorry, big guy.
Yep.
A small price to pay for immortality, I would think.
I've been around for 10.
You can have a death day though. We can always commemorate his day that he was martyred.
There we go. There we go. But Aymer can definitely tell that something's weighing on Brok's mind.
If this is the end of the night, anything else that you would be doing, Tyrall? Like at this moment, is this the time that you would be sending your Hollyfont message?
Yeah, this would be whenever I'm sending the Hollyfont message.
Okay. So I'm sure Aymer is just brushing your hair. He has all the combs. He has like the little blanket that he gave you rolled out, and he has all of the different combs and brushes he has, which is like 6 different ones.
Yes.
And then there's one that he has very off to the side, which you could probably tell is the one he uses for his tail. He's not using that one on you. That's his brush.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all very fine brushes. Like, they're so nice, gilded and gold. Some of them are really nice willow steel. Some of them are a silver gold. Like, they're very nice, very well taken care of. Some of them are like inlaid with jewels. This is a Royals brush set.
So I don't need all of these, right? Like, but yes, the comb, that's for getting out the tangles,
Well,
right?
it could be. It just depends on the comb and, the knot or whatever you may have in your hair. But it just depends. And some might tell you don't need all these brushes, but it's better to have the different ones. The finest tooth comb is nice for making sure it gets all of the imperfections out of your hair. So if you don't have time for a bath or, something of that gist, you can use a comb, and it should be a very fine-tooth comb to be able to get all of the nasty dirt and garbage out of your hair.
Okay.
And then as you go up, it obviously gets bigger, and then a brush is to make sure that it's smoothed out, but then you have to have a specific, and he's like going into very detailed things as he's doing your hair, and he seems really invested in it, like it's gospel truth.
You are the expert here. Yes, I guess when we are able to, I'll need to acquire me some combs and brushes.
And we can find you some. I'm sure that we can find you some in Capital City or so. But you look like something might be bothering you. You all right?
Yes. I was just wondering, with Isolde's connection to your father,
Right.
would it be bad? I can't ask her to do that.
Well, what are you thinking? It's better to talk about it out loud.
Well, a thought crept in of what if we had her send a panic message to your dear old dad. He comes running out to Lofesk to see what is the matter, to fix it, to do whatever, and since he would be away from his normal estate, he would be less guarded. We could ambush him.
Oh, you're wanting to kill my father.
If it comes to it, we might have to. But I'm sure they have prisons in Lofesk, right? A dungeon?
Probably, but
And we might be able to get some information out of him.
we could try that. But... And he just sets the brushes down, kind of puts your hair back in the little ponytail that it was in, and comes around and sits in front of you. We could try that. We don't know all of the connections that my father has. And he has backup plan after backup plan. And, I mean, he seems usually to be 5 to 10 steps ahead of everyone. He's a very smart man. Conniving and ruthless
Yes.
and horrible. But he doesn't do things that could inevitably backfire on him without having a plan. And I would think that if Isolde randomly calls out to him, which might be unusual for her, that might tip him off on something. He might still come, just to see. But then
But he would
in
be
that,
prepared.
he would be prepared for anything. I mean, he's a very well thought out man. I mean, he runs tons of coups that we knew nothing about in the beginning. So, I mean, he runs a lot.
Yes. It just seems like we have so many enemies and
Very little allies. And everything against us, and not a lot of things for us. But at least, I mean, we have Tyrall. He could be against us.
he could.
That would be very bad for both of you.
Much worse than my father being against us.
Yes, you don't have to stress how damning that would be.
Quite literally.
Yes, I could just grab a hold of you both, drop you off in the house, and then come back.
I don't think the Maker would approve of that, though.
We are destined to do great things, so
No,
I
but
guess...
if you weren't,
Well, yes,
then I could always do that with your father.
you could. But isn't that kind of the thing that Uriah was talking about, right? That some people have weapons, and they just haven't come and gotten them yet. So to condemn them would be choosing for them. Like Tenzin, right? He didn't go and get it.
No, and then I kind of did that exact thing with his body.
Right. Now, if they die before they go, I suppose that would be different. Which he was dead before you dropped him.
Yes.
But you couldn't actually, like, take my father and put him down there without being dead first, I would think. If my father has a weapon, I have no idea. We didn't ask.
Look, all I'm saying is one way or another, we can get rid of him.
Well, that thought does
Whether
appease
that's
me.
through just shifting him somewhere else or shifting pieces of him somewhere else.
Oh. And he looks uncomfortable with the conversation. Well,
If it makes you feel any better, Aymer, my father will also be transported to one of those places by one of those two means.
I want to say no, that doesn't make me feel much better. Does it not... Well, I guess it might be different. Does it not bother you? I mean, that's your father.
They were never around. Remember, they sold me as soon as I was old enough.
I suppose that was what makes it very different.
Hmm.
While I still did not have a great relationship with my father, clearly, I idolized him at one point.
Understandable. He's very well kept, very smart, very intelligent.
And seemed very loved by a lot of people.
But he's also killing people through his actions.
Right.
Trying to overthrow the Viscount.
Yes.
And not doing anything about these flowers.
He's very wrong in what he does, yes. I'm just saying, him being my father, even as bad as he was to me, still my father, and that's kind of difficult to be happy that he would die, especially in a painful way. I don't want that for him, for myself, not for him.
But it's also his decision.
Right. And just how I told Brok before, I've done some pretty awful things. So, I suppose condemning him would feel like doing it to myself.
You've repented and are trying to change your ways. He will get the same options.
Well.
But also there are some crimes that he can repent. But he'll just go to a different place whenever it happens.
Well, suppose we'll get to that bridge when we cross it. Hopefully we don't cross him anytime soon.
No. But we can check on something in that matter. Can you bring up a Holophant?
How many of these Holophants do you need, Brok?
I've only asked for 2.
I know, but
You've been sending them out willy-nilly like they're candy.
I know. You do realize, like, it's the same 3 Holophants every time, right?
Oh, those,
I did
they
not
work
realize
hard.
that, no. They...
Oh, my.
I only get so many Holophants assigned to me.
Oh, so we've just... Oh. Wow, we are working them overtime.
We are working them
Oh,
overtime.
my. Right.
He'll understand you. You don't have to talk to him like I do.
Hi, little fella. You're adorable, first off.
Well... Sorry.
Not the one I painted.
That's why he said, well...
You ignore him. Can you do me a favor, little one? Can you go find Uriah and see if he has a Viamus weapon for an Arthur Wilhelm?
Oof.
Go. yeah. Honestly.
The sound barriers.
yeah. I imagine there are different ways that these things can be sent out, and they're just really boss ways that it gets sent. I mean, he's right. That would be a good way to just finish it. It would be killing him. But Aymer's got some reservations about that. But now that Hollyphant is sent, if there's nothing else, we can continue on.
No,
What just happened?
It shows when we have an ad up in the...
No, your camera. What just happened?
I don't know!
You jinxed it.
Oh, the tape came off that cord. That's what happened. I saw it shift out of the corner of my eye.
Oh, boy. These braided cables make me angry.
This hasn't been an issue for a long time.
Oh.
Whoa, Jonas.
Whoa.
Whoa, hey, look, there's our audio setup and our camera setup.
Here's a quick behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It's time for me to go through and tighten up all their mountings.
Okay. Oh, boy.
See, the thing is with the cables, you have to crink them so that they don't, pull.
Oh.
Yeah, AV is hard.
You did.
Especially whenever you do it all yourself.
Yeah, did you watch it do that, or has it been like that for a minute? Because I will snap my neck if it has been like that for a minute.
No, I
You watched
swear
it?
out of the corner of my eye, I saw it go clink.
Cool.
Like on there, not there.
That's much better than it just being like that the whole time. So I'm not. Who. Which is another reason why I like to make sure it's perfect beforehand, because mid-dialogue, something could have been wrong the whole time, and we never would have known.
Yep.
And that would destroy me. Like, I think it was one of our first couple of sessions that, like, one of our mics just stopped working or was, like, making a sound or something like that.
Yeah.
And we didn't know until afterward. That sucked.
That did.
That sucked real bad.
That one really, because it's audio, and that's the most important piece to me.
Yeah.
Which is why we have the nice
And the only reason why
road setup.
Yeah. The only reason why I care so much about what it looks like
Shorts.
is because of the shorts that are also very popular.
Yeah.
And when I edit, it needs to look good. And I can't sharpen the images or anything. It just is how
You
it is.
can't enhance.
It enhances, but it enhances the contrast and stuff instead of sharpening the image. So.
But those guys on the FBI shows all the time were like, boo, boo, boo.
Yeah, enhance. And I'm sure they can do that. CapCut does not.
No, I doubt they can do it that well either.
And I'm sure it's just because we're American, but we won't get into that. Anyway.
Sorry.
But we will continue
Although
on.
you do need to lean in the other direction.
I do naturally lean to my right. I have so much table I'm not using.
Perfecto.
So much table I'm not using, but it's fine. Anyway. Well, yeah. Anyway, so we will continue traveling on unless there's anything in particular anybody wants to do.
No, we're just yeeting Hollyphants.
Cool. I imagine that's the one that you
Brok
football.
has more
Yeah, just but before
after the supersonic Hollyphant.
just before going to bed, each night you have noticed that he's been very timid or cautious about going to bed.
Wary,
which you all would easily be able to piece together, of course. But yeah, tonight he'll be like, "Oh, all right. Well, I'll see you two in the morning. Wake me up when it's my time for watch." He hasn't visited in a couple days.
You're slightly off now whenever you sat back down.
Good.
Don't move. Just don't move.
Yes.
Don't move.
But
Brok,
yes.
if it's him coming back in the middle of the night, you're not alone this time.
I know, and I know that I'm never truly alone. you all, it's like I said before, you all might not physically be there with me. That doesn't mean you're not. And I got the Maker on my side now, which is a big plus. But it's just... He's just tied to my soul, apparently. Because not even Emma and Ezra can sense when he appears.
There is something odd about this vampire lord.
Oh, that's an understatement.
It might be an
That
understatement.
contraption, if I can even call it that, on his arm.
Oh yeah, you all haven't discussed that. You were the only one that saw it at one point.
At one point, I was the only one that saw that.
And now Brok has seen it.
I don't even know. I can't tell if it's magic or if it's technology of some sort. He is entirely something else.
He is. But
And-
I believe you have seen him in full
in full
vision.
Yes.
Brok, you have not.
Nope.
You've seen glimpses, though.
But at this point in time, we just have to deal with the occasional taunting and continue on with what we actually have to do.
Yes.
As hard and weird as that may be for you, that is what we have to do. I mean, think about everything else that we are ignoring just to focus on this. An assassination plot, Nico, yeah, everything else that we've left in our wake.
Yes. And I can handle it.
But that's all stuff that we will revisit whenever we're done with these pesky flowers.
If we can get done with them. I have my doubts.
And if we don't die before then.
Yeah. I'll still be here.
If we don't die before then.
Indeed.
Don't worry, trust me. If you all die, you will be much happier.
It was very nice up there. But I'll see you in the morning. Sweet dreams.
Sleep well.
And I look forward to my continued classes on hair.
And etiquette. No, Lord. That's how I fell asleep the other day. I don't usually fall asleep like that, but man, I laid down and I died.
Ooh, that's the good kind.
It's so nice when you're like, I'm not even that tired. And then you hit your bed and you're like, when did I ever go to sleep? You wake up 3 days later.
Yep.
Tyrall, are you going to be trancing?
Tyrall will take first watch.
Okay.
So Aymer can get his beauty sleep.
So out of focus. It bothers me so bad.
Really? Because it looks a lot better on my phone than it does in there.
Does it? Because I can just tell the difference between your camera, and his camera is way out of focus compared to your camera.
But yes, Tyrall.
Oh, don't touch it now, you big baby.
Tyrall
We'll
is
do it
taking
during
first
break.
watch.
Oh, that's a good idea, yeah.
Tyrall is taking first watch.
Okay.
Staying up, looking for the mysterious thing that only Brok can see.
Yeah.
Because that is, I guess, what Tyrall does now.
Yeah. No, you don't see anything.
Awesome. Didn't even have to roll for that.
Yeah, the watch is pretty normal. There are some animals that skitter across the ground in front of you and from a distance, so you hear like trees rustling and stuff like that, but it's nothing unusual that you've come to get used to in this specific environment. Excuse me. So you are uninterrupted during your watch for anything super important until a hollyphant shows up while you are on watch. And it lands in your hand, as it does, and it has a message to you from Delilah. Yeah, you had sent one off to her, and
Forever ago.
Yeah, forever ago, and she had not gotten back to you. And in the message, she apologizes for taking so long to get back to you. She had a lot of thinking to do. She had a lot of recovering to do.
That Holly font just sitting in like the corner of the kitchen, just like
Yeah, like I'm just waiting for you to send me back home. But the Holly font explains that Delilah had said she was doing better. Her mom was doing great. That she was reading through the book you gave her, and it was a lot, but she was...
Yeah, she got the full version.
Yeah, she
version you all don't even have.
Yep.
She was going through it, and that she missed you and hoped that you guys were okay.
Aw.
She's so sweet.
Too bad that Holly font doesn't have any cookies.
Yeah, that would suck.
Ooh,
But
that
I'm
was
sure
too
a
far backing out of my
little
character
warm
sheet.
part, a little human man part of Tyrall warms up a little bit.
Aw. There's a little human heart in
There's a
me.
little
There
tiny
is.
bit,
Elf heart.
probably. There's a little tiny bit.
There
of,
was never any human of him.
No. Just not celestial god being is kind of more of what I was trying to get at. But yeah, elf heart works too. The maker left a little bit of Tyrall still in there.
He
But
took a little bit of the stuff they scooped out.
yeah,
Yeah.
he scooped everything and was like, "Yeah, we'll just leave this one little piece."
Few cells.
But yep. Other than that, your watch is uneventful. Who are you waking up for the next watch, or are you going to do all night by yourself?
Tyrall will stay up the rest of the night now.
Oh.
Let's let everybody else sleep.
She softened him, as women tend to do.
Mm-hmm.
So as the sun starts to come up, Aymer wakes up, brushes his tail, does his morning routine, uninterrupted by anything important, just normal daily waking up.
Yep.
and
Except
whenever-
Tyrall floating 10 foot off the ground,
Oh,
looking around.
that's normal. What do you mean?
Bored.
That's not...
That is pretty normal.
That's pretty normal.
Tyrall
Yeah.
uses his flying capabilities, which I have something for you. I was looking at it this whole time, and my brain still did not give it to you. It's not anything about to do with flying.
No.
but-
I know what he's doing for the other 4 hours.
Okay.
I want my van bracers to work.
I gave you the stats for those.
I know, but I
earlier.
still have to roll to get them
Oh,
blessed
yeah,
to use.
yeah,
He has to
yeah.
attune, and yeah.
You may roll for it. I forgot that you had to roll for it. Totally forgot you had to roll for it.
You got this, Patrick.
While he rolls for that, I'm probably gonna go to Geek Out Cafe on break because
Oh,
I'm
nice.
hungry. I would like something.
Yeah.
What am I adding to my roll?
Religion.
I want my stuffs. I'm pretty sure that was lower than last time I tried.
It do be like that.
It's a 15.
Well, I don't think that was lower. I think the last time you got like an 11 or 12.
I don't remember.
Yeah. I don't-
Yeah, but no.
But I wasn't watching, if that helped.
I wasn't watching either. I closed my eyes.
We have decided that Jonas, for me specifically at least, Jonas
It's-
cannot look when I roll.
No.
When I'm the player, when he's the DM, because I have this. That's why you need a DM screen, you freak. Not for anyone else,
to
not for
protect you
you,
all.
but for us at the table, for the players, because your energy is too much and our dice get scared.
More of a reason to not have one.
I hate that. We have a rule now that Jonas cannot look when I roll
No.
because he ruins all of my rolls with his god powers.
That's what I do. It is my purpose here on Earth.
I hate it. I hate that purpose. Is there anything contradicting what you already have?
Yes.
What is it that you have? I can't remember.
You
I don't
have
remember.
plus
What were
6
you,
to hit.
What were you looking for? But yes, what were you saying?
You have a plus 6 to hit, but on what you created on D&D Beyond
Right.
was...
But you had that when you were not fully in tune with it. You
So
came
do
back
I
as a
add-
different
Do
creature.
I add 6 on top of that stuff?
What is that stuff that I had? I forgot what I put on.
Single-handed is plus 8.
Oh, yes.
and two-handed is a +12 because if I pick up just a regular warhammer, it's a +10.
Oh, then no, you keep
stats.
that. I couldn't remember what I did for.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if you were looking for stats for the weapon. Give me that back, loser. You don't need any of that crap. Give it back to
Now
me.
the damage roll is
give it back.
different because this is, wow, 1d8 +5 for single-handed, and then 1d10 +5 for two-handed.
Well, then yeah, give me that back. I couldn't remember what you needed. I thought you told me you needed something.
Yeah, because it says, and I will quote what you wrote
Please.
down. I will quote it.
I can't get on D&D Beyond and do that stuff with all the other stuff I have going on right now, so I didn't even look on D&D Beyond. I
The
forgot I gave you
only way to
something.
properly wield this weapon is by meditating and giving yourself to the will of the maker, therefore unlocking more features of the weapon.
That's what it was. There were
As
more
you grow
features.
to understand yourself and those around you, the features of this weapon will attune to you. Patience is the key to unlocking the ultimate abilities and taming this weapon. If you force the weapon to work for you by dominance, it will not work in your favor. I'd say being remade into a heavenly being and trained in the heavens has pretty much summed all that up way
Yeah.
more than it than
Well, when I made that for you, it was like, what, session 10 or something?
yeah, whenever I was, going through a religious
A religious conversion? Yeah. So,
I like that explanation.
so it's been a hot minute. So if you will screenshot that and send that to me so that I remember in my rat brain, because I do so much that I forgot that that's what you needed and not normal stuff, because I forgot I already did that for you.
boom.
And it's hard to keep up between doing stuff for you on D&D Beyond and writing stuff down for you, Jonas.
Paper freak.
Because I forget if
Yeah.
I've written stuff down for you or if I've put it in D&D Beyond, because I haven't looked on D&D Beyond.
There you
in a
go.
hot
You
minute.
have it now.
Thank you. Anyway. So you are floating in the air. Are you looking around for something, or are you just entertaining
He's
yourself?
floating there with the van bracers
Oh, yes.
and
you
everything
kinda-
in his hands, just.
Aymer looks up and at the morning noon-ish sun. Are you having trouble up there?
This is more difficult than I thought it would be.
Well, I would imagine that trying to bless a non-god god, his things, to help you as a follower of the Maker might be a little sacrilegious in a way.
They were created by a created God, which means that all the ways that you create are still granted by the Maker.
Fair?
So technically, everything created is still the Maker's for him to do with.
Fair?
So really, it's not by me blessing it, it's by whenever he decides that my blessings can overtake.
Yeah, that's very above my pay grade. So, good luck. He just points a thumb up to you, turns around, goes over to you, Brok. Are you awake yet?
Yep, he stretches, kind of looks over. Well, that checks. as he sees Tyrall floating up in the air.
And Aymer walking away.
Yep, that's what I expected to wake up to.
Hello.
Good morning.
How did you sleep?
I slept well. No visitors, which is always a plus.
That is nice. Yes. Guess we better get going. There's no sign of a Dunamancy wizard or the Circle of Odin. So, keep going
Yes.
north now?
We are on the border, so yes, north now.
I know we don't really have a trajectory, but have you all seen any signs of openings to the Underdark? I haven't seen any.
Not that
Not
I've
yet.
seen. I'm usually pretty good at cavern diving, but it's been pretty
No,
normal
but
land.
I have a sneaking suspicion that where we're ending up may or may not be near an opening.
Might be. Could be. Well, all we can do is keep going.
And eat.
And food. They both look expectantly towards you.
He'll Brr.
Do you make the feast, or what do? You just make the
What do I even still have?
bland food?
What do I even still have equipped as spells?
Yes, you do still have that, right?
You can still do that, can't you?
Yes, I can.
Brok is a different boy now.
I am.
And he's so much preciouser. I
I've
didn't think he could
grown
get
in-
more
in
precious.
so many ways.
I didn't think he could get more precious, but he did.
Ooh, I've only prepared Hero's Feast.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. We are heroes, are we not?
And
At
we
least
do
trying
like
to be.
feast.
Oh, there you go. You have your whole feast. And there goes
Plate.
a level 6 spell slot.
I wonder when Patrick will change that. Because that's the issue. He keeps doing it. Because he has nothing left because he forgets to get rid of that one and pick something else up.
Yep.
And Tyrall always gets upset because Patrick's upset. And it's so funny to me every time.
You
I was in the middle of going through my spell list whenever you brought me back into the role play. And because I was like, I should change some stuff up. And I didn't get that far.
Oh my god, I have tears in my eyes.
But yeah, Brok fixes a plate
Yep.
and uses utensils,
And
and
Aymer
it's
shows
very
you.
it's very
Yeah.
proper.
If you do a little slightly something wrong, Aymer's like, well, and just kind of corrects you a little bit.
Yeah, I noticed that some places they had like 2 different forks on this side, and there were spoons and knives and.
Yes, there's different forks, different spoons, different knives for very specific things that you may be eating. Steak knives, butter knives, soup
Doing
spoons,
level 6 spell slot.
regular spoons.
Ooh. Sorry, Maker. Well, you know, in my youth, I was a bit handsy. I believe I still have a lot of the silverware that I plundered from, well, anywhere that we went.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You probably do. Hindsight is 2020.
But hey, we have utensils to take with us.
And shirts, and I'm sure other things that you still hold. What is in your bag?
I think we got rid of those important things, seeing as they were from Odin.
Oh, I'm sure those probably burned off of us at some point. Don't you have something that Arminius made for you as well? Ooh.
Yes, I have the game that he made me. Yes,
Right.
I've definitely have been hanging on to that one.
Can I see that?
Of course.
I have no idea if it's going to work, but Arminius has magical abilities, right?
And then he did put his magic into that.
Right.
That is an
So
understatement, yes.
if yeah. So if I can detect magic on this, that means that he's at least not dead, right?
That's true.
Oh, yes.
And if it's still there, then hopefully he might mean he's still alive. Because I mean, if he's dead, then his
Or
magic
he
would be gone.
unenchanted it for something else.
May have unenchanted it. I don't know, but we can try.
Yes, give it a shot, please.
So yeah, he will start casting a spell that it will take a while to do and make sure, and you know how that stuff goes. But
Well,
you all,
yes, I need time to eat.
yes, can continue eating and get ready to pack up and leave while he's doing that.
Yeah, Tyrall just takes some quick bites of food. He doesn't eat a lot. And then he will just kind of...
He's sustained on the word of God.
Yeah, pretty much. And he will just kind of like go out, 200-300 yards in front just to check everything out. Also look over into Drokar for impending doom.
Of any sort, really.
Yep.
Of the Nico kind, of the Odin kind, of
The Hella
kind.
Of the Drow kind,
Yeah.
the Tiefling kind.
Of any kind, really, that like to come after Tyrall.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
How many people have I made mad?
Yes.
there's
Yes.
there's Indigo North, like the continent, and I would say, yeah,
Yes.
of the population of Indigo North, maybe not some of the floating states. I say some because you are from one. That houses all of the Circle of Odin. So
This one.
yeah, the rest of them maybe.
It's okay. I will purge that island eventually.
So maybe not those, but yes, majority.
Man, I haven't even been to any of these over
I
here.
know, we haven't even gotten over there. But I mean, we've tried, but there's really not been much reason other than high cost reasons for other places.
Mm-hmm.
I would say as we start to clean up, you magic away the food, I guess.
It disappears after an hour.
So then I would say, just as you're eating, Brok, I'm sure you're still kind of grazing. It goes, it's just gone.
That's all right. I overstuffed myself again. Haven't quite broken that habit.
And Aymer had it, the little pocket watch thing that was made for you on the table, and it just falls and hits the ground, and he's like, well, I suppose I found exactly what I need to know. Anyway, so, as far as I can tell, he says as he picks it up and gives it back to you, it's still infused with some kind of magic. It's just
Ooh.
not a lot of magic.
I never read the second portion of Hero's Feast.
Yes.
A creature that partakes of the feast gains several benefits.
Oh,
They
I
do.
like benefits.
The creature is cured of all diseases and poison, becomes immune to poison and being frightened,
Interesting.
and makes all wisdom saving throws with advantage. Its hit point maximum is also increased by 2d10,
Oh my gosh.
and it
That's a
gains
lot
the
of
same number of
D10.
hit points. These benefits last for 24 hours.
Wowzers.
Yes, they do.
So, Hero's Feast. You should probably keep.
That's why it's still prepared. That's why it's a 6th level spell.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, it has some kind of magic on it still. It's very faint. It's not like it's completely gone, which is a good thing, I think. But it could also be my magic. I know apparently things are going on upstairs, but
That's yes.
well, that could just be Arminius's magic. I've not really
his
detected anything else.
From what I saw, I mean, his magic looked different than, well, your two's.
Well, I don't think he's inherently a
And-
magical being so much as he is just dabbling in the aftermath of magic, if you catch my drift. With Segan, he's,
Yes.
you know,
Yes, he dabbles.
so.
We'll continue on, but could you what did you call it before? Scrying.
Oh.
Could you try that
maybe.
later on?
On Arminius? The person... On who?
Oh, I was thinking Tanya.
Oh, well, I could try. The person has to be willing, or they have to not know that I'm doing it. But I could try later.
Yes, yes.
But I could try if you'd like for me to.
I would like to just know how she's doing.
Yeah, I'm sure she's very busy right now with all the goings on. But yes, at some point when I'm able to, yes, I can do that for you.
Thank you.
But otherwise, if there's
Yes, we do need to be moving on.
quickly, very quickly, we just have a country that's falling apart.
Yes, and one to the left of us that doesn't like us.
Yes. And also a friend that will hopefully be arriving soon.
The sooner we can get rid of these flowers, the better.
But it is the fourth day in about the afternoon. What's the consensus? Do we think he's all right?
It's going to take at least another day to get anything back, if it comes back.
Right.
So after 2 days, we will begin worried.
All right.
So tomorrow night.
All right.
All right.
All right. One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
I'd like to stop losing people if that's at all possible. I don't like losing as many people as we already have, especially innocent ones that unfortunately have become a victim of our circumstances. I'd feel really bad about the one with Nico.
Yes, he's a good lad. He doesn't deserve any ill wills.
No, he
Or
also doesn't
mistreatment.
deserve to be trapped back in a tower.
It wasn't his fault that he was born a time wizard.
No, it wasn't. But it's also not a life to live.
So, as we're walking and Aymer does his grand gestures, let's just, for the future planning ideas, what are your hopes and dreams with these time wizards? I mean, I'm assuming you're going to do something about the Circle of Odin,
Oh, yes.
ushering in a new
Erase them.
faith. I would.
Wipe them from existence. Convert them. Deprogramming. The likes.
Right. So, in that would mean a grand shift in a lot of things, which would mean what?
Releasing the wizards.
Releasing them.
Well, let's be honest here. They would be offered to come into the fold. Those that came into the fold would have jobs at the different temples, the different churches.
So they would still be overseen, just not
They would
so
still be overseen.
withheld in a tower.
Yes, they would have a lot more freedom than they have now, but their actions would still be overseen by the local clergy and myself. Any of those that decide, no, I'm going to go do my own thing because I've been trapped here and nobody else is going to have authority over me,
Which I'm sure some of them are.
that
Luckily, Nico's just a very gentle soul.
unfortunately is where the instructions are unclear. I believe the instructions were, and this is not me saying it, but I will deal with it. And the I not being me.
The I being capitalized, italicized, and underlined.
Yes.
Right. Ooh.
In which the quick vision I got is them using their magic for ill will and backfires.
Oh. Right.
So really their only option is to come into the fold.
Well, I suppose if they're time and space wizards, they would want to know about the overall being that made them in such a way. So hopefully some of them, most of them, understand what
Yes.
you're offering, which is a certain measure of freedom.
More freedom than they have now, but still.
Yeah, can you imagine being able to bend time and space
I can't, actually. I cannot.
as natural as it is just to breathe?
I'm just learning about hair, so that's way beyond me.
Now, we call them wizards, but they are just sorcerers, because it's just a natural ability of theirs.
They are more attuned to sorcerers than they are wizards.
That's wild.
Some wizards can learn some of their tricks,
Right.
but usually after a while it...
But they're more like
cuckoo.
they're more like sorcerers and druids. The Dunamancies are, because they just know it
They-
by nature,
Yes.
which is crazy. Couldn't be me. Anyway.
But we'll give it till tomorrow night before we decide on an option to do.
Right. Works for me.
Sounds like a plan.
And also, if you see anything coming from that direction, please let me know.
Yeah, Aymer and Brok both look to the flat land off to the west of Drokar.
All right, duly noted.
Well, I do believe that if I hear the thudding of footsteps, I will be running the opposite direction.
The thudding of footsteps would be coming from in front, behind, or to the right of us.
In front, behind. Oh, well, so are we expecting the drow to pop up from underground, or are you waiting for an invitation from Hela?
Either.
Oh, yeah, I think on either one of those, I will be skedaddling.
Yes. Fair enough. Fair enough. You're not the one that has angered a goddess.
And I don't want to be the one dealing with it.
No.
I'm good. I saw what Tyr looked like twice. I think I'm good.
Yes.
But
I'll assist.
No.
No, I believe in this kind of situation, it is what Aymer and I are here for, to be your mediator.
No, because in the event
Spit.
of a force popping up under the influence of Hela or the Circle, it will be brief and catastrophic.
Oh.
We'll see. Spending time with you has been
You will get him
catastrophic.
out.
Do you? And he just gestures to himself and then gestures to Brok. Physically, I don't think I'm able to.
All right, we'll make a deal. If it's the Circle, you both leave. If it's tieflings and drows, you do what you want. If it's Hela, you leave.
No.
Oh.
We're a team. We will face these things together. I will not let the Circle take you again.
Well, then I cannot guarantee any of your all's safety with the Circle or Hela.
Could you before?
Well, I mean, I did
No.
tell you all to run and you did. Which proceeded for you all to be safe.
Well, to be fair, at the time, you were not as magically inclined as you are now.
No, what I'm talking about now is me dealing with them. It would either be them or me that accidentally kills you.
It would be hard to fight them. I mean, 6 of them, very powerfully magically inclined individuals, which you are not magically inclined really at all, and I am
No.
whimsically magically inclined, so I don't think funny jokes are going to do much to the armor that they wear. I really don't know how I would handle the situation.
It is something for you all to think about. As I said, there is still things that you all have not seen.
I can understand.
Some things I would rather you all not see.
I can understand Brok not wanting to go, though. Did traumatize us the first time you were gone.
That is true, but in this instance, I would not be going anywhere.
No. It would be hard to leave, though, even at a safe distance. But I suppose if we had
Yes.
to... I mean, because if they do what they do, we will absolutely die. Tyrall could still survive. If Tyrall does what he might possibly be able to do, we will certainly die, but he will survive.
Yes.
I don't really want to be in the blast radius of whatever you can do that is tenfold compared to what you did as a cleric of Odin.
So then we will agree that in any fighting, if I say run, you both run.
I will have a dimension door ready, and we will step in the dimension door, and I will keep the dimension door open, and we will watch at a safe distance. And if the explosion starts to get too large, I will close the dimension door.
Yes.
Sound like a plan?
Fine. Yes, that sounds fine.
Yes. All right. Now also, as I said, eyes and ears out. If space and time erupt in front of you, just don't do anything stupid.
No, there's no promises there.
No, that's not for you. That's for Nico.
Oh, that's fair. So, as we continue to travel, it is a pretty basic travel. There's nothing really, again, that impedes us at all. There's no sort of difficult terrain or anything. The drizzling comes here and there as we get more north, and as it starts to get dark, maybe around evening time, the sun is setting. Brok, you start to feel from the left and more towards where Tyrall told us to keep our eyes and ears out for. You feel a presence, and it feels like it comes from like your peripheral vision, but when you look, there's nothing there. And so you chalk it up to just being tired from traveling so much. I mean, we are traveling on our feet a lot.
Slight paranoia.
But as we're traveling along and it starts to get darker, you feel like you see it again. And it feels like it has the same shadow presence as like you have seen it in your peripheral vision when the sun was still setting and out. But now the moon is up and it still feels like it has the same density of shadow as before.
Yeah.
And it feels like it comes with a little bit more of noise, like a brushing of air, a soft whisper, but you don't know what it is or like what sound it's making. You can't make out, but you still feel that presence even as the hours passed and it left. It came back, still as intense as before, and it doesn't seem to bother Aymer or Tyrall at all as they carry on conversation about who knows what, anything really. His choice of white on white, I'm sure.
Tyrall, Aymer,
Yes.
something's here.
Something as in the normal something?
It's a presence. I can feel it. A shadowy figure. But when I go to look, it's not there. It's been going off and on all day, in fact. Before, I thought I was just tired, probably a bit paranoid, given the circumstances. But it's persistent. And it's coming off. I'll point towards. To the left.
Tyrall, have you felt anything?
I have not.
I've not felt or heard anything.
Which makes me believe it's not something for us.
Oh.
So we're going to have a new walking arrangement. Aymer in the front, Brok in the middle, and I will walk behind.
Line
Alright.
order.
Yes.
Parallel to the border. All right.
Yes. And if things get overwhelming, let me know.
All right.
I'll keep you all updated. During the last visit, there was an underlying noise. I can't explain it, but there was just noise with it.
Weird. All right. I will
Um,
try to. And his ears go whoop and point even straighter up. Keep an ear out.
And as we continue the walk, Brok puts a hand on both Viamus daggers, just ready.
And as we continue to walk, it is all quiet on the Western Front. Everything is, for us, very relaxed.
A nice
Aymer
little
and
stroll.
Tyrall are very. The breeze is nice and everything is very soothing. But Brok, you can't shake. There's nothing that you feel or feel like you see like you did before, but you can't shake this underlying like dread, like your stomach is upset,
like
churning,
I'm being watched.
yeah, uncomfortable, and you think they feel the same way, Aymer and Tyrall. But you can tell just from how Aymer is walking that he doesn't really feel or share the same unease that you do. But that's just a consistent lingering feeling to you at the moment. And I would say further into the night, I mean, I'm sure you all press on a little bit more because it's probably 8.
Mm-hmm.
There's what you see, Brok, way off in the distance, not to the west, but way off in the distance. I mean, 50 yards it feels more away, way off. Just red eyes. They don't blink. There's no shadow adhered to them. It is just that. And you, obviously, that lingering dread and unease you'd been feeling doesn't heighten or anything. It's just something way off in the distance.
Definitely tense up. But, I'll take first watch tonight, if that's all right.
If you want to, Brok.
I do. I don't feel like I will be able to sleep for a while.
If that's what you'd like to do. I'm sure we can find some tree cover to at least prevent us from getting too rained on if it rains during the night. Keep this chilling wind off of us.
This winter attire that we acquired is working quite nicely.
It does feel a lot better. But, yep. So we stop once we find a good outcropping of trees, at least. Maybe a little bit further away from the border.
Huddle up underneath. Something to huddle up underneath.
Yeah. Make a small little fire just to keep anything lingering out there away. Huddle up around the fire. And at least Aymer will go to sleep and try to rest for the night.
Tyrall acts like he's in a trance.
Right.
And Brok sits in a position that, he can survey, but it is very focused on a singular point.
Which they're not there anymore. It was like, as soon as I'm sure you were looking and you were keeping contact with them, and it looked like they were staring right at you specifically, but of course they didn't have pupils or anything defining of them.
Yeah,
it was just
red.
Yeah. And I'm sure when you glanced away to look at Aymer or Tyrall or whoever was speaking and you looked back, they were gone. So, and you haven't seen anything else, but that lingering unease is still attached to you.
Oh, yes.
So, but over the night, there's nothing that bothers you. I would say probably about the time when you start to, because I'm sure the early start you all had, the walking the whole time. I mean, I'm sure you took short rests here and there, but the full speed ahead.
It starts to catch you.
Yeah, and then the stress, you're starting to kind of daze in and out, and your vision starts to blur as you, start to unconsciously fall asleep.
Yes.
There, in Tyrall, you would feel it too. There's like a rumbling sort of to the ground. Not anything major until it starts to shake more. And it seems like it's just in your area. And there's you wouldn't feel it. You would feel it. A magic essence to the air. And it starts to get thicker until this crashing sound explodes right in front of the outcropping.
Whoa.
And it's a mixture of I say electricity, but it's in the form of lightning-ish, just from the crackling of the power, and then a flash of light. That's, a pretty grand flash of light, yeah. And then it goes dark.
Tyrall is up and over there.
Aymer, I'm sure, woke up midway through the ground, shaking, confused, and then the heightening of magical essence definitely pulled him.
Did you all feel that? Tyrall, what's
Tyrall
going
just
on?
Breezes right past you.
Yeah, and it's probably about 15 yards away or something like that. So, you're able to get there real fast. And as you start to come upon it, you see a glowing essence from something small beside what looks to be like a body. And as you zoom in closer, you can tell it's an open book that has pages ruffling through it as if there's wind going through the pages, but there's not really that much wind to be able to create the rustling of these book pages. And then it just snaps shut, and as you finally come up to the body, you can tell it's Nico. Breathing heavily, looks disheveled, unconscious.
Just scoop up, turn, go to Aymer, lay down.
Oh,
Nico.
oh, well, he's alive.
Yes, he's alive. Not well.
No.
So, if you could.
And there are some like singe marks because he looks different. Like what he's wearing looks different than what he usually wears. It's usually very, I want to say peasanty, but like homely, like a white linen shirt that's a little bit too big for him. Some
Comfy.
suspenders. Yeah, he just looks comfy. But this looks like he's wearing wizard robes, like what you would know would be his wizard robes from being in the tower. And he's wearing that, but it looks like it's singed on like the arm ends and around the legs and everything, and it's super ornate. It's a very nice velvet, mixture of purples and blues, maybe some pinks, highlights of silver. I mean, it's a beautiful robe, and it's not closed, it's open. It looked like he put it on in a rush. And when you pick his book up, you're able to pick it up, but you're a godly being, so it doesn't hurt you, but you can tell it like shocks up your arm a little bit. Yeah.
It's trying to tell me to get off.
Yeah. But yeah, so he's laying there unconscious, and his glasses are askew, his hair's mused and messy, and it looks like he has some sort of ash on his face or something. You can't tell if it's like a burn mark from whatever magic he was casting or whatever, but he doesn't look to be overly harmed in any way. But that is where we will take our break, because it is now 3 o'clock. But I don't have time to play video games.
Yep.
Too busy doing this and other stuff for this.
But you know what we do have time for? Passed out Dunamancy wizards.
That's true. Who was just laying in front of Aymer, and Aymer's trying to heal, but he looks fine. He's just unconscious.
He's probably exhausted.
Yeah.
So he's all right.
Oh, I mean, he looks all right, but
Was
obviously,
all of that from him? The ground, the bolts of lightning?
I mean, he does spend time in space.
Most of that would be from him.
I don't know. I always expected it to be, cleaner, like a little.
Well, it depends on what he was doing in the time that he could do it.
And I've never seen him in these before.
No, that's an imperfect casted spell. That was a rush job.
Yeah.
But you don't. I mean, these look very scholarly. You don't think he was in the tower and.
I don't think so. He doesn't look to have any other signs of being in the wizard tower. As far as I'm aware, I don't really know what goes on in the wizard tower.
I wasn't assigned there.
But as far as I'm aware, they have them semi-bound. He wouldn't even be able to cast spells in there. That's the issue. They have, like, as far as I'm aware, just because it's so close to where I live, they have, like, bracelets and stuff and necklaces that they wear to prevent them from doing magic. Unless specifically told otherwise, because just because they're in a tower, if they can still cast their magic...
Doesn't really
do much.
No.
Defeats the whole point.
No.
Right. So...
But yes, let's... And Brok will go over and, like, lay out a blanket, roll up one of his other shirts, his junky shirts, to, make a little pillow. Let's lay him down over here.
By the fire. These are just the robes, I'm sure, that he was given once he graduated or made it into the tower or something like that. These are definitely wizard robes, though.
These are the robes of the Dunamancy wizards, but I'm more interested in getting him to wake up.
And I'm more worried about what's to follow. If he wasn't in the tower and he miscasted a spell, which I don't think Nico would do, considering how old he is
No.
and how much training he's had. He
If-
must have done this quick.
If he
And-
rushed to get here, something was threatening him.
And we all know what that something is.
More than likely.
Yes.
And if he casted a spell, that means that they know that he casted it.
And they also know where he came.
Probably.
Yes.
You would know better than I.
No,
Or
they-
us.
They know where he came.
Wonderful.
Should we stay here then?
Well, I
we
mean,
could travel on for a while.
we would have to carry him.
That wouldn't be an issue for our big friend.
Whoop.
Have you gotten sleep?
A little, but if Nico's in danger, that's the top priority then. I'll be fine.
All right.
I'll be fine.
All right. And so he goes about stamping out the little fire that was
Packing up stuff.
lit for us. He goes over and tries to make the grass area where he exploded onto at least a little bit more
Presentable.
presentable, less obvious. It's not going to do much, but he's hoping that it might help a
It
little.
will, yeah.
And within quick succession, we are traveling northward with an unconscious Nico.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah, in the middle of the night. I would say it was probably only about 3-4 hours that we
That
had
we
stopped.
actually stopped.
Yeah,
Right at a shift change.
yeah.
And yeah, as we go, Brok will keep kind of like looking back.
Yeah, we are moving quickly and quietly, like thieves in the night. Trying to keep low heads, but also go quickly. And it's as we're going that, Brok, you feel that unease. It's a little bit more heightened, but it is still separated from the tension
From
and
the-
stress you have
Yeah.
about being followed by the circle. This is like, it is a distinct line between the unease and dread you've been feeling in the pit of your stomach the whole time versus the heightened stress that you currently feel. But you can feel those two, and as we're going, and I would think that we're keeping a pretty solid pace. We're not just meandering. We're
Yeah.
No, yeah, we'd be
going
looking
at a slight jog, I would think, fast walking.
Yes, yes.
You keep feeling this sense of somebody watching you, and it's like here and there you hear whispers, and you can't tell, but they feel louder than they were before, and you can't tell exactly what it's saying. It is a completely different language than you've ever heard before, or even heard like Tyrall speaking or Aymer speaking. It's not a language you have heard in your years on Indigo North, whether before as a Lazarmid or
Yeah.
now as a human.
As we are going and I'm feeling and hearing those, you all would hear Brok as we're going. He's like, "Shut up. Go away."
I don't have anything for that.
Aymer doesn't say anything, he just keeps going. And they seem to go away, disappear with the wind. But it's like as we're traveling an hour in, they just they creep
creep
up
back.
onto your back, like on your neck.
Ooh.
You feel them, the whispers, and they get more incessant. I mean, they're very calm and I wouldn't say proud. What's the word I'm looking for? Confident. They are a
Yeah.
very measured tone, but they're just quicker, more bold, I guess. But you still can't understand. And it's like as you blink, you kind of feel like you're blinking in and out of vision, in and out of fantasy. Like you can tell that when you blink, you see red eyes that are like right here, and you know they're not real, like you're hallucinating almost.
Yeah.
You know they're not there, and then you blink, but they're gone, and you're back, and it feels like your vision is kind of blurring and tilting because you're trying to keep up, but it's just really hard because there's a lot going on. But will you still keep going?
Stop.
Oh,
And
what is it?
go
Brok?
over, kind of put my head on a tree. Oh, I need a moment.
Are you all right?
No, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's him.
And as you're speaking, again, the whispers, and they kind of coalesce into, because it sounds like multiple people, but obviously it's the same insistent voice, and it just kind of coalesces to a "you're mine," and it's quiet. Almost too quiet, like an unnerving. You can hear everything.
Yeah,
and like
when it goes
crisp
like
definition.
that, I come off the tree and frantically start looking around.
And Aymer has his hands up, like he's trying to diffuse any situation, and looks around, but I mean, he doesn't see anything.
It was that presence again. It was closer, and I couldn't understand it. It was a language I have never heard. But then at the end, it was definitely him.
Oh, well, what timing this lord has.
Eventually, we're going to have to figure out what it is and how to deal with it.
If we can.
Oh, well. Yeah, if we can.
Are you all right to keep going, or do we need to stop? I mean, we've been going for about an hour or so.
No, let's keep going.
All right.
I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
All right. And he just kind of ushers you in front of him.
And
you all keep going.
We don't go straight back into the sprint.
Yeah.
We kind of like Brok will be kind of just trotting and
Aymer will
like
keep
looking
up with
back,
you,
but you kind of pushing on him. After a little bit, he'll start to kind of catch his breath a bit and then pick up the pace.
Yeah, and you don't have any other instances like that as we're going about. And I would say we go until the sky starts to turn a little bit of that lighter blue.
Yeah.
Or that darker light gray blue where, the sun's about to come up. And that's when Nico starts kind of coming to. He's not fully aware of where he is or what's going on, but he does start to stir at least a little bit as he's waking up.
Nico?
And he, squints. His eyes start to open. He adjusts his glasses because they're still askew, I'm sure. Where am... And he looks at you. Am I dead?
No, you are not.
Oh, bless the maker, he's awake.
Oh, and he grabs at his waist and his midsection like he's in pain. And you put me down.
Stand him up.
And he kind of topples a little bit, and Aymer's like, well, look at that. He's alive. Oh.
He's been alive the whole time. Aymer.
Yes, but he's alive. Alive.
Awake?
Yes, he's not fried, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yes. Nico.
And he's using you as cause he's about your height. He might be a little bit shorter, maybe in between you and Aymer a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a pretty short guy. And he's leaning on Tyrall as he's a tree or something, holding his stomach. Oh, where are we?
We are in the upper northwest corner of Lofesk.
Is that where I landed? Ow.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You landed right in front of us.
Oh.
Here, have some water.
Thank you. And he takes a drink. So, at least I was successful in finding you guys. So, Oh, did that holly font that you sent me ever come back to you? Ow.
The one that...
The second one. Oh.
Did it come back to me?
No.
No, it didn't.
Oh, I must have fried him. Ow. So...
Here, sit.
Okay, all right.
Yep, I'll help him down.
And he winces and grunts and ouchies as he sits down. So, I'm sure you can imagine that being supervised as I was.
Yes, they came to collect.
Yeah, so fast. And I remember you being scary, but those guys are so, they're so scary. And so fast. And so quick. And so tall. I know that they were watching me to make sure I stayed in, line or whatever, but I didn't know they'd fall on me so fast. And I don't know where Arminius is. I can't find him. I can't. He's not, sent any word or letter or anything. There's nothing. I can't, and...
Arminius is very capable. He is the Vinnick for a reason.
Yeah, but you don't understand. This isn't like him. I've known him for a while, and he doesn't go this silent without telling me, so that I can have something to tell people when they come looking. And he's gone, and I'm by myself. It's not like him.
No, but the Hollyphants can't find him either.
Oh, that's great. That's just lovely, isn't it? So...
Which is why you are here with us. Because, Nico, if anybody asks, that is not the circle. I am the one in charge. I am the one looking over you.
All right.
But with that, anything that happens and you feel the need to use your magic, that's up to you. I'm not going to tell you when to or not to.
What do you... What, and he looks completely confused by that statement. What do you mean? It's up to me. It's never been up to me.
What that means is we are in uncharted territory. The Circle of Odin is after us. We are trying to find our way into the Underdark, and we are trying to get rid of these flowers. At this point, whatever you have to do to survive and prevail is what you do.
And it looks like his brain short circuits.
I know how that feels.
I've never been given that directive before. Who are you? Sorry. I know that...
Yes,
I know that these guys travel with random people here and there, and I know they change party members and friends, and...
Yes, there was definitely some change.
And as you're talking and trying to explain it, he's still frazzled, but he's like, where's Brok? What's going on?
Hello, Nico. It is a pleasure to see you again. And I pull out the game.
Pocket watch.
Oh, no, look at, did you, how?
It's quite the story, which you are not prepared for. No, you need to rest and reach into bag, pull out a small ration that I have left.
Oh, thank you.
Here, yes.
You look,
I know.
You're like me. You're not
It's
the lizard
incredible.
man anymore.
Yes, it's...
You're like me. Oh, you guys are weird. You're so weird.
Welcome to the club.
Oh, and he's shaking, and he's like, oh, my book. Where did you grab it? And he takes it, and he just falls backwards onto the ground.
Nico not even realizing that somebody else was holding his book.
No, he's too busy. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. He was basically just told, hey, do whatever you want to.
Yeah,
and
there's a
it's
lot
like,
happening.
What? You know what I am, right?
What is that?
yeah. Who are you? What do you mean you were Brok before?
What do you mean you're Brok now?
And Aymer is off like a yard or two, just kind of looking around, surveying while you all are making sure his ears are twitching in different directions.
Yes. Eat, catch your breath, rest for a bit, and then I'll see the starting pre-dawn.
Yeah.
Actually, it might be best if we all rest for a bit.
I mean, I don't know exactly what you're doing, but they're gonna come at any point, and I mean, I would think that we would need sleep as much as we can get it.
Yes. So we are all going to sleep, and just poof poof into little Hollyphants. These will keep watch.
Okay.
And they will alert us to anything.
And he points off to Aymer, who's still standing in the distance.
Aymer, it's all right. Come over.
And Aymer's ear twitches back. I think I'll stay up a little bit longer. I've gone plenty of nights without sleep. Somebody watching and alerting will be a lot better than these. He looks back at the ugly little Hollyphants. At least some louder help might be nice.
And Tyrall will walk over to Aymer. If you think I'm going to let you stay up by yourself, that's not going to happen.
Oh, not by myself. Oh, it's because you'll... Right. I just want to make sure nothing happens. If you want to stay up with me, that's fine, but I mean, I'm not alone. You'll... And he looks back again at the Hollyphants. Messengers are watching me just as much as anyone else, and if they're messengers for the Maker, you know, they'll let you know. And you can check my person. And he, like, turns around in a circle. I don't have anything on me. And there's really no one to buy anything from here. We're in the middle of nowhere.
All right, just know one of these Hollyphants is specifically for you. Because if you're not going to sleep, I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know if you're going to daze off and, I don't know, walk off the side of a cliff that you just so happen to find.
I understand.
Or
I got
if
some
you're just
rest.
going to pass out and fall onto your face.
I got some rest last night, so I'm not too bad off. I'll be all right.
All right.
But you are the strongest one here, and you probably, if they are coming, need your rest.
Yell if you hear a Hollyphant yell.
Oh, I will. I will probably do so by reaction. So.
And don't wait until everything's too close if you can help.
I will try.
All right. Good night, Aymer.
Rest well.
Brok is like bundling up Nico, like he got him a pillow, he's putting the blanket on him, and this is a very special blanket. It'll keep you extra safe.
Not to be weird. How old are you now? How old are you in general? Did you get older? Do you have the same age? I don't know how this works.
Yes, I am the same as one could be. We've been traveling for quite a while. Yes, I'd be 22 at this point.
Oh, so we're about the same age. I'm 21, so we're about the same age. Oh, you're not gonna do that to me, are you? You know, kill me and then make me different.
Oh, I've been telling him about what all
Oh.
happened.
No, he had a violent reaction to drinking my blood that caused this to happen.
You're right. I shouldn't have asked. I
Yes.
shouldn't have asked.
But yes,
And he just cuddles up into the blankets a little more.
you're in good hands.
Okay. All right.
Relax.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Relax. Right. Okay.
And Brok will kind of sit by him and start stroking his hair. Shut up. Settle down. Put
the
your
song.
head to the ground.
And he does, I mean, quickly, like a
No,
baby.
he's used the forget me stick.
Yep. Yep. But yeah. He will go to sleep pretty quickly. Just depends on whenever you all go to sleep. Aymer is still up, and he's kind of more like pacing back and forth. Whenever you guys would like to go to sleep.
Brok
Oh,
stays...
Tyrall's in a trance instantly.
Well,
Yeah.
I figured.
Brok stays up for a bit, waiting just to make sure that Nico's good. He sees that Tyrall goes under. Thank you.
Oh, Aymer's a couple of yards away, so are you saying it loud enough for him to hear you, or are you going up to him? Because he's a couple of yards away. I mean, like, enough that if you all were talking to yourselves, he wouldn't be able to hear you.
Yeah. No, then that statement is retracted.
Okay.
And, Brok will just see him off a ways pacing, and then he'll snuggle next to Nico, kind of stare at where Aymer is for a little bit, and
Pass out. Yep. And it's 4 hours after your trance.
Mm-hmm.
And Aymer is still up and about, walking around, doing his... He's probably not pacing as much as he was, but he's still awake. No alerts. Nothing.
Tyrall will get up, have his Hollyphants come back, and report to him on anything going on throughout the night and what did Aymer do.
They said he walked around, looked like he was talking to himself for a little bit. Roll a d20 for me.
Just a straight roll?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I watched. It's just a habit to watch people roll.
Just for the fun of it. Jonas, don't look, and I want to see what you roll, Patrick.
10.
Well, maybe that's not your issue. Maybe it's just my issue. That's why my
That
dice
one was a
are
3.
my dice are protected on
2.
this side because I
It was a
have
5.
the
Yeah.
holy grace
There
of
we
the because like if I roll right now,
5 rolls later, I got an 18.
that's a 16.
I imagine it was.
Yeah. With the grace of the shield and you looking away, I have my powers back. But, yeah, they just say that he was talking to himself. They couldn't divide their attention too much. They were making sure he was okay, making sure there weren't other things coming, but he was fine. He was just talking to himself, but they didn't exactly know what was going on.
Tyrall marches right up to Aymer, and he just grabs his face
Oh,
and just looks in his eyes.
yeah, I'm sure his face is all squished up. He's like, what?
And he's just
And
staring at
the
him.
little slits of his eyes kind of go in and out as he takes you in. What?
You were muttering to yourself?
I do that a lot, yeah. Why? I mean, it shouldn't have been any recourse for you. I didn't think that was that weird. Do you think I'm talking to Hela or something? Odin?
I don't. You got 3 options whenever you're muttering to yourself.
Oh.
You're just muttering to yourself. You're talking to your sword, or you're trying to get a hold of Balder.
And 2 of those are really not that bad of an issue. Did you think I was high and that's why I was muttering to myself?
You know exactly that's what I'm worried about.
Well, you can tell very well I'm not high. And he pulls his arm sleeves up. No scratches. My pupils are fine. I'm having a coherent conversation with you right now. And he just, like, pries your hands off of him and pushes your hands away.
Fair enough, Aymer. Fair enough. Go get some rest. I'll give you 2 hours and then we'll get on the road.
All right. And he trots off to the little area that everybody else is sleeping, lays down. Takes him a little bit to go to sleep, but he does.
I will tell the Hollyphants to expand the search radius. Expand.
And they do. They go, about 20, 30 feet out and circle. Yep. But it's...
Tyrall just floats in the middle of them.
It's uneventful watch for you as the sun, I would say, because it was starting to rise, and then 4 hours, so that'd be, what, like 8 o'clock? No, probably like 9 or 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so by the time you and Nico wake up, probably 1 o'clock in the afternoon or so.
Ooh.
Because if you all went to bed, I mean, you all would have to... No, you didn't get any sleep. So, I mean, you would be... And Nico was pretty out of it. Aymer was probably awake before then, but Nico starts to wake up, and Brok, I'm sure you probably wake up about the same time, since you're near him. And he rubs at his eyes, and he looks at the bright sun. Oh... Sleeping on the ground sucks. How do you guys do this? He sits up.
It's not so bad. You should have seen where I used to sleep.
Oh, well.
You get used to it.
That I can imagine is different than the ground.
And Brok immediately looks around looking for Aymer.
Yeah, and Aymer's just packing stuff up, making sure we're ready to go.
Oh, did you get some sleep?
Some, enough. I'm well rested.
All right.
Just because I don't do drugs anymore doesn't mean I still need the same amount of rest as anyone else. It's just kind of my head, and at this point...
Yeah, we're all different. I just wanted to check.
But yeah, I'm fine. Did you get enough rest?
Any
what
nightmares?
Time is it? Well, I would say by the sun, he says, and then looks at his watch. About 1 o'clock.
1?
It's...
Why did you let me sleep so long?
Well, because you needed your rest. You didn't sleep at all last night.
It was more for Nico.
And Nico as well.
All right. Yes, let's get on the move. But yeah, no nightmares, no.
Good. Then let's go, and quickly.
How is my feeling?
Of what?
Of the pull that I have.
Oh yeah, you're getting closer.
Closer.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously when everybody says, let's go, you're like, and that way. Form a line. That way. Yeah, Nico stands up, gets his
Aymer,
robes all together.
Aymer, why don't you take front, Nico in front of me, Tyrall in the back?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'll tell you if you get off course.
Thank you. Sure you'll whip me from behind with your holy light, he says to himself as he gets in line. And Nico's wiping himself off some of the grass, actually clips up his wizard robes. And you see that he has like this weird strap that clips his book to his side. So that he doesn't have to actually carry it.
Oh, that's clever.
And he looks back as you all are forming your line and continuing to walk. The strap?
Yes. So frees up your hands.
Oh, yeah. That's just kind of what they give us in the tower. You know, gotta, you know.
Yes.
Semantics and components, and he has like a little satchel. It's very small, and he opens it, and it's like a nebula inside of it. It's like the size of like a small coin purse.
Yeah.
You know, components and all that, and when he opens it, it goes like there's like a magical dust that shoots out.
Nice.
But you know.
Oh, yes, I'm fascinated with what you all can do. You, Aymer, Tyrall.
Oh, you're not very...
I can't.
None of that.
No.
Oh.
I mean, the most I can do...
Oh! That's still pretty cool, though. I mean, considering...
Yes. How are both of you? And Corb will do a...
I imagine he does make small muttering sounds like that. You know, like Tom and Jerry.
Whenever he gets hit.
Yeah. Well, whether that's like actual magic or not, I mean, that's still pretty cool looking.
Yes, he's been very helpful. But yes, more importantly, how are you? Are you all right?
Well,
What
you know.
what happened that made you have
Oh,
to get here so
combust
quick?
on impact.
Yes.
That's a good question, Brok. So while I was running, because I had to run, because they
'Cause
tried to take me.
They were coming for you. Yes.
And I could have just gone. I could have, and I should have. Probably, I probably should have. But I didn't, because I have not been back in the tower in a long time, and I was kind of freaking out because I didn't want to go back. And if Arminius does come back and sees that I'm gone, he's not going to be very happy. So I ran. They knocked on the door. I saw them out the window, and I grabbed my stuff and I ran. Good. So,
I'm proud of you.
Proud? I'm a criminal. I'm on the run. They're gonna. If they find me, I'm not going back to the tower. They're going to kill me. Like immediately. Like if they show up right now, they're not even gonna take me prisoner. They're just gonna kill me. So, but being proud of me seems weird. Because I'm a criminal now. So.
But you chose for yourself.
Well, I guess that's. Yeah, I guess that's true.
You have a new life ahead of you.
On the run?
Yes. It's going to be hard. I had many a night where I went to bed hungry, cold.
I guess you would kind of understand me more than anyone else here, huh?
That's why the Maker chose me, I think.
If it makes you feel any better, Nico, if you would have chosen to go back to the tower, I was just going to destroy the tower.
I can elaborate.
Oh.
We were going over options of what we had with everything going on, and yes.
Aymer's like, you know that he always chooses the explosive one first.
One of the options was Tyrall would annihilate the tower, freeing all of the mages inside, all the wizards.
And he looks distraught by that. You don't want them just running around.
Yeah, keep the circle busy.
Yes, that's why I told him that one was strictly under extreme emergency circumstances.
I know some of those wizards in there, and they're not normal. They're not like me. Whether they've been in the tower for too long, or they hear too many whispers of space, they do not mean good things for the world as a whole. So, I'm glad that option is very far back on the burner, because we would die. We would all die so fast.
It's on the burner for now.
It's in a pot next to the burner.
On one that's not burning. Let's make sure we understand that very well, Aymer says as he's walking backward but talking to everybody.
Aymer, slightly to the left.
And he turns around, slightly to the left.
I can still hear you.
And his ear just twitches, goes down.
Do you want me to take front?
No, I don't want to be any closer to him.
All right.
I can still smite you from here.
I'll smite you from here.
Oh, Nico, there is some, I guess, good news.
I would love to hear it.
Then I pull out the pocket watch game. Yes, so Aymer did a check, and he was still able to feel some of Arminius's magic on it.
Well, I guess that is kind of good. And Nico looks unsettled. He was not the same the last couple of weeks. I don't know what got into him or what, bothered him so much, but he was agitated all the time, and I mean, like, he's agitated anyway, right? I mean, he's not the friendliest to be around. And Aymer's like, you can say that again. But he was agitated and irritable more so than normal.
Was it about his voices?
Voices?
Yes, it was during our last visit, after
And
someone got
eyes
him
turned to Tyrall.
after someone got him very agitated. I approached him, and it was like he was hearing someone that he needed to build something that he's been putting off.
I don't. It's
But-
not said anything like that
yeah.
to me before, and I've not felt anything in the forge other than him. I mean, I know that he. Well, and he pulls up the book from. I mean, it's still attached to the strap, but he pulls it up and he goes through a few pages, pulls out a piece of paper, and again, when he opens the book, it's like every page that he turns through has some weird element that pops out of it, whether it's a little bit of fire, some smoke, electricity shoots out of one page, and he like wafts it away. Water, like as he turns a page, it splashes onto you a little bit. So sorry.
That's all right.
And finally he closes it, and he sets it back down, and he unfolds this like old parchment paper. And he's like, I know that, oh wait, and he looks around, where's, anyway, I guess we'll talk about that later, there's a lot going on. After you all found this, and Aymer, like, immediately turns around, he's like, put it away, put it away. I am sure that if you look at it with your eyeballs, Arminius will just appear right in front of us. I am sure. From the ether, wherever he is, he will know. Put it away. And Nico's like, I mean, if he does, that kind of helps us, right? Anyway,
Yes, we know about that.
From what I gathered, after this incident that I know very little of, but know enough about, it was only a few hundred years after that, he kind of took me in, because he doesn't look like it, act like it, but he is very kind-hearted. And, I mean, obviously you kind of know with that.
Yes.
I could tell he was lonely. He was getting used to having somebody in the forge still. But I don't know anything about voices. I know that he was extremely agitated after you all left, but I mean, it seemed to simmer down a little bit after you all left, but it was like, I don't know, a few days, a few weeks after that it came and went like a wave. He would be super agitated and muttering to himself and talking to himself, which I guess could be those voices you're talking about. I don't really know, but he was not the same. He wasn't like that when he first took charge of me, and he hasn't been since I've known him, and that's been at least... I was young when he took charge of me. I was 16-something, 17. So he's not been like that since.
Yes, if he was in his right mind that day, I doubt he would have said anything about whatever the construction he needed to do.
He hasn't said anything, and he got increasingly aggressive. Not with me, just in general. And secluded himself more and was more distant and didn't want me in the same forge as him, depending on where he was at. and he disappeared more frequently, and then would come back, but then wouldn't stay for very long, and then he was gone again. That's not like him. And he seemed more paranoid. I don't know. It wasn't the Vinix Sombermark I know.
We'll find him.
And you know, I mean, I'm very worried. I mean, he's a lot. I know, but he's like a father to me, you know. And so like, I don't know. Just worried.
Nico, what about the other thing?
What other thing?
The thing that you started to freak out about and then suppressed?
I don't think I remember what you're talking about.
Where's Doot?
Well, as far as I remember, Doot was with me, but when I zapped myself here, I must have lost him.
Is that what you were worried about?
What, losing
As
Doot?
you looked around and said, "Oh, where is it, bub?" And then knocked off.
No. And he looks at Aymer. I was just wondering where Cyrus was.
Oh.
But
yes.
Because I don't think you all mentioned it last time you came, but he wasn't with you then either.
So, while I was dead, Cyrus became possessed by a demon that was called upon by his father. He turned on the group. One of the members that was with them at that time took care of it.
Yes. Was it the creepy guy?
Flint, yes, the one that was in the shadows of your forge.
Yeah, that guy.
Yes. He's in charge of the crime syndication now.
And that's help.
We killed Tenzin and put him in charge. The leader.
Is that the people who came for
Aymer, yes.
Oh.
They were the ones that showed up at the forge that day that
And so it's a good thing the creepy guy took over?
Yes.
Oh.
He's been helping us.
Well, that's great.
I know it doesn't seem like it.
No,
but
it doesn't. Not at all. But you guys are weird. Like I said, you kill your friends to make them better, so...
The crime syndication had connections to the flowers, and so now through that, we might have a potential remedy.
Oh, that would be that'd be awesome. Not to get back on the morbid subject, but do you think that maybe, Arminius, do you think he came in contact with some of the flowers and that's the reason why? I know very, very little because I don't do much outside of the forges, but from things I do hear just from passing people, that's kind of a rumor that you get a little, paranoid. And
it's a possibility. I won't deny that.
And he still has the Segan letter that Arminius wrote in his hands. Or do you think, Thor got him?
Thor's dead.
How? Wait.
Thor isn't dead.
Wait.
Because he was one of them that is still alive.
Wait.
But
yes.
I'm not telling him that.
So...
What?
The gods have...
And Aymer's like... Lovely. Way to go, Tyrall. Now we gotta explain that one to him as well. And Nico's like, whoa, explain what? What do you mean?
There's a usurper of gods. The Circle of Odin thinks they're following Odin, but Odin has been dead for a few centuries and has been replaced by this usurper. And he's recently made a move that has killed most of the gods and sent some of the other ones in hiding. And Tyrall pulls out the bracers and the belt and a helmet too?
And his eyes widen because he can tell how magical those boys are.
Yep. Yeah, the headpiece.
Yeah.
These are tears, who tried to murder me and was then struck down
by holy flame, I must add.
Yes, by holy
From
flame.
an archangel that came down from heaven in front of our eyes and exploded him in holy flame.
Yes. So there's a few
Yes.
gods that are left. Thor may or may not be one of them. The angels are having a hard time pinning down who's actually truly not dead. There's a lot going on, Nico.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow this group is at the middle of all of it.
Oh! And he steps back out of line. You all. No, I'm just trying to find my charge. I'm just trying to find the guy who's supposed to take care of me so I don't get, dead. By a religious zealot group that you're telling me is not run by Odin anymore. Oh, right.
Yes.
Oh,
Welcome to our burden.
Now, if you don't mind, we should really pick up the pace.
right. And he just gets back in line behind Aymer
And also, you should give me that letter.
and he looks super protective of this. Like, he holds it to his chest. He's like, why?
Yes, why?
To check it for any clues that Arminius may have put into it. I'm not going to destroy it. I'm not going to harm
but
it.
You know magic. Like, if you do something wrong, it could absolutely eviscerate this letter. I mean, I could do something too to see if it's, but I just...
That's why I'm not going to be the one to check it.
Well, who is?
Adonis will.
Who?
The soul inside of my hammer.
Oh, dear.
Just take the letter. And he just slaps it to your chest and puts his hands back where, as if he was holding the letter. I don't want any more explanations for today, please.
No, I'll save that one for later.
And Tyrall will just hold it up in front of him and be like, all right, Adonis, read this through my eyes and examine it.
What are you looking for?
A brief, is there anything magical or in the reading that would hint to what Arminius was doing? Like, did he leave little cookie breadcrumbs like Hansel and Gretel?
You just see a love-sick man, which I'm sure is very weird for you because you didn't read the letter, you just heard about it.
I just heard it.
So,
it was told to me.
Yeah. So no, there's nothing that you get except you can tell the absolute devotion he had for Segan. And that's pretty much the only thing you get. Even Adonis is like,
Yeah, it's a
that's
love
deep.
letter.
That's very deep.
Here you go, Nico. There's nothing other than what's written.
Thanks. And just holds it to his chest again. Oh.
Ooh, sorry.
I rub his back. It's going to be all right.
And he's like hunched in on himself, his shoulders forward. But yeah, other than that, we just keep on going.
Keep on trekking.
Take me to my church.
Yep.
Take me to my church. I need more martyr skulls. Take me to my church.
It's true.
I must add them to my shield because I've decided that's where I keep them since, my miniature has skulls on its shield.
Yep. We don't have a mini for... No.
We don't need it. It's fine.
Anyway, so...
Or you could use the bear with shark hands.
Yes, we have a bear with shark hands.
That is belovedly on me a little bit over towards Jonas's face. Towards Jonas's face.
Put
down. Over towards Jonas's face.
There you go. Oh,
Over towards Jonas's face that way.
No, yeah, there's
There we go.
yeah, there's such a delay.
On behalf of my sister who bought me minis for Christmas, that glorious creation was in the box. I don't know why or what kind of
Yeah.
creature that thing is, but it's a bear with shark hands.
And it's awesome.
It's the coolest thing ever. Now, it is painted on behalf of Patrick,
It's almost done.
but
Just a few more things.
It also had a guest appearance in, of all things, John Wick.
which is even better.
And we were all tripping balls.
Because when I got it, I said, I will never be able to use this. And then when I showed it to the guys, Jonas was like, I can find a way. And I said, Jonas, if there's anybody who could, you could. And he did. He
I
certainly
did.
found a way.
And,
Psychedelic trips.
anyways.
But, I forgot where I was at. Oh, as we're traveling, it's probably, because we started at 1, it's probably starting to get into the evening again, when we come upon a larger town. And it has a nice little sign out front that's just welcoming people. Doesn't have a name of a town or anything. But it is, lights are starting to come on because as we're getting northern, it gets a lot colder and the sun starts to set a lot quicker. And Nico doesn't look cold, by the way, as we're traveling. I mean, his robes are thick and heavy. They have nice lining to them. And it has a high collar, kind of like a high collar.
Nice.
So the wind's able to keep off of it. It folds down, but he can fold it up to keep the wind off of him. And as we get to this town, it looks to be, fairly normal. It's not overrun with sickness like the other ones have been that we've gone to. And as we get closer, Aymer is like, oh, thank goodness. At least it's not overrun with,
Soulless people.
the dead. So that's a nice.
It would be nice to find a bed to sleep in after being
Quick
out in the
stop.
wilderness for so long.
Quick stop, and then keep going
Yes.
tomorrow. Because
Yes.
we're pretty close to what you need, right?
We are very close.
What any kind of
The feeling has grown very strong.
not an ETA of any sort.
It doesn't work like that.
All right, great, cool.
Unless you want me to leave and go find it and then give you an ETA. Which I don't think is the best decision right now.
No, because if
No.
and he just looks over at Nico. And Nico's like, if the circle comes, you're gonna have to be the one to deal with them. So, you might as well stay with us. Unless you want to take the fancy wizard with you.
Do you like to fly?
Oh, don't.
No? No.
Okay. All right. Let's just go find an inn.
No Tyrall, no flying, no plane shifting, although I feel like, Nico, you would be more okay with that, but it was quite shocking to the rest of us.
They
Yeah,
don't
plane
like it
shift is-
whenever I just do things randomly.
No. I wouldn't think so. No. Let's find an inn. And he just scuttles off. Yeah, if you all want to make perception checks for me.
Ooh.
I want to say my perception is up +3, but I don't remember off the top of my hand. Perception. It's a +4. I got a total of 10.
Yeah, sounds about right.
16.
Yeah, I really don't like when you roll high and how frequently you've been doing that, because it feels like you're taking my power from me.
Well, that's because that is what I am doing.
Yeah, I rolled 7. I don't like you, Jonas.
Oh, sorry. Try it again.
No, that was actually an 18. It's proven.
We have tested the hypothesis.
It is a theory that
And
was
it
tested over and over again and
Yes.
has
Extremely scientific way.
great evidence towards the
There's-
fact
Close
that
your eyes always.
he just role plays like this from now on. As we're looking around, you can tell that this is a pretty small town, but well established for how small it is. And a lot of the people don't really seem to care if there's new people around. Not in a bad way. They just don't really recognize that they're travelers. Seems like they probably get a lot of travelers
Yeah.
or have seen travelers often enough to not really ask questions. And it's a mixture of, there's actually some tieflings here, very few drow. Maybe there's like one
It's a
family that
border
you've seen.
town.
It is a border town. But it's very mixed. There's like some dwarves. There might be some furbolgs, which we've not really seen at all.
Yeah.
But this is northern, and so it would make more sense to have those type of creatures in this area. So it's a pretty densely mixed community.
Nice.
With very homely houses, like chimneys, firelight in the windows. It's very stark to what we have seen recently with all the devastation. And as we're walking through, we can't seem to find an inn, but we hear something that is very unsettling. We hear, all of us pretty much hear just different rumors as people are walking through, and seems that they're not too shaken up about it, but also shocked that it's happened. We hear like a woman as she's kind of wrangling her kids. It's probably 6, 7, 8 o'clock, so a lot of people are finishing work and closing up their houses or shops or whatever, which aren't very many, but there might be like a bakery or something. And there's probably like moms gossiping while they have their kids. And we hear, "Did you hear what happened?" "Oh no, I was not paying attention. What did you hear?" And one of the moms is like, "Unfortunately, the Viscount, he's been assassinated." And, you know, it could be rumor, but, you know, word doesn't travel unless it means something. And the other mom's like, "Oh, but he was so good. And he really is gone." And the other mom is like, "That is what I heard. I just went into the most recent town that I could find and to gather supplies, and that is what I heard. That is what was going on. It was very big news." And as we keep walking, there's probably like another person having a conversation that's very similar, but obviously not the exact conversation. And you hear maybe a couple of men getting off of work, locking up or whatever, and one of them's like, "I heard that while they don't have somebody picked yet, that apparently who's supposed to be nominated is the Wilhelm, Arthur Wilhelm. That man, apparently he's, popular enough with the people that he's going to be taking over." And one of the other guys is like, "I heard he's a blowhard, so I don't think he should take it." And maybe there's like 3 or 4 of them, so maybe another one's like, "I don't know, he's done a lot of good for the surrounding areas that he's, affiliated with, so perhaps he might do a lot better than we think. And he has been around for a long time, and his family's been here for a long time, and he's been in politics for a long time." And Aymer just shrinks, his ears go back, and he looks like he just wants to disappear from the area. Because if they recognize him, they're gonna recognize him, and he does not want that. So.
Pop. Me Halifant. Is he dead?
Are you asking the Hollyphant?
I'm asking the Halifant. It's been in the heavens. Is he
It
dead?
has been. And the Hollyphant, it toots, out of its little snoot, but it's not. It's literally like a little toot sound. And it looks around, makes a little tooting sound, and then goes. Right up the tubing system. And Nico's looking around, trying to take in the conversation, and he looks the most confused, of course, because he's not been privy to any of this knowledge that we are. And he looks like he's gonna say something to Aymer, and clearly Aymer doesn't look like he wants to be talked to, even though we're still walking in the line. And so he leans back and he's like, Is that true?
Yes.
We've known about it.
You've known about it. You've known about it?
We've known
And
about
he
the
looks
plot.
physically ill when you say that. You knew? You know?
We notified every authority that we could to
Including
try to
Arminius.
assist.
Oh. So he's gone?
Did you not just see that thing in my hand, Nico?
I wasn't really paying attention. What was it? Was it one of your holly fonts?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Yes. No, that has confirmed that his soul is not on this plane.
Oh.
Yes, excuse me. And Brok will break forwards, drape over Aymer the blanket to help cover him up, and then just kind of walks with him.
And you can tell that he, like, his tail kind of comes around and he just grabs it and tries to hold on to it, trying to make it a little less obvious. And he's like, I understand that you want to sleep in a bed, but if we could just keep going, that would be a lot better.
Yes, this town seems well off. I don't see any infected, and the flowers have been a lot more minimal around here.
And as we continue to go, we hear just the same amount of rumors and things. Maybe people pass by and greet us, and when they do, Aymer, like, sucks in on himself pretty much. He, like, vacuum packs himself.
But I'll look back at Nico and Tyrall, and I'll stare into Tyrall and be like, yeah, we are going.
And as we continue to go through the town, like I said, we do hear the rumors, still different ones here and there. Most people seem, honestly, pretty okay with Arthur taking the Viscount. A lot of them seem more at ease with that than if there wasn't a Viscount going to be nominated or chosen. And so they seem more at peace knowing that somebody who's well established is at least going to
take charge
and lead them. And one-off rumors we hear that we don't know, obviously, because all of this is hearsay, but we hear that someone was seen in the area of the aftermath of the assassination. What people have heard anyway is that in the aftermath, in a very precise location, it seemed, was somebody from the Snapdragon syndicate, the cartel. And so most people are assuming
they were the ones
who took the hit. But nobody knows exactly how, at least in this area from what you're hearing, nobody knows exactly how he was assassinated. They just know that he is passed on. And that there's a big uproar in Artiarna at the moment. So.
Well, better have some answers. Shoot, I better have some answers whenever he gets here.
That's really funny. I don't know if you were looking at Patrick.
No.
But the immediate understanding of, oh crap, I'm Flint. Oh no. Flint better have some answers. Oh. Crap, I'm gonna have to snipe myself.
It's the perfect crime. I was looking for me the whole time.
It's even better that that's Patrick, literally.
It is Patrick.
But yeah. So we managed to get through the town. Again, people say hi, but most of them are just thinking we're passing through, which, I mean, we are.
Yes.
And
Brok will wave and say hi bye.
They're going home. They're not trying to greet people and be merry. They're just trying to go home.
Have a good night. Yes, we're all right. We're all right.
But
yeah, everybody's probably avoiding us because, Tyrall's here.
And you're obviously with some kind of fancy wizard that they have no idea what he is. Very sheepish looking guy going, hi, with a glowing book.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
And big 7-foot tall dude right behind him.
Yeah.
That's scary dog privilege. Right there.
Especially, it's even worse when they look holy. but they're as daunting as Tyrall is. That's the funny part. I think Tyrall is more scary now than he was when he had the large dark armor. There's just something more terrifying about him this go around.
It's like, wow, this seems like a very good man that would cut me open and
this looks
pull
like a
all my
very
guts
trustworthy man who would break my spine if I said the wrong thing.
out. I'm confused.
Yeah. But, yeah. So we skip out of town about, I would say maybe.
Oh my god, Brok is the most normal person here now.
Even over Nico. Nico looks normal, but his robes do not.
Yeah,
So if
Brock's the most normal looking person here.
Yes.
Brock is the most normal person here.
He is. He has no magic.
Wow.
He is a simple human.
Wow.
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 Yep, and Aymer is the only one with a tail. Meanwhile, we started out, the whole party had a tail, except for you.
Yep.
Weird
the
how things
turntables.
change. How the turntables. Yep. So we skip out of town about around 10 o'clock, pretty late at night, and get a few 100 yards away, and you can feel very significant pool. And if you had, just from the feeling, if you had an estimation, it would feel like maybe by morning if you kept going. I mean, or if you slept and did it, but...
We're not going to stop.
Actually, Aymer wouldn't say anything. And Nico's like,
What?
And he, like, frantically looks around and holds his book to his chest. You think they're near? Because I don't feel anything.
We're very close to the destination we're trying to reach.
Oh. Right.
We should be there by morning.
What? I didn't... There's so much happening. I don't even know if I want to ask. So where are we going?
A church.
Oh.
A very, very old church.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I can keep going, and he sets his book down again by his side, and Aymer keeps the blanket over him. He just doesn't want to be perceived by anybody at the moment. I can,
even though it's just us.
Yeah. I can keep going for a little bit longer, yeah?
Mm-hmm. That's what we're going to do, because
All right.
I'd rather be there and rest.
Okay.
Yes, we'll be fine, as Brok kind of yells it a bit back to you.
So, yeah, I would say... What time is it, 10 o'clock? I would say 4.5, close to 5 hours. And we start coming upon what looks like an old courtyard that has... it's fallen over, and of course, what's the word I'm looking for? Derelict, and, definitely forgotten. But there's, like, an iron set of fencing with, the flowers still are blooming pretty well, but they look overgrown. Vines are overgrown. There are trees near it and everything. But it's a pretty ruined, but still enough intact that you can tell it was a church at one point, unlike the ones that you were sacrificed at, that pretty much didn't have anything but a broken bench and a couple of rocks.
Yeah.
This is well enough established still that you can tell it was a church at one point. There are steps leading up to it, but there's, like, broken pieces off of it. The windows are probably caved in. Pieces are missing. It definitely looks rough and falling apart, but it still looks like a church. Mostly because of the surroundings. Like I said, the little courtyard area that was there. There's what looked to be a fountain on one side in the courtyard. Nice cobblestone walkway that's been torn up and overgrown, and it's still the same, like, white stone that the other one was. Vines are creeping up it. And as we get closer, Nico's like, oh, this is not... Oh, but you're... yeah, that makes sense.
Welcome to the Maker's house.
I can see that. And you make a religion check for me. Oh, Arcana check for me.
Ooh.
I said what I said.
Close your eyes.
Yeah. What'd you get?
A 7.
No, you just suck. Did I say Arcana?
You
You
did.
did.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know why I ask you all to roll. I should just give it to you. But it's funny when you don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like it because I have stuff I'd like to tell, but it is funny when you don't know.
That would have been nice, but okay.
And see, that's not on me.
No.
We're just bad rollers in
Yeah,
general.
I think that's just a curse Patrick has.
Yeah,
You took that
because Courtney
from me.
was a strong roller, and Jeremy isn't. He is too, but I will break him of that.
I know, I'm so sad. I was so excited to have a good roller part of the team again. But, you know, guess I'll just have to nerf everything as I always do with you all. Or buff him a lot when he starts to show signs of aging.
Well, now that we know that I can't look,
Maybe that'll help.
we can stave it off for a little longer.
I wish it had been me. Patrick. Yeah, I'm gonna edit that one later.
That's a good one.
There's sometimes I go home and I'm like, I'm editing that. And there's sometimes that I rewatch it myself and I'm like, that was hilarious. How did I not remember that?
But
Don't look at me. You're just a bad roller. You've always been a bad roller. I remember it was like session 3 and you all were rolling and I was like, you all have got to get better.
No, yeah.
We haven't.
You haven't.
We won't.
We
And in
haven't.
fact, Jonas infected everyone else at the table. Which is worse. That's the opposite. The antithesis, exactly, of
No.
what I said.
Remember how we say my rolls are only good if it doesn't matter?
Like when you got a nat 20 when you were trying to see what Aurelius was
Yeah,
ailed
smell
with.
his leprosy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second roll, whenever, everything doesn't matter, would have been a 19.
That checks. Yeah.
I will have mercy upon thee
Oh.
this
Whoa.
once.
And if you would have let me do religion, it would have been a 12 at least.
Yeah, no, because it's different. Because Nico is not of the same religion as you. And this is not a religion check. This would be Arcana. But I shall have mercy upon thee.
Mercy upon my soul.
Make her be praised.
Yeah. Because I don't have mercy upon thee very often, and you do roll bad all of the time when it matters.
Yeah.
But you can tell, because Aymer and Brok are still just going forward. He slows down a little bit, and he's just staring at the whole picture as we're walking up, because we can see the whole thing as we get closer, and he just kind of slows down. He doesn't slow to a stop, but he's definitely taking measured steps as he's walking. And he looks to be in awe. And you can tell just from his face that what you're seeing versus what he's seeing is not the same thing.
What gives you hesitancy, Nico?
Not hesitancy. It's just amazing. I've not seen anything like this before. And it looks like he's looking at things that aren't even there. Like, as he gets closer, you all are walking up slowly. Like, maybe if the church is more like a traditional church, very shotgun, there's, like, offshoots that he's looking at that aren't actually there, but there's, like, maybe some ruins at the bottom where something would have been there.
Nico, are you seeing it as it used to be?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Are you not? Oh, no, you're not.
I can only see it if I use some of my spells.
Yeah. It's just natural for me sometimes. Something has really strong, past magic. Man, does this have a lot of past magic. And not just, whatever magic you have now, maker-ish, another god, big god, not small god. The maker.
Big G.
Big G. Some remnants of, Odin, but mostly
Well,
Big G.
if you look at the ground, you will see those remnants.
There. And he just has to, rub his eyes for a second. Yeah, I see them now.
Yes, that is what happened to all of these places.
That's awful. Man, Odin really liked to ruin a lot of people's good time, didn't he?
Well, it wasn't him.
Well.
It was whoever replaced him.
Well, thank you. And he just walks and follows behind Brok and Aymer.
And then, does Brok and Aymer just go through the front door?
I'm sure.
Well,
unless you stop him.
Yeah,
I mean,
no. As we're walking up, I might
he probably pulled down the thing,
probably look back at you to be like, "We're good," like.
Can we go? Safe passage?
Wait a minute.
On
That...
Tyrall on parables.
Nope.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll just head straight in. Probably as we start to enter in, Brok will stop.
Yeah. Thankfully, there are trees that are lined the side of along the building parallel, and of course the roof is caved in the majority of the place. There might be like an overhang from where the older roof was that you can huddle under if it starts to rain or something, but mostly it's just moonlight that comes in.
Yeah, I don't want to trip on anything nor fall into a hole.
Yeah, that would suck. You can tell that as you walk in, there's a nice grand foyer, and there's stairs that go down on either side, and then you keep walking through, and it's hold on, don't tell me. It's I keep wanting to say synagogue, and that's not the word I'm looking for.
Starts with an S.
It does. Sanctuary.
There you go.
Yeah.
You walk into the sanctuary, and a lot of the white stone is still it's the flooring, it's the walls, it's the seating, everything like that. But most of the pews have been, of course, busted and ruined. There looks to be remnants of what looked to be a red rug liner in the center. A runner is what I'm looking for. But most of it's burnt up, decaying, has a lot of water damage.
Yeah.
There's vines crawling in on the walls inside. And though it's very ruined, it's still very, very beautiful. Especially now with the vines crawling in on everything. It smells musty, obviously the carpet is soiled.
Yes.
Or the rug is soiled and everything. But the tapestries and stuff are soiled, but the building itself with nature imbuing itself is still super pretty, especially in the moonlight.
Yeah. Well, you took the words out of Brok's mouth, because as we come into it, he goes, "Wow.
Yeah.
This is gorgeous. Beautiful."
Yeah, it's super pretty.
Look back, see Nico and the look of wonder on his face.
Yeah, because when he walks in, what does this sound like? Hold on. Hopefully this sounds like what I want it to. I want it to be... Sure, this is literally called Wizard Tower. Unfortunate for Nico, but it sounds great. But yeah, Nico walks in and he looks astonished. And he's like, "Oh, man." And he looks up all the way, there's something on the ceiling that you all can't see, that, the ceiling that's gone.
What do you see?
And you can tell if you look close enough. If you make an investigation check for me.
Ooh.
Other way for investigation. But I haven't used this dice.
Investigation.
A 21.
Hey, dirty 20.
I mean, this is semi-okay important, which I could have explained to you later, but yeah. It's still not nearly as important as the last roll. But anyway, you can tell, like, when he's looking up, because it's the moon shining directly in, his pupils don't dilate from the light.
Oh.
Like, his pupils stay the same size as if he were inside of a building.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't moonlight shining on him. He's like, this is amazing. Oh my goodness. And up at the front, there is, in the pulpit, there looked to be a podium, but of course it's destroyed. There's maybe some, like an altar of some sort, but what still stands in the back enough, of course some of it is still ruined, but it's this, you know, the old symbols of crosses that they used for crusades and stuff, you know, the sharper looking ones.
Yeah.
I had a picture, but I don't have it on me right now. It's that, just a cross, but of course it is mainly destroyed. And the tapestries are pulled down from beside it, but it's, again, still looks very pretty because part of the back wall that it is on is destroyed. There are vines wrapping inside around it and flowers, like winter flowers blooming around it. But Nico's like, oh, man. Wow. And he's just going along the walls and feeling along the stone. And he looks like he takes his hand off of certain parts. There's nothing there that you all would think that he wouldn't be okay to touch. It's just wall. Yeah. But he removes his hand from it and then goes back. And, like, clearly he's seeing things you all are not.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
The altar broke?
Yeah, I mean, anything that would... Huh?
Straight down the middle?
Yeah.
Very Narnia.
Yeah. And there, obviously, since it's stone, there are parts that have crumbled off and all of that. But you can tell the difference between time that has ruined the place because of weather or whatnot and, like, deliberate
sheer
ruin.
Brutality.
Yeah. So.
Make yourselves at home. Obviously, my home is your home. Nico, if you can manage to get sleep while you're wandering around in awe, then please do so. I will be staying up tonight.
And even though most of the roof and the side of the building is caved in, because the building is big enough and it's made of stone, when you do speak into the direction that has walls still, it does echo.
And Tyrall just goes up to the broken altar and he gets out a plethora of these candles and just like sticks them on the parts of the altar that aren't like, you know, caved in, but the parts that are still kind of up. He just goes around with his finger and lights them all. And he will place all of Tyr's stuff in the altar, and then he'll gather up some rubble and put it like on the back side and prop the, you know, the expanded new Tyrall edition up on it. And he'll just get down on the floor, the wings come out and encapsulate everything, and he doesn't move for until like, I don't know, hours.
Until 3 weeks from now.
Until
dang, I'm gonna have my stuff.
Until he wakes up and we're all gone. 1,700 years from now.
Yeah.
So you're rolling again to try to get your things to be attuned to you?
Yep.
Cool.
If it doesn't work this time, I'm gonna start shouting at angels.
Let me have this!
Or I'm gonna plane shift to heaven and be like,
bless these, God. And Amriel's just like, guess you're not good enough. As he does with his taunting ways. Guess you gotta go through your trials again,
that
buddy.
was so close. That was so close. It was on a 20 and then...
Yeah.
Is it on a 1?
I was watching.
No, it is
Sorry.
not.
What is it?
It's a natural 14. And I can't remember if I was adding things to this or not.
I mean, yeah, your religion.
Oh, well, then that's another 8 on top of that.
Nice.
That would be a 22.
There you go. I was going to let you roll with advantage anyway because you're in the midst of God.
That one was an 18.
There you go. You're in the midst of the makers.
So
I
like
mean,
almost, what was that, like 26?
Yeah. So yes, you will be able to attune to those finally.
Nice.
Watch out, people.
Um,
Circle of Odin, come at me now, bro.
but yeah, Aymer comes in and he pretty much goes to like pew in the corner just to sit down and take a minute.
And Brok follows. Sits by you. Arm around.
And he looks, I mean, like there are tears coming out of his eyes, but he doesn't look like he's processing the sadness. He just is, it's just happening. And he's staring kind of far off, just processing. I didn't think he would actually, die. I thought that was a what if sort of situation, that if it did happen, we would at least know about it beforehand. I didn't know that he would actually die.
Brok doesn't say anything. He just kind of takes Aymer's head, just pulls him into his chest, and then just starts kind of just running his fingers through your hair.
Yeah, and he just breaks down, crying, weeping. Meanwhile, Nico is still walking around, touching the walls, kind of talking to himself, not muttering necessarily, but just talking to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he obviously wouldn't hear it. He's too busy.
No.
I think you're too busy, but if you want to roll a perception check to see if you can hear him.
Yeah.
Just to see what he's saying.
Because, like, I'm doing something, but I'm not really doing something.
Right.
26.
You don't roll low anymore. What did you roll? What is your actual dice?
So that's a 19 on the die.
He took my power. That's what it is. He didn't.
He's an energy vampire.
You thief.
I told you.
You thieved my power. You evil being, you.
It's delicious.
I have been thieved.
And then, with my +6, and then with the Viamus daggers,
Yep.
I get that extra D4 on perception investigation.
Thieved from me.
I am a theft.
That's so rude. That's so rude. But yeah, you can hear him as he's walking along the walls and, feeling around on them. He's still looking up at everything. He's like, I could. I don't know what that would do, but I mean,
Nico.
kind of deserves it. I don't know. That's a pretty big deal. He did say I could do whatever I wanted, though.
Nico.
Yeah.
What can you do?
What? Oh, I was talking to myself. Yeah.
Yes.
Well.
And you were.
I mean. I forget. You can't see it either. I can see this thing as, clear as it was on the day that was perfect. It's amazing. I mean, it's like amazing. Like, not like how some things are really cool, but, like, wow, amazing.
Do you want, if you want, Nico can roll a insight check on Brok.
Okay. Oh, dang. I have a sheet here. You said an insight?
Yes.
22.
Yeah.
He's really smart. He has a +6 to his. Yeah. But he has very low on some things. His wisdom and intelligence are very high.
Yeah.
His charisma's like a -2, though.
So, like, as he's going on about, what he's seeing and, oh, yeah, that's right, you can't see it, he can see that Brok has just this elated expression on his face, and it's not because of what Brok is picturing of what Nico is saying. It's because of Nico.
Oh.
He is just mesmerized by what he can do.
Yeah.
Describe it.
Well. Oh.
If you
how?
can.
Yeah.
Not to put you on the spot.
I mean, I can. It's just how. How do you describe something that is, I mean, beyond words, really? Like, before I describe it, I mean, the thing is Tyrall said I could, do whatever I wanted, right? And
Yes.
I mean, not to. I can make it the way it is. Was, not is. Is to me right now, was to them, was to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can redo it. I can redo it all.
That's amazing.
And wouldn't you think that it should be? I mean, wow. I've been in a lot of churches with, Arminius' permission, of course, but I can. And those are nice and pretty and everything, but I mean the magnitude of the glory of this that you guys can't see, that isn't on Indigo North anymore. I feel like it deserves to be, and I can make it be again.
Then you should. If that is what you feel that you would like to do.
But and he looks towards Tyrall, who's still in his essence of trance and prayer up at the front. But I mean, he said I could do whatever I wanted, but this is big. If I do this, I mean,
Yes, there's a risk to it.
Big deal, and I haven't. I mean, any magic user is going to be able to feel that I changed something physically in the world and space. It'll be a big deal, and I don't know if he wants that to happen yet.
And this is where your new life begins. Because you have to decide. You can do it now, and it would be awesome. Or, if you want, you can retain this place. Come back later when this is all said and done. The choice is yours now.
Oh, well, that doesn't. Right. It's my choice. My choice. And he's like rubbing his thighs nervously, like his hands are sweating. My choice. Right.
I know. It's terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah. And he looks a weird mixture of like excited but queasy. Like the weight of decision and independence is hitting him right now for the first time. Right. My decision. It's terrifying. So scared. Okay. I'll be outside. If the place starts to shake, it's fine. It's fine. You won't get hurt. It's just, bending time and space. And if Tyrall wakes up and gets mad, just tell him I'm sorry.
I will do that.
Oh, okay.
Nico, breathe.
Yeah. Right. Breathe. Whew. Not quick breaths, short breaths.
Nice and slow. You got this.
Right. Okay.
Arminius would not have taken you in if he did not think you were capable.
Yeah. And as he starts to walk out, he stops at the door, the archway that's left still, and the clicking of his shoes, because he's wearing, nicer boots. I mean, he works inside most of the time, so he doesn't need anything else. He stops, and he turns around, and Aymer's pretty much fallen asleep at this point. He cried himself to sleep.
Yep. This whole time I've had him just here.
Yeah. And he turns around, and he looks at you, and he's like, I miss him a lot, I just hope he's okay. And then he just turns around and he walks out. Yep. And you stay in that trance for a long time. And you would, maybe an hour or two, start to feel the kind of shaking he's talking about. It's nothing as dramatic as he said it would be, but you do feel like the ground shaking.
Yeah.
And there's this weird essence in the air that you feel. It's like just after a storm, how you can, smell a different flavor of air. It feels fresher, but thicker. Not in the same way like humidity is thick, it just feels more natural.
Yeah.
And it seems that there's a wind, a more solid wind picking up. Nothing, hurricane level or anything, but it's definitely now windy in the area inside the ruined church. And you can start to see, it's not even like pieces pick up and go back into place. It's like a weird wave that kind of starts to travel through the building itself in this weird purple, but I say purple, it's more like a nebula purple, not the same wisteria purple that Aymer does. It's like a galactic purple blue mixture that's shimmery, and it's like it phases in and out, and it soon takes over the church, and you can tell the line between what was your current present versus what's your new present that was technically the past.
Yes.
And the torches, everything looks like it has always been. Torches are lit, they're in a place where you would have seen him take his hand off as he's walking. Windows have stained glass in them as they're coming back in to place. And there's a different warmth that flows as a wave from here, like in the front where it starts to... The feeling that you had before as he was doing it, the new fresh feeling of like the storm aftermath, is being replaced in a wave of warmth and welcome and home as it covers the whole church, and the ceiling is remade, and you can tell what he was staring at was a beautiful rendition painting of the heavens and angels, cherubs, that sort of Michelangelo inspired sort of artwork on the ceiling, like the Sistine Chapel sort of
sweet
painting, until it gets past Tyrall, who's still bent over the altar, that rebuilds underneath him and has like a covering, an awning to it, and then the cross behind gets remade, and the pulpit is remade. There are candelabras everywhere. There's a beautiful chandelier with candles and firelight, and it's all remade perfectly. Tapestries are unraveled, like, whereas everything else kind of comes to as if it was already there, and you're just kind of wiping it back to where it was. The tapestries themselves actually like unroll from the ceiling as if they were freshly put there.
Nice.
And it takes, I mean, it's an experience. It's like a 30, 45-minute experience just on the inside that you're experiencing. You have no idea what's going on the outside, but just on the inside, the experience is wild and renewing. I mean, it feels like you're having a vision or a hallucination of some sort because you're not used to experiencing this kind of magic. And Tyrall, that's about the time once you come out of your trance, you start to see the cross itself and the tapestries unfurl beside it as you open your eyes. And you get that same overwhelming feeling of warmth and home that you have felt before in the heavens, but now you're feeling it right now.
Tyrall will
And you
look
can
up
tell
and he'll just...
The
Oh.
altar that you were at is put back together. And you can
Where is
feel
he?
the shaking of the ground underneath still.
Don't worry.
No.
Nico
No.
has this under control.
No, he does not.
He does.
No. He has this under control.
Yes.
He doesn't have all the teleportation circles that are going to appear outside of here in about 10 minutes under control.
It was his choice.
Yes. But now I suggest we all run away. Or you all hide in the basement while I deal with what's about to show up.
And you can tell that Aymer is dead asleep. And now that it has been remade on the inside, the voices echo back and forth between you two. Because it's a pretty long sanctuary. So you're in the back, and he's up by the altar, so it just echoes like an empty Catholic church.
Yeah.
So here's what's going to happen, Brok. You're going to get Aymer. You're going to go downstairs. I'm going to go get Nico. I'm going to tell him to meet you downstairs. You're going to go through every room. You're going to toss everything, looking for any exits.
Okay.
And I'm going to go outside and deal with whatever shows up from the giant magical blast that just echoed through this continent.
All right.
Yeah.
And I'll gently...
Yeah, and Aymer's just dead weight. He is gone. He's had a long night. Yeah, like carry him on your hip like a baby.
Tyrall busts out the front doors.
And when you come out, you can tell, like, trees are just being reemerged from the ground. Flowers are coming too. He's not gotten rid of any of the vines because he liked those, so he's keeping those. But this is the first time you're seeing a Dunamancy wizard in the wild, and it's extraordinary. His book is open, but he's not holding it, and it's just flipping through pages back and forth, depending on what he's doing. His eyes are glazed over with, like, this nebula space thing. They're wide open. He's slightly floating, not super, just enough that, like, the tips of his toes are maybe touching the ground. His robes are flowing with the wind. He has that little pouch open, and just, he's not touching anything. He's touching space and time. And so he, like, doesn't reach his hand into the pouch. He just moves it, and there's components flying through the air. And as he does gestures, sometimes it, like, moves reality in front of him. So, like, in the same way that the waves of, like, heat you can tell off of the top of a car or something, it does that in front of him when he moves his hand. And it's like he's putting things into place, and he's whispering to himself, but it feels like it echoes throughout the space around you. And it looks incredible and daunting and terrifying, and you know full well why these guys are locked up.
Mm-hmm.
Because if this young guy, who's only been trained for a few years in a wizard tower, can do this, an experienced time and space wizard could level entire countries.
And we're going back to how you were before anything was developed.
Yeah. And as you're walking through, it's like stuff is growing from underneath you, but it's not affecting how you walk through the space. So like if something were to pop up in front of you, it doesn't hinder you at all until you're past it. Like as it builds the rocks underneath the cobblestone pathway underneath your feet, on the stairs underneath your feet, nothing hinders your movement. It's all building around you again. So,
Nice.
but yeah, it's all, and it's glorious. The church looks amazing.
Yeah, Tyrall's not paying any attention.
No, probably not. He's too scared.
Nope.
The fountain is coming back to life as if water, the water keeps coming out of it like it had when it was at its height. Flowers everywhere.
Tyrall just walks up to Nico, puts his hand on his shoulder.
And he's in a trance. He can't.
Tyrall walks in front of him, looks at the book opened.
Oh. Okay. As soon as you slap the book shut, it's like the components fall to the ground and they turn into normal, like maybe rocks or
Normal things.
yeah, normal. Maybe one turns into a butterfly and flies off. You know, they're normal earthly essence again. Whereas when they were in the air, they were magical. And the pouch closes, and he looks so disoriented. And he's like, what are you doing? Why would you, ow, why would you do that right in the middle of what I'm doing? You told me I could do whatever I wanted.
Yes,
Ow.
you can do whatever you want, but also you should probably go downstairs with the others because you're probably going to have to redo all of this very shortly.
Well, if you had let me finish. And it's like, as he's saying that, there's a rainbow that you're used to seeing, and there's one that pops up, and another one pops up, and he's like, oh, yeah, I didn't know it'd be that fast, though, but,
Basement, find the others.
But,
Now.
okay, all right.
And like right whenever he goes to turn around, Tyrall slams the hammer down and all the armor comes up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Excuse me while I change the music.
Oh, I do have one question.
Yes.
My pluses,
To...
con and strength,
Yes.
are those pluses to like the rolls or pluses to the total number?
To the total number.
Okay. So if it was like a 20, it's a 23?
Yeah.
Okay. I did enter those in right.
Nice.
But you notice when the rainbow goes down and dissipates, it's like 3 here and 3 here, so it's really only 6. But they thought that's all they'd need. And then they see you. And you can tell that they're not just the war priests. There's like a war priest in each sect of 3, but they're mostly paladins. Are you good enough? Are you a good enough? What do you sound like? You don't... That sounds pretty ouchy. You kind of have to fast forward it to make sure what kind of sound that makes.
Sounds kind
So,
of
I'm assuming you're going to want to kill these guys, yes?
Yes!
Okay.
They have invaded my new holy space.
Yep. I figured, I just thought I'd ask. They're not up here yet, are they?
Oh, look, the Circle of Odin shows up. I mean, there might be a slight speech in the beginning, a very small one that's basically like, hey, you can join me, or I'll slaughter you.
Here are your options. Convert or die.
Yeah.
I'm having mercy on you, but I won't if you don't make the right choice.
It's not painted, but the cathedral's back there.
Well, I mean, I'll use it. It's not like they can see it.
You can at least get the floor plan of it. If you want me to go get it.
Yeah?
Yeah, go get it.
Use your work, sir.
I'm only gonna get the floor plan of it, make it easier and faster.
Oh, absolutely. Wait, do we have any?
Look at this man.
Do we?
There should be one.
One?
The woman.
Oh. Well, I'll do him the grander honor of being Gandalf.
Ooh.
It's a little bit bigger on the bottom, but it's fine. Oops.
So at least be the fourth plan of the church.
Yeah, if you want to set the church up first. And
So that
then
way,
set the
whenever
guys up.
I can know when I'm destroying actual stuff.
Gandalf Stormcrow. Yeah, he's a big boy.
Yeah. Oh, you came off, sir. Your body.
Oh yeah, he's the one you can put on the.
Yeah.
horse.
Oh.
Okay, so then you would be here.
Yep.
You would be in there.
Boop.
Brok would be in here as well.
Brok.
We're gonna kill some circle of Odin
Tyrall
members.
is about to
Bum,
throw
bum, ba-dun,
down.
Gonna give him a little speech, then I'm gonna slaughter him. Ba-ba-dum,
Just thought that guy was cool.
ba-ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Gonna get to murder some Odin members. Ba-do-do, 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 ba-do-do. Gonna hit him with my holy hammer. Ba-do-do-do-do,
Ooh,
ba-do,
I
ba-do-do.
like this song.
Jonas said, when can I buy that?
You can find it on our Spotify.
I'm gonna drink their blood.
You can't
Eat their
really.
You
but
can't.
cool.
Well, how many of these guys you put out there? You said there was only 6.
1, 2. Oh, yes, my bad. Sorry. So that's. Sorry, I said 6, right?
I was about to change my song.
My bad. Yeah, you're right. My brain was thinking, like, yeah, no.
Oh, like 6 in each.
Yeah, I said 6. I meant 6 total, but my brain was still.
Patrick almost had a
like
little meltdown. Do.
Yeah,
said-
I'm gonna kill her. Oh no, I'm gonna run back to the maker.
Yeah.
Excuse me while I plane shift real quick and leave you all for dead. Excuse me and no.
Funny. He said, "Wow, I was really sold until I saw how many guys she kept pulling out, and then I said goodbye." Who really needs friends when you can just remain in heaven?
Yeah. Nico, the church is gorgeous. Amazing job. Bye.
Have fun taking care of it. Yeah, because I'm gone. Okay.
Yes.
So, Patrick, if you would like to, this needs to be hidden from you all. If you would like to roll initiative.
Roll initiative.
Initiative.
6.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, it's just me. You just siphon the power from me. Do you roll that well when you play it with anyone else?
No.
Yep, that's because you've
Yep.
siphoned my power.
Yep.
You-
I
you dice
generally-
rolling vampire?
There's somebody that it latches onto, like Mason. I would roll so well against Mason, but
funny.
and
That's
yeah,
really funny.
so it the aura just attacks certain people.
Patrick has been waiting for this fight since his religious conversion. In
Slaughter
session
them!
in session what? Before 17. It was like 15.
Yeah.
Slaughter them.
14.
Slaughter them.
So it's been like 10 sessions he's been waiting to kill these guys. At least some of them.
This is the type of situation I wanted to have Tyrall come back into.
We need to label them, please.
Oh, yes. Hand me thine labels. I will put them on them in the order that they will die.
Sorry for any spoilers about religious conversions and.
Well, clearly he doesn't look the same. I mean, it's like if you've been following it all or even looked at our thing, you'd be like, huh, what happened to this guy? It looks like a religious conversion.
But also, get over it.
Watch it.
Yeah. We
Now
worked,
you know.
we worked at a movie theater. Spoilers.
And also,
that became our life.
And also, it's like Brok is not the same. Like I
Brok
don't.
is
That's
not
a
the
spoiler
same.
in and of itself.
1v6. Let's go.
What? So I would say the odds are about even.
Always prefer a fair
The
fight.
last time I said that, I got dunked on with Cad Bane.
Yeah.
So I will never be saying that again. And honestly,
That
in
was
actuality, it would have been really easy for Cad Bane and a Jedi Hunter to absolutely take out those Imperials. But I rolled very low the entire time because Jonas siphoned my power from me.
I
Yeah,
did.
energy vampire.
It was Sundry's
It was
awful,
awesome.
very no good, bad day. It was really bad. Anyway, I need to roll for them. Well, lucky for you, they are caught off guard by what you look like because they rolled really bad for their initiative.
They showed up, they're like, all right, we're going to get a... Oh, crap.
Yeah.
It's that guy.
They have no idea who you are,
Yeah, no.
especially with what you look like.
Yeah,
You
and-
would recognize two of the two clerics there, though, the priests, because, I mean, you were raised with the priests. So you would recognize them. They would not recognize you.
No, especially since I'm fully clad in my golden armor. The
Yeah.
wings are out, 7 foot tall.
Well,
Got a giant shield
you
with
used
a...
to be more tan, and you had long blonde hair, not the white blonde. You look very different.
a giant tower shield with a actual skull pressed into it.
Yeah,
this
you-
giant hammer.
Yeah, you had scars on your face. You look very different.
Can't even see my face.
Nope.
Got the helm and the crown on. And I've got my new Van Bracers.
Which, man, that looks cool. I wish I had drawn that. Anyway. He's so cool.
They showed up for an easy task and are immediately like,
Well, they knew that trying to find a Dunamancy wizard would be rough, and trying to fight him would be rough. But Nico also has a very gentle personality. So they were like, yeah, this guy's like a mouse. We can squish him pretty easily. But they were expecting to show up and see the squishy little wizard boy, and that's not...
no. They showed up and Latin boss music started playing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this isn't a boss battle for me. This isn't a boss battle for them.
Yeah. So,
I will kill them.
Indeed.
I will kill them.
Light them up,
I will kill
Tyrall.
all of them. Look,
So-
even my attack dog's getting going.
that's really funny. You hear when they land in, they see you, and one of the priests step forward and is like, I don't know who you are, but there's someone that we need to take. So step aside, and we don't have to fight.
You dare set foot on holy ground for those under my protection.
As far as I'm aware, this is not holy ground that we recognize.
No, it's holy ground that you destroyed in the past that we have resurrected.
This is not holy land of Odin or the Allmother, so what other holy could it be? And he has all the same pompous as everybody from the circle.
You stand on the holy ground of the Maker, those who made your Allmother and Odin.
And it's like an eruption of laughter in a chorus from them when they hear you say that. And one of them in the back shouts, "Blasphemy, but all right."
No, you all have already killed me once for that.
And he squints and he's like, "Killed you once? I don't know what you're talking about. You don't look like a tiefling or a drow."
No, but only the two in the back would recognize me.
Do you recognize this man? And one of them's like, "Oh, not that I know of." I don't
Have
think
they
I-
already expunged my records
And the other
from
one,
whenever I served with you?
the other one steps out and he's like, "Tyrall? That's not you."
But it is.
No, you have, and you didn't. You were, no, you're,
Do you not remember me disintegrating into ash?
well, yeah, but you're not. No. And the one in front gestures for them to get back in line. This is ridiculous. If you're going to fight with us, then do so we can be done with this.
I do have to give you the obligation to repent, and if you do not, then your trek will end here.
Repent of what? Just for the fun of asking. Repent for what?
Repent from following a god that is not Odin, for going along with the lies of a usurper, and for going away from the true worship that was set up for Odin.
Well, I don't believe I will be going to any confessional today. Thank you. Now, as I said, get out of the way, or we will move you out of our way.
None of you will set one foot inside of this sanctuary.
We shall see about that. And they all get their weapons out and ready. So it is obviously your initiative.
Did I get the highest one?
Yeah, they
Oh
rolled
my
crap.
goodness.
I rolled as a collective because I'm not rolling 6 times. But the 2 in the back, you can hear that they're starting to do what they normally do. Pray so that they can call down their blowing up boy that you have experienced. They're not playing around. They want the Dunamancy Wizard, and either they'll kill him and the church that he's in, or, you know, if he survives it all, they'll just drag his crispened body out of there.
Yep. Which none of you all would be able to see unless you all are disregarding orders.
Which
and
probably, yeah. I mean, what do you
watching through the windows.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Of when the blinding bright flash happens and Tyrall goes from having gold armor to just being a blinding ball of light.
Oh.
As he activates the Maker's Crusader stand.
Oh, I can't imagine how that looks. Would you like to describe how that looks? Just the difference between the two?
So, as the Circle of Odin, as where they have to go into their chants, and that puts them into the trance, that they have to keep up, and, you know, their armor turns gold and the weapons turn black and they get the black raven wings. Tyrall does not have to go into a trance or chant, but whenever he activates it, the armor goes from that ethereal gold to just like, it almost looks like it's just solid white light on him. And the Vimus hammer doesn't change. It's just the gold glows brighter. And like even the stuff that he put on from Tyr, since it's now been blessed with Maker, changes to match the rest of the armor. And that is whenever he'll change just like those guys are. And he will put the hammer out. And he will, at the guy right in front, because I've always wanted to do this to somebody that's not my friend. We'll get a level 8 guiding bolt to the face.
Wow. Okay. Roll to hit for me.
Ooh, what is my plus to that? Yeah, that's what it is. There's a 21.
Wow. Hold on, let me. Just barely misses.
Oh, dang.
But if you would like to
roll for the guy behind him.
Yeah, that's what I was. Because that's still gonna hit somebody.
This one was lower.
Okay.
And then you want to roll for the guy in the very back?
Yeah, because they're in a line.
Yeah. Oof. That's a natural 19 and it's a +9.
Yeah. So that one will hit.
Yeah, buddy. So as from the point of his hammer, just this blinding white light just streaks out from it, goes like over the shoulder of the two guys in front, which this is better off hitting the guy in the back since it's one of the clerics. And he gets 36 points of damage to the face.
Holy crap, that's a lot of damage. They pretty much scatter, the ones in a line scatter out of formation, which you know is good, and just nail that poor cleric. Which is what color?
Yellow.
Tell me the colors. There's yellow,
There's
orange, red, pink, blue, and green. Okay, just so I know. Okay, so he gets 36 points of damage right to his face, which is a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Okay. And it does knock him out of his current Crusader's stance.
Mm-hmm.
Trance.
And that is all I can...
And it makes this crackling sound that we hear in the basement.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Nico flinches, and he's like, "Oh, I don't want to go up there. I don't want to. We kind of probably need to go up there, don't we?
We do, yes.
Because I got a lot of strong magic, and like I know that they'll probably kill me, but we gotta go up there, don't we?
It's time to take a stand.
Oh, all right."
And Aymer's just sound asleep.
He was really upset that I was doing that. Are you sure?
That's just Tyrall being Tyrall. He'll definitely be upset if we go and help.
And that's okay. Like you're not scared or worried
I'm
that he's gonna be
terrified.
upset with you, or
If he's upset with me, that's okay.
You're okay with that? Because that man, when he came out there, it was scary. I mean, it was the first time I ever made a decision by myself, and then he told me that I was doing it wrong and I shouldn't have been doing it, and...
You did great. Now shut up.
Okay.
And we're going to go up those stairs together.
Okay. And he looks at Aymer, and yeah, Aymer is...
Yeah,
It's one of those ones that he's like curled up and hibernating, basically.
Whenever I went down there, I looked around, found the nice, securest spot.
I'm sure that was like a cushion or something that you could set it like a prayer cushion that people get on their knees to pray on or whatever. And he's just good enough small to fit on there right there. Like a little dog, like a little puppy, a little chihuahua. And we're just gonna leave him here? I mean, he's pretty out of it.
He is. That's why I'll be staying closer to the door. So if I need to, I could run down and get him.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. And he just clops right up the stairs. All right. Fighting. Oh, with wizard, with my magic and space and time. No, I'm good. Okay. People are gonna die. Oh God. Okay, it's fine. He's talking himself up as he goes up the stairs and into the foyer.
And Nico, remember, you're not fighting for us. You're not fighting for you. You are fighting for Arminius.
Right. Okay, let's go.
Because I know that he loves you in his very special way.
Okay. And you can tell when you say that and it kind of sinks in. He's ready. He's got it. Okay. Let's go. And he just pushes the doors open, not with his hands, but with the magic. He's like, okay. Whew. And he just gestures and the book comes up. And he walks out and he just makes a gesture around his pouch and it opens up and these components start to fly out and he's like, oh boy. But before you all roll initiative, Tyrall, is that all you wanted to do?
That is all that I can do. I'm not moving from in front of the doors.
Okay. How far forward are you from the church then if you want to move yourself?
I am...
Because he...
About 20 feet from the doors.
Where Nico was originally when you went up to him was about where you are, but 5 feet in front of you. So you would have been where you are, because he was far enough outside of the church that he could see the courtyard and everything to be able to rebuild it all. You're guarding the door, but you're not at the door.
No, they just kind of appeared right there.
So then I will say the one in front, red.
Red.
'Cause he's a paladin. He's going to. So I don't have. I should have made a thing for them, but I didn't. Because who needs?
Nah, you're good.
Who needs monster sheets when you can just come up with whatever you want on the spot and make your job harder? Am I right?
Yeah. DM power.
Yeah, well, I might as well make it so much harder on yourself. So what are you? He is going to cast Staggering Smite on you.
Ooh.
So let's see. Because he's going to run up to you within 5 feet. Are you floating at all, dear sir?
Yes.
How high?
Only like a foot off the ground.
Okay, wonderful. Ooh. Okay. So he's going to. He has. And you can tell he's a paladin because he doesn't have blunt weapons. He has sharp weapons, and he has lance, like a spear-ish lance. And he goes up to strike you right in the side. Oh, buddy. I think if I'm making that correct about the weapon, yeah, so not 10 to hit.
No.
No, I did not think it did. Cool.
No. It just hits the shield.
Okay. The other one will come up and do the same thing.
The one on the other side?
Yeah. He has a sword, however. I know that does not look like a sword, but he does. He has a long sword, and he will try to stab you in the same way that one did. That is a 17 to hit you.
Nope.
Nice. Cool. So as they both, because it's kind of simultaneous, one goes up, and then while you're distracted from that one, he runs up, and you know their fight patterns well enough that you float up and back just a fraction enough that it goes, and they hit each other instead. So, yeah, that is their turn. Now, Brok, if you would like to roll initiative. I shall roll initiative for Nico. 16?
23.
Yep. So it'll be Tyrall. Would you get? Well, Tyrall will be first because Tyrall was in the battle first.
Yes.
So it'll be Tyrall. I need to write this down for myself. Brok, and then Nico before the Circle of Odin. So Brok, if you'd like to go next, then.
All right. So Brok runs out, staying close to the door, and he gets out there, and he kind of tosses the daggers up in the air, and then catches them by the blades, and
Cool.
and so I'll be throwing them at red.
Okay.
Okay, yes, that one. That is going to be 23.
Does hit? Yep.
Doing 10 damage. And then let me get the sneak attack in there because I have an ally.
Yep. And
that is 4d6.
Okay. So you can also add advantage or roll. Actually, what is sneak attack? Is that an extra d6? What is that?
It is a 4d6.
Okay, add another d6 into there.
Ooh.
Just because you also have surprise, and I know usually that's like advantage, but because you're hitting them already, you might as well just add an extra damage because he's not prepared for you to come out and throw some daggers at him.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that becomes 19.
Cool.
Extra more damage.
So a total of 29?
Yeah, 29
That's
total.
a lot of damage.
And then that was the first dagger.
Yep.
Second dagger.
Yep. So that one does not have this.
Oh.
You still have the, if you want to do the advantage for that one instead, since you're rolling again, because you're
Sure.
throwing them pretty much at the same time. It's
Yeah.
like, so the dagger is in flight as the other one hits him, so it would still be surprise enough that he couldn't get out of the way.
22.
That just hits.
Hey.
Meets it, beats it.
And then that one is 10.
Damage?
Yep, 10
Okay.
damage.
Okay.
And yeah, I can do. Yeah, we'll do that. Can I have Brok, please?
Oh, yeah. Lavender Brok. His little human Lavender Brok.
After he throws them, Brok stops in a kind of a defensive position, but as he stops, his image keeps going and it comes up and yeah, it can't do anything this turn, but it is
I
there
will
to
place
help.
him after your next turn. That's how we
Yes.
have it, is that he always goes after you so that we can remember.
Yeah, but he runs up to the one that I just impaled with my 2 daggers.
Yep, so the next time he will, on your turn, he will go after your turn. So now, is that all you can do, or are you doing anything else?
And that is Brok.
Okay, so now,
Nico.
yeah, Nico. Which I've never played a Dunamancy Wizard, so guess what? We're just going with it.
Yeah.
We're absolutely going with it, because to look up anything for a Dunamancy Wizard, since it's very homebrewed, I'm pretty sure Matt Mercer came up with it. To do any of that, it's not in D&D Beyond, and I
Yeah,
think to find it, I have to do a lot of stuff, so we're just going to make it up. This is my Dunamancy Wizards, okay?
Yes. Give in to your power.
Yeah, he comes out, and he sneaks beside you a little bit further.
Further up.
Yeah. Like, pretty much right behind your wing, so that you can't see him unless you turn around, but enough that he's not hidden by you, just enough to be not exactly in your line of sight.
Yeah. Just obscured.
Yeah.
Because I didn't notice the 2 daggers ram into the guy.
Yeah, I'm sure you did, but I'm sure he thinks that you're probably like, well, Brok is crazy enough to do what I told him not to do, but not Nico. Not me. But obviously you immediately feel the surge of his space and time magic. As I said, it has that smell of fresh earth after a storm, and you can hear him muttering a little bit, some incantations and different semantics as he pulls some weird materials and components out of his little pouch, and the pages in his book turns, and the same thing happens. He's glazed over, his eyes glaze over with this nebula, and he reaches out his hand, and a swirl of the components fly at the guy, and like halfway through, you both would see this because it's going towards the same men that you're fighting. It will go to the guy in the back, Green.
Green?
Fly past the other guys. It'll, as it's flying at them, turn into daggers and pierce the guy in the back. Yeah. Wow.
Nice.
18, 19, 22. Yeah, that just hits. Dang! Good job, buddy. And
Yeah. Nico.
you are correct when you heard that. That is 3 dice. 13. Okay, so that's green, I said, right?
Yep,
So-
Correct.
Green.
Cool.
The
cool,
other
cool.
cleric.
Yeah, he saw that guy doing magic, and he was like, yeah, we're gonna get that guy first. And as you see it, when it pierces the guy with the daggers, it kind of looks like a cloud of daggers, but when it hits him, it goes into him, and starts to like melt into his skin like this nebula color, hitting the armor and kind of tearing apart the armor and receding it away. And so like this part of his chest is exposed from the armor, which you know is wild. It's like it does this weird circular pattern, like there's some sort of nebula on him, and sucks the armor away. So it's just skin that's exposed.
Dude.
And it does it the same thing in the side here, and it eats away at that part of the armor, and it does it on the helmet. So there are patches of skin being shown. So that will do extra, yeah, okay. So that will be Nico's turn. So that would mean that it is now there. One of
These
their
4
turns.
guys.
Yes. Okay. So we'll do Orange. He's next. So he's going to come up behind. Actually, he's going to run past. How far away is Brok?
Real Brok?
Yes, real Brok.
30.
Perfect. Move that boy up there to Brok. And he's quick. As quick as Tyrall used to be. I'm sure this is a weird essence to see old Tyrall, because they're clad in the same, very similar armor.
Yes.
And then seeing new Tyrall. And he has 2 swords, so he's going to swing at you, Brok. Yeah, this one. Oh, wow, I'm rolling so bad for them. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to hit.
That does not hit.
It's wild, so we'll do... Well, that one, now it's a lot better. 23 to hit.
And that hits.
Lord have mercy, finally. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 piercing damage. My brain could not say the word piercing. And he does the same thing on you, the staggering smite. So it pierces your body and your mind. So, yes, thank you. So when he goes to stab you with the first blade, it does not work. He comes around and gets you in the side instead. And when it hits you, it feels like it hits you, and then it hits you like gravity hits you a second time. So, and when it does, your mind starts to kind of get fuzzy. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
9.
That's not enough. So you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Ooh.
And that ends on your next turn, like after your next turn. And on top of that, you have, well, I already did that, so we'll do this. 9, 10 points of psychic damage. So add that to what you just got. Okay, so then the one on the other side, blue, he's going to go up and as close as he can get to Nico.
Ooh, jeez.
Goodness gracious. And he has a spear, so he is going to, because clearly that one has a spear and he has to have a spear now.
I pianted it.
I know, it's really cool. He's going to try to hit Nico. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, not good enough. Okay, so then the 2 in the back are going to move up. Just directly behind. It's still in front of you. Yeah,
But
in formation. Yeah, like that. Perfect. Okay. And you recognize what they're doing, even if you're still in the heat of combat with the other 2, that they're starting to do this in unison prayer, and lightning kind of is starting to gather around them specifically. You can tell that they are gathering momentum for a shocking grasp, but a larger area of effect, not just on them. Like they could, you know that they usually touch the ground to shock in like a 5-10 foot radius. Yeah.
Sweet.
Shocking Grasp still works if you're grasping certain things. I bet if you did Shocking Grasp on water.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah.
bad.
But no,
Bad.
that is Tyrall's turn.
Tyrall.
Trying to get more fluid with combat. I've learned that from Jonas.
Oh, do I end it now and risk my boys?
That is totally up to you because you know that they are in battle currently. I literally can't see the battle map at all except for Aymer. Like, that's all I can see is Aymer going. You freaking twink. I love him
so
so much.
awesome.
Next campaign, next arc is going to be so weird without these guys.
It is. I don't
know how
wanna
I'm-
think about it.
I don't know how I'm
No.
going to make NPCs as iconic as the ones I've made in this one. You got a lot of big decisions to make.
I'm gonna have to talk this one through with you, Courtney.
With me?
Because I want to grab my boys.
Okay.
And
They're not in the same spot, so it might be a little difficult.
I got a long reach. If I move back, I'm in between both of them within 5 feet.
Okay.
And
If it's within 5 feet, sure.
yep, fly up into the air.
Usually I would say no, but since it's technically in combat, that does make sense.
Yeah.
So 5 feet works.
Drop them, and then come back down to the ground with my Bifrost.
So you want to go up how far?
It'd only be like 20 feet, and then one blast of my wings come down and into the middle
So
of these
before
guys.
they hit the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's a.
Yeah, because you can hit the ground before they do.
Yeah.
And you're wanting to
Yes.
not have them hit by it. Okay.
That's awesome.
You're going to need to push yourself a little bit more and get them 30 feet in the air.
Ooh.
And I may lose my action until next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be suspended in the air.
It would have to be your flight up first,
One
30
turn.
feet as your action, and then next turn
Come down.
drop them and come down. And you're going to take some damage for hitting the ground.
That's fine.
Because the speed at which you're flying
Yeah, because I'm
down,
gonna have to fly down.
you're going to have to fly down faster than, like, gravity affects falling from 30 feet. So, which with, like, the normal human body, which you and Nico are pretty well matched in weight and height, would be pretty even for them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So, step back. The hammer and shield disappear. Grab them.
I would say that the two that were there in front of you would get an opportunity of attack on you
That's fine.
from moving away.
If they can hit me.
That's fair. That was a nat 20. So here's the thing. You might want to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
So one of them
Get him.
hits a nat 20 on you.
All right.
And he's doing the same thing. He's doing that staggering smite. So he does hit you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Ooh, my wisdom. What is my wisdom?
12, 13, 14, 15.
I got a 19 on the wisdom saving throw.
Good job. So you pass. 15, 21 points of damage still.
That's not bad.
So you are still hit, but it does not prevent you from doing the action that you were doing. It is more pushing you back a little bit further. The other one, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 to hit?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically the one who hits you first, which is red, when he hits you first, it pushes you back out of the range of the other one, so he misses. And it pushes you back to be able to be where you need to be.
My boys are now pretty much like so, but 30 feet in the air.
Yep.
What are you? Whoa!
And he goes like, ah, 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 ah.
There's not enough time for y'all to run away for what happens next.
What happens?
Nico.
What happens next?
You're going to love this.
Am I?
No.
I don't think so.
But it's amazing.
I don't think think so. Oh, I've never been this high. I didn't know I had a fear of heights until now.
You're all above the church.
Yeah.
Very much above the church.
Yeah. So, Brok, you're welcome to try something if you'd like. Your daggers are still all the way down there.
They are.
As you are soaring up, and up, further and further, as they start to turn into small little spaces,
Yes.
small little marks. You will have disadvantage from this high up, though, depending on what you do. You don't really have magic, so you can't do much. Although you could technically recall yourself to your daggers, but I'm sure that's not what you want to do right now.
No, in fact, I'm going to recall them to me.
You can do that, yeah.
Because I don't want to be in the way of what Tyrall is planning, and I definitely know what he's planning.
And Nico does not, and he's spazzing.
So,
Poor Nico.
yes, I
Poor Nico.
actually... Ooh, I think I'd be able to do that all in one turn. But we'll see what happens. So, first, I'm going to pull the daggers to me. And then I'm going to throw one to try and make it land on top of the church.
Okay, roll. Let's roll a d20. Because I don't think that's necessarily
Interesting.
sleight of hand or anything. I think that's, or athletics, really. I think that's just seeing if you get lucky. What'd you roll?
With the disadvantage, 6.
I don't know if you'd have disadvantage on the church, because it is a very large...
Because it
Roof.
was a disadvantage on attack
Oh, yes,
rolls
yes,
and on
yes.
ability
Correct,
checks. And
yes.
I feel like that would fall under...
Yes, that would fall under ability checks. I forgot you had the
Yes.
staggering smite on you. So yes, that is a disadvantage. So, yeah, no.
Just, yep, 6.
Yeah, so you throw it and it like nicks the top of the roof and lands on the little porch that's in front. I say porch, it's just like the steps that from
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the very front opening.
Damn. Well, that doesn't work.
Okay. We're very high. That's fine. It's fine. Like, and for you to be able to pull him out of that trance that he was in while he was casting magic, yeah, he's freaking out.
Yeah, but Corb will do...
Corb!
Yeah, he'll do an attack on red.
Okay.
Corb... Yes, you have that one. So that's going to be 25.
To hit?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm such an idiot. It's fine. I'm such an idiot.
What?
I was doing the wrong health on the wrong guy, but it's
Oh.
fine. I can just relabel the letters. It's just
I've done that before.
I realized that Y does not represent red. That in fact represents a different color of the rainbow.
Yes, that will be 3 damage.
Okay.
And yeah, that will conclude my turn.
Cool. So then it's Nico's turn. And, well, he's up there. He's a wizard. Let me just look something up real quick.
Yes, I need to... Haven't
I
used
don't know why I
Corb in a
didn't think of this
while.
while you all were doing something. I should have done that, but we're here
I know.
now.
Corb. He hasn't come out very often in the last few sessions.
Corb does not. All right.
Corb tries to Corb.
So while you're holding him, his book is still floating by him, and it looks like pages flutter through, and this page that is just made of flames, like these 2 pages are just made of flames. He's like, oh, okay, we're high up enough. We're definitely high up enough. Okay. And he's pulls some components out of his little pouch, and he's making gestures and using semantics, and all of a sudden these components that he had that were like sparkling and nebulous and all that just spark a light. He's like, okay, and here we go. And as it's going down, they culminate into a giant fireball
Nice.
to just nail all of these guys. He's like, that should help, right? It should help you. We'll see. Oh man. So let's see.
How much damage does a big fireball do if they all fail their dexterity saving throws?
Yeah. So we have 6 of them, right?
Yes.
Still? So let me get, because I do want to roll for them all separately, so I don't have them all fail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I know what it's like to be in your game.
Yeah.
Wowzers, that's interesting. So 1, 2. 2 of them save, the rest of them fail.
Ooh.
That's a yikes. That was so split. That was wild.
Nice.
So we will say that the 2 in the back, yellow and green, they save. So if you want to move them back 10 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. Wowzers. Fireball is a crazy spell.
Yes,
So
it is.
they take, if you want to know, 8d6 worth of fire damage.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5.
Crunch. That's how many licks it takes to get to the center of a pixie whip pop.
9, 10, 11,
Ah,
13, 14.
I'm glad they solved that.
19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 points of damage for these guys. And then half as much for the other guys. But, so that was Nico's go.
Oh.
So, and they are currently trying to pat themselves out because that sets the whole ground ablaze. So that will skip their turn for now.
Oh.
Yeah, Corb is eviscerated. He's vaporized. He goes, yeah. So that will be their turn skipped because they are currently dealing with being on fire.
Oh, nice.
Because they are on fire.
Being on fire is not good for your health.
Do the guys that
They still are on fire as well. They just take half damage.
Yeah.
They don't take the full brunt.
they probably don't care that they're on fire if they stay in their trances.
No, which probably wouldn't move them actually if you want to keep them where they were. But I'm sure, let's say, because they're in the stance, they are still engulfed in flame, but it does not nearly affect them in the same way since they are currently in their trance and taken over by their current magic. Oh, well, actually.
It's back to my turn.
Yep.
So, you all do your things. Giant fireball explosion. Tyrall gets up to about 30 feet. And he drops you both.
And Nico's like, wait!
The hammer appears back in front of him. He grabs it with both hands. You see his wings beat once, and he takes off. And then followed right behind him is just a blinding, pure white ray of light that just comes down in between both of you. And he will come down and just up.
Sick. Oh.
What did you roll?
I wasn't watching that time either.
Okay, I'm going to let this be up to you because I rolled it. It smacked another D20 and then came off.
I gotta take this cushion out from underneath me.
Because with it smacking the other dice, it rolled a nat 1.
No,
Yeah.
that sucks so bad. I would think with this you have advantage anyway, so if you want to roll, but
Hold
dang,
on. Take the other dice out of the tray
D20
first.
out. Jonas, look away. Is it better?
It's better. For a 22.
Much better.
Yes.
Meets it, beats it.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's an 18 on the dice.
No, it's a 13 plus 9.
Oh, is that 13?
It's a 13.
Yeah.
Don't you
Spellcasting
hate
modifier
it?
is 9.
Don't you hate it when you roll such a crappy roll? When you're trying to be cool, you know, like when you're trying to be a Jedi hunter and you're trying to be really cool, and then you roll all ones and lower than 10 the entire time.
Yeah.
Hate that. That's great. It's my least favorite thing ever. But anyway,
So
so yeah, meets it, beats it.
right before Tyrall hits the ground, this is going to be like one of those Omni-Man entrances.
God, I love Omni.
Yeah. Where
Jesus, I love
right,
Omni.
like he's going head down, and right before he hits, you see him just like upright himself, bring the hammer up. You see the light hit the hammer, and then he just does the whole superhero landing and slams it down onto the ground.
Cool.
Ooh.
God, I love Omni-Man. He's so cool.
I love Tyrall.
Yeah, Tyrall's
Wow.
pretty cool too.
That's not very much damage for all that.
How much damage did because you're doing your equivalent, right?
Mhm.
Of what they do.
Yep.
What was what you were supposed to do with, I forgot what it was called.
It was just 30d6.
Did you say 30d6?
Mhm.
What did you just roll? What do you mean it wasn't that much damage?
It was only 86.
Only 86.
I legitimately expected him to be like, yeah, that was only like 12 damage or whatever. Oh, I see. Well, if you'll excuse me for a minute while I do this. He said it was only. I don't...
He can't be trusted.
There was a lot of ones that it rolled for me.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have,
that
I
does
have no
suck.
doubt that it could be extremely worse.
But also...
Like, yeah, that it could be way higher in damage. But
How much did you say it was?
86
Oh, yeah, 86.
86.
Oh, you eviscerated one guy. One guy is completely vaporized. Like, he wasn't even at 86, so he was
that it was red.
vaporized.
Was it red?
Yes.
Be gone, thou fell beast.
And you, the other one, which is green, right?
Yep.
He is out of his trance and looking really rough. I mean, they're all looking really rough after that. They went from, I mean, it was half their health. Plus. Half plus
Nice.
their health that they had left. So, yikes. And you completely, I mean, when I say vaporized, there's not even dust left of this guy. So, Red was completely vaporized.
Down from the sky, when Tyrall slams down and his hammer hits, it is like invincible. The ground just cracks and just light just in 40 foot just
Yeah, I imagine it's like an actual vaporization.
yeah. So now there is a crater that Tyrall is in the middle of.
Cool.
One guy just gone.
Vaporized.
Just gone.
Erased from the history of Siavana, if you will. And as
Now, how
you and
much damage do I take from yeeting myself at 30 feet
that's
into the
a
ground?
good question. At that speed,
Mm.
oh, that's a lot of damage. You take 30 points yourself. Yeah, because that's a hole. You made a hole in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And while you and Nico are falling, he's like, wait a minute. Okay, wait.
You got this?
Yeah. And he like holds, like he does this gesture and then holds his hands out, and it's like you all stop in midair, and he's like, oh,
And then the shockwave hits him.
oh, and yeah, and it like blows you all back a little bit, and he's like, oh, wait. Oh, okay, soft landing. And he sets you all down
That was-
slowly.
That
Oh.
was a sight to see.
Space and time, and space.
You're doing great, Nico.
Thank you. Oh.
It's not over yet.
Okay.
Some of these guys can't be
So-
looking too good.
No, they're looking rough. Some of their helmets have blasted off. Some of their weapons have been blown back, so they're disarmed at the moment. And Brok, it is now your turn. What do you want to do after that?
You're about 25 foot in the air right now.
No, they are safely landed back on the ground as just a reaction from falling. That is the main
That is Nico.
main part after
We-
you as it is
Yeah, so
happening.
we probably
they
came down like
Safely fell
there.
back to the ground.
Nico, I will be right back.
Okay. Oh.
And as you hear him run inside and run down the steps, and as he's going down the steps, Nico can hear Brok go, "It's okay, Aymer, everything's all right."
When you get down there, Aymer is already awake, and he's like trying to reorient himself. Like, what's going on out there? There's nobody else around. But yeah. So then that will go to Nico, who was like, "Oh."
And that I did scoop up my dagger on the way.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. Space and time, right? Space. So these guys are in my space, and I don't want them in my space, so they're not going to be here, right? That'll work. That'll be perfectly fine, right? And he just sticks his hand out and does this backward motion, and it's like when he does that, this guy de-ages.
Oh.
The blue guy?
Yeah. Yeah, he just does this, and he starts to de-age, and he's like, oh, sorry. And he just like, wrong way, and does it the other way. And yeah, he just turns to dust.
Sick.
It's like, sorry, at least you didn't die painfully. Bye. And then he just makes motion, and the dust goes away. Oh boy. And that will be his turn. So yeah, blue is gone, so that leaves orange, yellow, pink, and green. So orange will see that Nico is standing there now, and he's going to go over to Nico.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to try to hit him.
Does he still have his weapons in his hand?
He does, yeah. Oh, yeah, but that's I'm pretty sure he had two swords, so he was able to at least spear them in the ground when he saw you coming down in a fit of glory. But he didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. He goes to stab at him and misses the first one and misses the second one, even worse. And you see, well, I guess you wouldn't see, nobody would, but narratively, as he comes to hit him the first time, Nico's like, oh, no, thanks. Me and swords don't get along. And it's just like, he moves the space around him to protect himself. You can't see it, there's no actual shield, it's just like space protects him, like air, basically. And then he comes to do it again, and he's like, no, thank you. And moves the guy's sword out of the way to miss him. So now, Tyrall, it is your turn.
The other guy's still recovering?
Yeah, they're picking up their weapons, recovering from the blast.
Which one is still? Is it this guy still in his trance?
Yes.
Yellow.
So, in true Omni-Man fashion.
Oh, no. Yes?
Because you said one.
Yes,
one
that
of them
guy's,
was
yes,
knocked out,
that
so
guy
this
is in
guy's
his
still
trance. Yes. Because green is looking a little bit more rough than that guy.
Shook. Right there. Hammer up. And he will come down with it.
Okay.
Close your eyes.
He said close your eyes.
Ooh. What is this?
Well, actually.
Ooh, that's only a 15 to hit.
Well, because that's... Yeah, that hits. Because some of his armor has come off, so his AC has gone down.
Okay. So we will. Whoosh. For a total of 11 on that one.
Damage?
Yep.
Okay.
Then we will
Stupid deck on it.
War Priest it up.
Yeah.
And then where... So we will roll again. For 22.
To hit?
Yep, 22 to hit.
Yes, that absolutely hits.
7 plus 6. For 13 points. And then whenever that second one hits, the hammer glows real fast because he uses his Divine Strike.
Okay.
So I can use it once per turn. And that adds an extra 2d8.
Ooh. Roll high.
So 6,
Oh, pretty
7,
good.
8, 9, 10, 11. 11.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
So the first strike comes and kind of like crushes in his shoulder.
I'm sure it breaks off that shoulder piece that they have.
Yep. And then the second strike, as whenever he pulls it back up and the hammer starts to glow, it comes right down here, and it's just like hitting a watermelon.
Ow.
Everything kind of just scrunches and oozes out.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Um.
I think he did.
Ow. Ugh. Yeah, that guy's gone.
And then as a bonus action, because War Priest is not a bonus action, we will cast Spiritual Weapon at level 5.
Nice.
Hey, yeah.
So,
What does it look like?
what
I don't
comes
think
out
we've
is
seen the
just
spiritual weapon
a
yet.
flaming sword.
Oh, we have seen the spiritual
comes
weapon,
out.
actually.
And that will go onto the other cleric for a nat 20.
Oh!
Yep. Finally,
Hey,
it works for me.
No. Although
Yes.
it did work that one time when you were using it to hit Brok.
It did.
A long time ago. Back in the Dark Ages. Literally the Dark Ages.
Yep. So for a total of 4d8.
That's hitting green, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So that's 17 roll damage. And then for max damage,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. This guy's gonna stop existing.
where's my
Mhm.
calculator?
Cause that was just rolled damage. Your max damage is how much?
Would be
What's the die that you're rolling?
8s. So with the added bonus, it would be 30.
Oh yeah,
38 on
he's
top of
gone.
it.
He's gone.
Yep.
He's so eviscerated. He had
So the
24.
holy sword of the
he had
maker
24 hit
Yes.
points left.
just slices him straight down the middle.
Ooh,
Yes.
yum. And cauterizes it as it goes down since it's a holy flame.
Yep. There is only 2 gentlemen left.
Yikes.
It's technically Brock's turn.
Okay, Brok. What are we doing? As you come down. and get
Aymer,
Aymer.
the Odin Circle is here. Don't worry. Tyrall has dealt with them in glorious fashion, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
But I left Nico up there, and I'd like to get back. And so,
Well, go.
but just
He's
wanted to inform you
running
and make sure you were
behind you.
okay.
He's coming with you, running behind you.
So yeah, I'll use my. 'Cause
I will
have-
consider this more roleplay because you walked out of initiative. But
Yeah.
you can come back and use movement.
Yeah.
Movement will be your action once you get back
But
upstairs.
yeah, I book it using action dash and bonus action dash.
Dang. He said,
Yeah,
I gotta go back
Brock,
to Nico.
yeah, Brok can move.
That's so true.
But Aymer can
Skipping
he's,
steps.
He's very speedy.
Aymer is also very fast.
But, yeah,
But it's because of how aerodynamic he is being so short.
Yes.
But yeah, so. Well, yeah. And where do you want to get to back upstairs? Because that is roleplay.
Yes.
Once you get to the doors, I will let you come back into your initiative, and you can use your movement as an action. So if you want to go back into the fray and get up next to somebody, you can. You can have your normal 30-foot movement speed. Yeah, stop.
Just run up on that, that Templar
Okay.
that night.
And you still have a bonus action, so if you want to do Lavender Brok, that's up to you. Want to bring him back out, it's whatever you want to do.
No, I'm good.
So then that would be Nico, which we have 2 guys left.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
The
pink and
guy.
orange.
Let's see. What do I want to have the fancy wizard do?
I would say if you don't kill one of them this turn, they will definitely both be dead next turn.
Cool. Yeah,
Because I just read through this spell.
I'm just gonna let you have this. I'm sure that he watched you completely
Eviscerate 2 people.
obliterate those 2 guys and is just like standing there with shaking hands. And yeah, we will skip his turn because scared fancy wizard boy, sword at his face,
Is scared.
is scared.
Yeah.
The pink guy who's right beside you, will try and take, what is he? I said he has a spear, right?
Yes. No.
Sword.
Sword. He's got a great sword.
Yeah.
You super aged the guy with the spear into dust.
Yes. Which is
He's got a
cool.
great sword.
Which is cool. I Benjamin Buttoned that guy.
Yeah, you did.
As this guy just watched me do basically their Bifrost cleansing and then kill both of their clerics.
16 to hit.
No.
Yeah, he's just trying to do the best he can to get through
Do you
this.
even know what my new armor class is now?
I don't remember. Do you think I remember that?
No, I'm not going to tell you either.
I don't remember that. I probably made it too high. But to be fair, I buffed a lot of your old stuff because you roll so bad. I might have to change that for you. Mr. I roll a 35 now.
I've siphoned enough.
Yeah. I might have to nerf you in the next arc. But yeah, he misses both of his strikes. And the guy next to Nico will see that you come up, Brok, and will try to, he has 2 swords, so he'll try to swipe at you for a 14 to hit.
Nope.
Okay, and he'll try a second one to hit you. That's a 15 to hit. That's wild because he rolled a 10 and then an 11. So, yep, he misses. So now it is again Tyrall's turn.
As he runs up, Brok does these.
Yeah. Yep, his quick boy movements.
Ducking and dodging.
Tyrall
Dodging
facing
and
the
ducking.
guy in front of him. This is your final time to choose repentance over death.
No, you're crazy. There is no maker. I don't know what power you got this from.
The power that is, well, yours is a pale imitation of.
No, I will die an honorable death.
Then so be it. And he'll tap his hammer on the ground and cast Firestorm at 7th level.
Yeah.
Which, first time I read this, I did not pick this up. But it's a storm made up of sheets of roaring flame. Appears in a location you choose within range. The area of the storm consists of up to 10-foot cubes.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
it's 100 feet.
Yes.
Yep.
So a cube here and a cube here on those guys.
Okay, but that's
Yep.
10 feet, so it is also going to hit at least Brok. I don't know. Yeah, he's within 5 feet of. Are you going to have,
I
like,
imagine
the
this guy's
edge?
here. Yeah, he's on the edge.
Okay.
So yeah,
So,
pretty
like-
much.
He said,
That's pretty much everything from
yeah,
here
right in front
over
of them.
just engulfs in flames. But it says, I can choose to not affect plants in the area.
Ooh,
It literally says that
that's
in
such a
parentheses.
weird, yeah.
So I will not affect plants in the
Okay.
area.
It is a high level spell.
It's
so,
I
seventh.
guess that's fair, yeah.
You would,
It's 7th. And you know how much damage it does?
I can only imagine.
It is 7d10.
Oh my god!
Nice.
Well, I guess that makes sense because Fireball is 8d6.
Yeah.
It's kind of basically the same difference.
For a total of 37.
Oh my god! Oh,
And they need
boy.
to make a dexterity saving throw of 17 to take half.
That's crazy. Yeah. No. There is no saving throw. They just die. Yeah. Because.
As you all see, 100 by 100 foot cube of flame just appear in the courtyard and disintegrate these poor guys.
And yeah, because he's never been in battle. Nico just looks up and he's like, oh, man.
Oh.
And that's when Aymer walks out and he's like, oh. Oh. Oh.
Then the flames die down and Aymer sees Tyrall in the crater that he created.
Yeah.
Just
And Aymer's like, oh.
walking up, just his armor nice and glowing, his wings out. Just a little bit of golden blood coming out from below the chest plate from, the impact.
Yeah. Ow. That was some crazy impact.
Oof. Oh.
Would you imagine? Tyrall still isn't even down to half health. He's still not at half health.
Nice.
What's your health?
Total 135.
Oh my god. What is Aymer's?
I have
But
more health
Aymer's a
than you.
bard and you're a war priest, so I mean,
Yeah, he
it's
has
good.
more health than I do.
By 6. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
He's at 141.
What level are you?
14. I took the tough feat.
Oh, that makes sense.
Flint
And
had such crazy health because he took the tough feat as well, and he also had the draconian lineage, so he had natural 17 without armor.
that's wild. Yeah, and Aymer's also a very soft, squishy bard, so and he
Nico,
doesn't really wear armor.
Nico, are you all right?
And he's like, oh, yeah,
I know the
Yeah.
first fight can be very scary.
I killed that guy and nearly killed other guys. Oh, wow. Okay, so definitely a criminal now. Okay, all right. Okay, yeah. How are you? And he looks at you and he looks so concerned. He like fixes his glasses, pats his chest. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yes, Aymer's fine. Tyrall, you all right? Did you lose an eye?
No, I'm fine.
Good.
Nah, I'm good. Hand waves from
I
the
didn't
crater.
want to bathe you again.
But
And-
for you and Aymer just seeing me walk out of that, just like, it's probably like last time it was like 2 weeks.
And he
he
crapped
was-
himself, and we had to clean him, and it was like taking care of an
yeah,
elder.
it's just-
Exploded.
I mean, just like before with Nico, like you all can see that Brok is just mesmerized by Tyrall.
And Aymer's like, and I slept through the whole thing. Well, mostly until you came crashing down from God's palace onto the ground.
It was only 30 feet.
Oh, no wonder
As
you
he
made
just
that.
walks past
lot
all of you, opens up the other door to the church, and just keeps walking.
You did great, Nico. That was excellent.
I can't believe they're dead. I can't. And he just took care of them so easily, and he didn't say anything about us helping him fight. And do you maybe I should ask him.
He might yell at us later, but
Oh.
it's the secret I found is, and he looks over at Aymer and then back at Nico, is to fight for someone else than yourself.
Yeah. I've never fought anything or anyone, so that was new. But yeah, doing it for Arminius really gave me a different perspective on the whole thing. So
Go sit down. Sometimes after the first fight, your lunch reappears.
oh, that's what that feeling is. Okay, all right. And he just walks up the stairs, wobbles a little bit, and he was like, "Oh, whoa, all right." Alright.
Brok stays outside, kind of approaches more towards the crater just a little bit. He goes down to both knees.
Are you in the crater or just above the crater?
No, I'm not going in that
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
No.
just on the edge.
Because in the bottom, you would see, right where Tyrall would impact, is the exact same image as what is on the back of the church.
Cool.
Just
Yeah.
in gold, just right there. A nice little stamp.
Cool.
Maker, forgive them for their sins. They were led astray. Take them back into your fold and renew them in your light. As Brok does a prayer for the fallen.
I would like to point out these men are burning in hell.
Well, you could at least try to pray for him, I guess. But yeah, Aymer lets you take a moment, but he comes up behind you and is like, "That's beautiful, Brok." Except that guy, he's, whew.
Oh, the guy cutting two up here,
Yeah, he's
straight down the center.
like, "Ooh, I don't think there's any going anywhere for that guy." Yikes.
Oh, yes, some of them did not die in the most pleasant manner,
No.
but,
And the singed earth? Like, what's that all about? Tyrall didn't rain hellfire, did he?
Nico did.
Nico rained hellfire?
It was pretty awesome.
And I was asleep.
Now, Tyrall did do a very, not only was his new, I don't even know, a maker's stand. Not only was that magnificent, but I thought I was going to be petrified of the whole thing, considering what happened the first time. But his new maker smite,
Smite directly from the maker.
it was awesome and strong.
I can imagine.
And then he erupted this firestorm
Huh.
that incinerated the last two, and
Interesting. Well, sorry I was of no use, but also, I am the least to help. So,
you were right where I needed you to be.
Out of the way.
What?
Safe
I
and
said, out of the way.
sound.
fair.
Although I'm sure if somebody got super, super hurt, somebody would have come and got you.
Yeah, Aymer's the one you need for the healing. If it had gotten messier, then yeah, somebody would have had to have been like, "Hey, somebody go wake Aymer up. We gotta get
Oh
some
yeah,
heals." In this.
I had
We
I
gotta,
had a plan in place.
but
Brok always has a plan in place now.
yep.
That's why Tyrall just does what he
His
wants.
brain works now. It's amazing.
Yeah, I can't imagine how much more Jonas enjoys playing now that Brok can make all these decisions.
It's the same actually,
Oh,
because I really enjoyed
yeah.
old Brok.
Old Brok was pretty great. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so
When
But,
you all
get
walk
up.
back into the
Mhm.
church, there down the aisleway is an hero's feast. All laid out.
oh,
Which also, if you have been hurt, you can roll 2d10 for healing.
nice.
Nice. But yeah, before I go to the feast, I will go check on Nico.
Yeah, Nico's like, you would expect him to be, in a corner off by himself, hyperventilating, but when he walked in and there was the feast, dude was at the end of that
Oh.
table scarfing down some food. He is
All right, he's doing all
eating
right.
good.
Then I will just approach the table, dish up, practice.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and that we'll take a long rest. And Aymer got a lot of sleep, so Aymer doesn't need to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrall, are you going to be resting at all? We can also
Yes.
role play it at all, like if you have any questions for anybody during the night, whatever you want to do. I'm sure, not going to be going anywhere since we have a haven at the moment.
Tyrall, did you hear back from Uriah?
No, not yet.
All right, that it might take a little bit.
Uriah could just be ignoring it. It does
That
seem like
too.
him if he's in the middle of working.
Hmm.
To just let the Hollyphant just... So, I'm not the maker. He's not going to stop working
Oh, no.
for me. He's not going to do that.
That's true.
But you can help me with something.
Oh, of course.
There is unholy remains on holy ground. that need to be disposed of.
Yes, I can take care of that.
All right. If you touch anything and it zaps you, let me know.
Okay.
And I'll handle it.
Duly noted.
All right.
And are you all right?
I'm fine. Just a little bit of a harsh impact.
Well, I know you're all right physically, but are you all right?
I'm all right. I wasn't well acquainted with the two clerics that were here. Never really served with them. There's some that may be more difficult to handle. But today felt good.
And Nico's just laying down in one of the pews, looking up at the artwork, just being like, this place is amazing.
Yeah, we just totally massacred 6 people, but I just had some good food. There's nice artwork.
And he did it all by himself, even if you were upset with him.
Wasn't upset with him for doing it. I was upset for him doing it whenever I wasn't aware what was going on and what I knew was going to happen.
But
Which we will have that talk.
Yeah, but still.
Oh, funny. Someone doing something without telling them
somebody.
first.
Yeah. To be fair, Tyrall has gotten better about that, but that is how he died in the first place.
Yep.
So.
Well, I'm glad that you're okay. And just know if you ever need to talk, I'm here.
I know, Brok, but I promise you, today was not a bad day.
No. From what? And he looks around at the church. Today was a very good day.
It was a very good day. Now, let's go put these bodies in a pile.
I'll take care of that in a second. Let me just go check on Nico real quick.
All right, go check on Nico. I'll wait here at the door.
And I'll head over. Glad to see that you're in good spirits.
And he shoots up, and really, I would have expected to pass out after what happened, but
yes,
as concerning as it all is,
you're feeling all right. You did some incredible things, not only during the fight, but before it.
I've never really been this comfortable with my magic. So, given the circumstances and everything else around them, I should be terrified, and more so than I am, but I have also at the same time never felt more in control. So, yeah, I'm alright. I'm doing okay.
That's wonderful. I'm so happy for you. I do want to just double check. Tyrall interrupting you during the reconstruction. Everything's fine?
As far as I know, so it was less... I wasn't changing lives of people, I was just changing space and the time in which the space was in the time it was. I know that doesn't make sense, but I basically took the place that it was before and just brought it back. So I didn't bother any timeline or anything. So everything should be fine. The small details I was missing are just personal effects that I wish he hadn't interrupted, but it shouldn't mess with anything. No, other than sending a shockwave through any arcane person.
1,000 years ago, there's a bunch of people freaking out because the church just disappears.
Time and space. Time and space. He knows how that stuff works. I'm sure that he wouldn't have done it had it really caused that big of a deal. Knows it better than anybody else in this party.
That's true.
Oh, I need to find the dead bodies of martyrs, and they're all gone.
Well, to be fair, there wasn't any when you came in, or else I would have said.
I never went to the basement.
No, you didn't, did you?
Nico got carried away.
Did he?
Yep, I'll give Nico a pat.
Thank you, Brok.
Yes, just don't. I know you are in control, but don't push yourself just yet. Take it slow.
Yeah.
It's always good to be a little cautious.
Yeah.
And then I'll bid him adieu. Head
He'll just
outside with Tyrall.
Lay back and continue looking at the ceiling.
And Tyrall just starts hauling bodies into a pile.
Thump, thump, thump.
Funk, funk. Picks up 2 halves of the one guy.
Dang.
Funk. Gets all their effects together. Puts it on the pile. Oh. Brok,
Yes?
would you like to see other than just something like light be called down from the heavens?
Sure, yes.
He'll put his arms up. Maker, today we celebrate you for a glorious victory at your hallowed church, the newly resurrected and soon to be consecrated church, as you know, etc., etc. But now we offer you the remains as an offering for the good work that you have bestowed upon us. And then he does flame strike, which literally says, a vertical column of divine fire roars down from the heavens in a location you choose. Just
Cool, yeah. I'm sure it's like a tornado.
comes down and consumes it.
Yep.
All of it.
Wow. Make her be praised.
Make her be praised, Brok. Does anybody have any oil and water?
I have some water, yes.
Aymer's inside, singing that songs of which the angels have brought to him.
Yep.
Filling the beautiful sanctuary, I always forget that word, sanctuary, with the beautiful worship of the Maker. Sounds angelic.
That's when Tyrall bursts through the doors and say, I need oil.
And Aymer just stops.
Oh my
I mean,
gosh, Tyrall.
right. I'm sure I have some. You could have asked after I was done singing. And
Did you not hear what was going on?
I'm too excited for the next part.
Right.
yeah. And he just
Thank you.
tosses it to you.
He
It's
just
oil. He doesn't have water, but he has oil. I'm sure the heroes feast has water.
grabs it as it comes by, takes that, and he goes up. He goes, all right. Aymer, you can start singing again. It would actually be quite nice during this part.
Sure. But he does.
Then Tyrall pours the water out onto the altar and then pours the oil out.
And as you're doing that and as Aymer is singing, you hear the soft, like, hum in the same tune as what Aymer is singing, a little pan flute coming from the direction in which Nico is.
Nico.
Oh, and he pours the oil out onto the altar as well. And he starts chanting in a language that you can tell is similar to Aymer, but not the same celestial. Like, it's still even the celestial that Aymer's kind of like,
I kind of understand, but only very little.
But I'm catching like every fourth word.
Yeah.
And he says a prayer of consecration of the church.
Hallowing them grounds.
Hallowing them grounds
Nice.
in the proper way. Not just as he does whenever he just sits there and goes,
Yeah.
but in the actual way that a priest is supposed to consecrate a new church. Well, old church that is now here, that's old. Whatever. He's
Good
just
job.
excited to do it.
Yeah. But yeah. And so
Beautiful.
after everything has been consecrated, everybody settles down for the night. Aymer will take Aymer will sleep. He's needed a lot of sleep after, relapsing.
Yeah. And then staying up for a night.
And then doing that. Nico, this was his first battle, so dude is passed out in the same position he was on that pew, arm on the ground, pan flute on his chest, gone. Guy's out of it. Glasses askew, like he's out of it.
Brok goes over, takes the glasses off, takes the flute, essentially tidies him up,
Yeah.
gets him nice and comfy, make sure he's good.
Yep. So between you two, who's going to be taking watch?
Oh, Tyrall's not going to sleep.
Oh, okay. Brok, are you going to be sleeping?
In fact, while they're asleep, what you see is Tyrall up at the pulpit, like imitating, like muttering to himself, like he's giving a sermon, like
really
a rehearsal.
Funny. Yeah.
And then he'll do something and be like, no. He'll go back.
That's not right.
And then start over.
Yeah, Brok is settling in and watching this, and just has the biggest smile on his face. And he'll reach into his pack, pull out the fool's gold, and kind of just rub it in his hands. And I do hope you're okay. Surprisingly, I am living my best life. And
so
one
sweet.
day you will be too.
That's so sweet. Are you going to go to sleep at all, Brok?
And yep, I'll settle in, read some of my book to finish up.
And all of the firelight is out so that you all can get some rest. Tyrall, what are you doing? Are you just up at the pulpit the entire time, or are you going somewhere else, doing something else?
He is up at the pulpit the entire time, getting mad at himself because he keeps on messing up his pretend sermon in his head.
Yeah. Roll a perception check with disadvantage for me.
Ooh. Let me get out of my
What does it sound
spells.
What do you sound like? I mean, I don't want like...
That is a solid 13. Not as bad as it could have been with disadvantage.
Could have been really bad. Sure. And that'll be fine. It's a little too heavy, but I'm also not going to spend 20 minutes trying to find music. Anyway. So, Brok, while you are sleeping, you have this restless sleep, even though you have had a really wonderful day. You have this really restless sleep because even though you've had a wonderful day, that underlying dread
Yes.
continues. Any moment that you find yourself smiling and you're happy, it slowly starts to fade and is overtaken by that underlying dread and sense of being followed, even in this place. And as you're sleeping, you find it hard to fall asleep, but as you're tossing and turning, your body falls asleep, but your mind isn't totally asleep.
Yeah.
And you have on and off weird dreams. They're not necessarily nightmares, but they're not comfortable dreams. And you're having a dream where you're Brok, but you're back at that forest that you were in that one time when you were painting by the riverside, and after you had recently escaped from Wayland's place.
Mm-hmm.
And you know this place very well. But it like comes and goes like dreams do, where it's like in and out of consciousness, and it feels normal at first and okay, and you're like, maybe it's rewriting itself because it feels normal, but of course that underlying dread never leaves. And as you're trying to ignore it, and you're like, maybe if I just paint, because it looks like the normal paintings you make now, where they're actually well done and they don't look childish, you hear a creeping up behind you. You feel it and you hear it, the twigs snapping, brush being stepped on, and that consistent muttering, whispering of that voice that you recognize but can't understand what he's saying. And it's like a flash like it was before, but you see this time the majority of his face when he strikes at you like he had before when he goes to bite you. And you hadn't seen his face before, and it's a pale, very handsome face. But you see how altered and horrific it is when in the motion of biting.
Yes.
And it's like a quick flash of that, and you're jolted awake. And what do you do when you're jolted awake?
Yeah, look around.
And I'm sure, like, on instinct, just because you know it's there, you have one of your daggers out.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you're pointing it into the darkness, and you just hear a familiar voice, but it takes you a minute to recognize it. And he's like, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I thought that you would know I was coming." And you know it's Flint.
You're terrible at his voice.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do with a creepy guy like that?
Terrible. Sounds like you actually have your real teeth.
Sorry. I can't do the saliva-induced speak that he does. I don't do your characters. I don't.
And yeah, well,
You're lucky I gave him a whisper.
I'll be
Didn't give him some
pointing it at
country
him.
corny accent.
Flint.
But you're at the pulpit, and I'm sure that's when you hear him gasp and you hear Flint's voice. "You're more than welcome to speak to him, and I can tell you what to say if you'd like." You do it better than I do, but...
Oh, no. Tyrall is across, grabs Flint, and pins him against the wall.
Oh, dang. Well, if you'd like to have dialogue amongst yourself.
Let's see. No, you can continue to do
Oh.
Flint. You can continue.
You can continue. I can continue to do it, and you judge me.
Yeah,
for...
because I don't know what Flint's going to say.
That's true.
I don't know what Flint's going to say.
So...
I don't, unless you just want me to pull stuff out of my butt.
No. Kind of, really. You know he's there to give you the... You know he's there. Next session I might do it, but you can do it. You know he's there to give you and find you, and he doesn't give it to you yet, though. I will tell you when we're done.
Next time.
Yeah.
Oh, and he'll slam Flint up against the wall and just look at him and go, "Oh."
Yeah, I'm sure the thudding wakes Aymer up, and he's like, whoa, right. What's going on? We need to
Tyrall,
fight? Are we...
Put him down. Put him down.
And hearing all the voices,
Yeah,
Nico
and just-
wakes up. And when he wakes up, he, like, motions in his hands, and all the lights, all the torches are lit. He's like, hold on, are we fighting again? Who are we fighting?
No,
Do I have to...
it's all right. Everything's all right.
Okay.
No, we're not fighting. We're not fighting. It's just Flint has a way of entrances.
It's you.
Which, by the way, why are people thinking your people killed the Viscount?
Oh, no, this is an answer I have to give you.
It's the first thing he's not going to ask first now. Hey, where do we get into the Underdark? It's going to be like, what? We told you no.
Yeah. Well, as you told me that it was going to happen, I was there. Well, I sent people there. One person, and they apparently thought we did it. Obviously, we didn't. But bad guys in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So your guy was there to try to stop it? Oh, and then people see him and be like, oh yeah, 2 and 2 makes 4.
Exactly.
All right.
That makes a lot of sense, yes.
And Aymer's like, rookie work. It's true.
You won't talk. I'm gonna step outside.
I'm gonna go check on him. You we'll keep talking.
You do that. So, where's the entrance?
You'll have to follow me. I don't trust people aren't listening. He just looks over to the young lad he's seen only once.
Hmm.
And then I will give you what you need.
He'll follow with him.
But Aymer will go outside and check on you, Brok. Brok, are you alright?
It's such a loaded question.
I suppose that's fair.
Yes.
Do you need something from me, I guess? Is a question I should ask?
Yes. You helped Cyrus go to sleep. I think I might need that tonight.
Oh, I can do that.
I had another nightmare. It was of the night that he bit me. And I could see his face. It was... he's surprisingly a very attractive man, but not so much when you're going to feed on somebody.
I can imagine that would look rough. Yeah,
It's
very inhumane.
the combination of the two. You have this well appearance combined with the horrific fangs and all that, and but that uneasiness, it's still here. I still feel it.
I understand. Yeah, if you need help falling asleep, I can help you with that. No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Just that?
You don't, maybe after I'm asleep you can tell me about it in the morning, I guess, or whenever you want to do it. I have the fool's gold that Tanya gave me.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, if you could just check on her.
Yeah, that's perfect. I can do that. I'll do that after you're asleep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's go back inside. Being out here at night and in the cold, I'm sure it's not going to help you.
Yes. And he kind of stops and looks at the outside of the church, because...
And Aymer's already walking up the steps, and he stops like on the top step and looks back at you. Are you going to follow me, or would you like to go by yourself?
I'm coming. Just taking in the sights. Comes in, walks beside you.
Now it's time for me to tuck you in. Gestures to a pew, like it's this nice, cozy in bed. Your bed, sir.
Well, thank you, fine sir.
And Nico's already laying back down and is passed out. He's gone. Poor kid.
It's been a while. He lays down. It's been a while since you've tucked me in. It's not...
Which is probably why you're having nightmares. Let's be honest with ourselves.
You know what? I think you're right.
But he lays you down, covers you up with a blanket, and makes sure you're cozy. And then he puts his hand, not just hovering over your eyes. He's like, right, close your eyes. And you should be... You'll be all right. Trust me. You'll be fine.
All right.
And, I mean, it's like, if you're counting back from 100, you're at 99. Like the beginning of 99.
Yeah.
And you're gone. You hear the beautiful echoing of Aymer's soft singing, and you're like, 100, 9, you're gone. And you do sleep rather soundly.
Yes.
But yeah, Flint will take you outside, and he explains to you in what area, like what direction you all need to go. And he's like, and I have something for you. And starts to pull out the toxin.
Ooh.
And that is where we will end it.
Did you call it the toxin?
Mm-hmm. And that is where we will end it.
Nice.
For session 25!
25!
4 sessions left!
We killed the Circle of Odin's people. We killed them. We killed them. They're all dead.
They
Well, 6
are
of
all
them.
dead.
Yes.
All 6 of them are dead.
Out of the
Indeed.
thousands left.
I'm sure once we have that time, you will take them all out. I have no doubt. And you know what? You might have a Dunamancy wizard in your
Can you just erase
ranks.
this?
Yeah, in your congregation.
Yeah.
Yes. And
he seems pretty fond of the Maker's churches.
And if you were really excited and enjoyed this session, well, guess what? We have a double feature coming up for you. The 24th and the 31st.
We do.
Ooh, that's exciting to me.
Back-to-back streams.
A double feature because Patrick has to do a work weekend.
We
in
do
June.
have to adult every now and then.
Every now and then.
And
Sucks.
It's just work.
Yeah, it sucks.
but yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. Although
Because that'll be 26 and 27, which
27.
means we will only have 3 sessions after that.
gosh.
We're getting there, peeps.
Mm-mm.
getting there.
Closer
Yeah.
and there's still more questions than there are answers.
Jonas is not ready.
Oh, Jonas, have you not had enough time as human Brok?
Just Brok in general. He's been so fun.
He has been an
And
awesome
yeah,
We'll have to have like
we'll definitely do some like
Like a
revisit
lost
stuff.
chapters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe
DLC.
and maybe like one of you all can DM it or something just for the fun of it, just to try it. This is falling apart.
Oh no.
What the freak, Richard? Whatever, it's fine. But yeah, we'll have to have like an aftermath day of just like talking about our favorite parts of the Arc 1 and the characters and all that,
yeah.
where we just sit down and talk about it. Because we haven't sat down and just talked about the characters and all that.
No, it's
what's
been a while.
happened.
It has been a
Yeah.
while.
It's been a minute. So either we can do that. I think we should do it after, just because we're so close to the end. We might as well
let's
wait.
do it after.
And just so we can reminisce.
Yeah, and
Maybe
you
watch
all
some of the-
watching as we reminisce and talk about our characters. Yeah, you all can chime in during it too. Of course, you're always welcome to chime in.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can ask us questions during it too.
Maybe we can watch some of the shorts and go back and remember the funny parts. But yeah, because I would really like that, to go back and
She'll get there. Hey, dude, 5 sessions is a lot.
well, for 6 hours too. We went for a pretty
Yeah.
long time tonight because we had a combat. But also, I don't need to answer squat.
Exactly.
I could leave them with these questions for the rest of their lives.
This could
That
be
is
where
true.
the arc ends, and we would just have to deal with it.
Yep.
Flint shows up and see you next time. Arc 2.
Yep. On to Arc 2. Maybe you get your answers in that one. Maybe you
Yeah.
don't.
No.
Which,
It is a 4-part series, so that's
Yeah.
kind of the whole point. I guess technically a 3-part series, but that's kind of the whole point.
Oh no! Don't
Yes.
do that to us.
do it.
You would do that to us.
I would.
That's very.
That makes good storytelling.
I am not nearly as ruthless in this one as I was the first one. You all were not a part of it. I was so ruthless in my first campaign. I was
Nice.
so ruthless. But yeah, I don't know how to answer squat.
Yeah. And
Not in this arc anyway.
I can tell you, viewers, Arc 2, I have both of my characters made. In fact, yes, their character sheets should be out in my car for
Cool.
Courtney. And you are going
It's gonna
to
be
lose your mind.
It's gonna be even better, which is
It's-
crazy to say,
it-
but I
yeah.
really do feel better about this upcoming one even more than I did this one, which is insane because I spent so long doing this one,
yeah.
like making this one, building this one, that the next one being better is just crazy. But I guess that is kind of how that goes.
It is how it goes. It be how it be.
Mm-hmm.
You make it better each time.
But thank you all for joining us, tuning in. Please like, comment, subscribe, follow. We are on all the socials.
Do all the normal stuff you would do for any other creator.
That you enjoy.
Yes. And
Yeah.
it really is very simple. Just like
It's so
just
quick.
just click the button. I
Even if you just
I need
look
to
at
work
it.
on it too. Cause I was the same way. It's like I'd watch something like, oh yeah, that was good. But it's like, no, I go back, like.
I literally, once we started doing this, I didn't like a lot of because I watch big YouTubers like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, and like before I started doing this, I was like, they get so many likes, it doesn't even matter. But then I was like, no. Like, we could get 50 likes, we could get 100 likes, and the 51st one, the 151st one would make me so happy. So
Yeah.
I have to remember to go through and like things that I actually like and save it and share it because it's so fast to do that.
Yeah.
Takes less than 60 seconds to do all of that.
It was definitely. I use this as my anchor now to encourage me to do it. When we were at the Anime Fest, when the guy was telling us about his video game, the way he lit up whenever I was pulling it up and I was like, oh, here's his
And
channel,
he got
subscribe.
so excited
He
when
was
you
like,
did it.
oh, whoa, thanks,
He didn't
dude.
even expect you to do it. He was just like, thank
Yeah.
you. And he had like 2.3 thousand followers or something
Yeah.
like that. He had that many. So that extra one still meant something to him.
Yeah, and that was very eye-opening. Like, yeah, this is what you need to do. But yeah, we have the socials. We have the merch on Redbubble.
We have it. Jonas is wearing one.
This is an old one, but if you want retro,
Oh, retro.
Wayward Inquisition,
Yes, the OG.
you can get retro Wayward Inquisition when we were lesser than we are now and known as Dungeons and Divergence.
We have definitely gone plus ultra.
We really have gone further beyond.
This is Ultra Instinct.
Yeah.
But yes, find us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, which is where all the shorts, and YouTube are also
YouTube.
have the lesson shorts.
Yeah.
Follow us on Discord. We had one person get on the Discord today.
But we did have somebody
yes.
show some of their painting of Aymer.
That, yes.
They have primed it.
They
Yeah.
have primed it.
They are hopefully be painting it
Can't
soon
wait,
since it's
yeah.
primed.
Yeah.
And that was a
Can't
quick
wait to
turnaround for
see.
somebody to get on there and start being like,
Yeah.
I'm going to paint one of your miniatures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
It, like,
Thank you, random citizen. We love you.
yeah, the interactions we had, because we haven't talked about that, the interactions we
Yeah.
had at Anime Fest was amazing. And the
really
amount
was.
of like people that actually spoke to us and listened to us and is now showing up on Discord, which we don't have a lot going on a lot of our social medias because we're still trying to garner a lot of interactions.
Yes.
But just having those few people come in on Discord and that person, showing the painting and everything.
exciting.
It's so exciting. Like, I know that it seems silly, but it's so cool. I
No,
love it.
That
I love it
felt
so
really
much.
good.
And not even on like a we are higher than these people. It's just fun. It's like a community, actually.
Yes.
Like that
Yeah.
would be fun if like when like you're painting the larger mini of Aymer, and I'm super excited to see that. The same way that I'm excited to see how this person paints Aymer, who's
Yes.
not going to remember his color palette. I want to see. And like there are tons of people who took Brok and Aymer and Tyrall and like Odin Tyrall and are like, oh yeah, I'm just going to use them in my one shots or something. And I'm like, that's so cool. 'Cause I want to see how their vision of these characters are in their mind when they play them as NPCs
Yeah.
or something, because they're not going to play them as we play them.
No.
And so I'm so curious how they're going to.
It's gonna
And
be
I'm
great.
excited because I'm going to put all of their character sheets on Patreon so that people can purchase them as NPCs or whatever if they
Sick.
want. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just excited to see. I love that. I love that so
Yeah.
much.
And we get to do it again this July 13th at the Louisville Anime Fest.
With more crap to give away.
With way more. I have added 24 ready NPCs.
I'm getting a call. I will be right back.
Oh. It's probably his lady.
But yeah, we have more NPCs. I'm making more dice bags to give away.
Lots more dice bags.
With more goodies inside. We'll have, because we noticed a high demand for just random minis to give away. Not just our minis, but random minis to just give away. So we'll be having more of those
we'll
to put out. Hopefully we'll have more prints. I can have prints of all of the characters individually. Some of our NPCs I've redrawn. And by that time, we'll have been done with Arc 1.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
restock on stickers.
I can have everything that I've drawn as separate entities, hopefully.
It was my neighbor, which he usually only calls me whenever my dog gets out, but that was not the case this time.
Oh.
He just needs help moving heavy equipment.
Yes, it's in Louisville, so it'll be right down the street from us. And yeah, we're super
it's
excited.
gonna be fun.
I think it's good to mention it now. It's always at the end, which I'm sure most people don't watch, but I can always make a short of it or whatever. But we have added, I think it's good to know that we've added a new person to the group. They will be, he will be joining us, I believe, when we do the Halo campaign, right?
Yep, that is whenever
That'll
we
be
are
his
going to
first
debut
introduction.
him.
I was going to bounce this off of you all if we wanted to live stream one of the one-shots before.
Oh yeah,
just,
all four of us are doing?
just so that we could introduce him that way. And but yeah,
It could be a more casual thing, yeah.
Yeah, he'll
with
definitely be
me
part
and
of
you
the
and-
Halo.
Me and you and Patrick and him.
Which,
yeah.
speaking of the Halo campaign, I'm getting my airbrush equipment tomorrow, which means I'm going to start painting the mini that I'm going to be doing the video on. That will be the short, introduction.
Ooh.
You know, like the trailer
Yeah.
Nice.
Interesting.
Nice.
to the Halo campaign.
Cool.
You gotta have a good trailer.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm writing the trailer, and all I got to do is record the time lapse of painting the one particular mini that I want
Cool.
to be featured.
Yep. We have a new person coming in, which we're super excited about. He's
You all,
awesome, dude.
You're gonna love him.
He is exactly like us, and it is perfect. And like us, but in a different way, so it adds
Yes.
even more flavor.
Yes, it is going to be.
So great. So exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And directly after this arc, we will be making a switch to streaming strictly on YouTube.
Yep.
Whatever this channel on Twitch becomes for us, we will see in the future. But
Yes.
going forward, we will just be using this for. We will just be streaming the second arc, the rest of our
everything on.
other things we do, any kind of Thursday night thing we do, any kind of duet we do, anything that
be
Patrick's
on
doing,
YouTube.
will be on YouTube.
YouTube, yeah. But we are thinking that our Twitch will become kind of more what Twitch is known for,
Video games.
of being a streaming us playing video games.
Yep, we'll have to see how that comes about with
Yeah.
the transition to YouTube and everything, but yeah. Just seems like YouTube is more our future at the moment,
Yes.
Yes.
with
I
all of
believe
our
so.
shorts and all the other stuff. So, but yeah,
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Ooh.
He said, "Good."
Thank you all for being here. This has been a production by
The
The
Wayward
Wayward
Inquisition.
Inquisition. And we have presented to you episode 25 of
Treachery, a governor's secret.
That does sound so good when you both do it because you have different octaves, so it's like harmonizing.
Oh yeah, we're winners.
We will see you. Well, these two will see you on Monday night for a
This
Beat
month
Boop
tomorrow.
Bop.
No,
It's
this Monday.
Yeah, this Monday is a beat boop bop.
This Monday's a Beat Boop Bop. That's these two here.
Forgot about that.
They
Yeah.
will see you then, but for now, bye.
You have to remember that freedom always crits too. You can't forget
Oh yeah,
that.
Yep.
freedom always crits.
Freedom always crits.
Always crits.
It's been a long day.